forgive me. But either I do the video super early. I'm not gonna talk to y'all today because I got work to do. But what's up? I don't have to hold the phone. What's up, you guys? What's up? So this gonna be on my Patreon. For real, for real. Oh, I'm gonna update the Patreon for the holidays, like with all the videos before I go. What was I gonna say? So good morning, good morning. So yesterday we were sitting here minding our business, right? And a video like it started spreading all around social media that DeVon Franklin and Meagan Good are getting a divorce. Well, DeVon actually filed for divorce, right? DeVon filed for divorce for Meagan. Hey, Britt, what's up? Good morning. Abby, what's up? So, and people are like, so, oh my gosh, I'm sad, I'm sad. No, I don't post on my Instagram, but I send DMs. Like, I'm a DM person, okay? I'm a DM person. I'm not like, I don't post because I don't have, even, that's why I don't even leave my videos public because I don't have the energy to go back and forth with people. Because on social media, everybody has an opinion, and some people just comment just to comment. Some people just comment for just to be argumentative and not to actually add to the conversation. And I'm tired. I don't have time for that. Okay. Oh, that's so sweet, Zeffy. So, DeVon Franklin and thing are having a divorce. And like Cynthia, oh my gosh, this is so sad. Oh my gosh, I'm so sad for them. Oh my goodness, I'm so sad for them. I'm so sad. I'm so sad. And I'm like, what are you sad about? What are you sad about? What are you sad about? If anything, from this situation, right? Oh, good morning. From this situation, people should actually sit down and truly, truly ask themselves, what is marriage? Like, what is the true definition of marriage? No, yeah, you love the idea. And that's the problem, right? And by no means, like, this video is not meant to be hurtful, right? But like, I really wanted, I want a lot of people, not just women, okay, but also men, okay, to check their level of foolishness, right? And to understand that there comes a time where you have to grow up from this Disney fantasy, like, oh, married people are happy together, married people are fit together, married people, go. No, 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 no. People truly, truly need to understand, like, what exactly is marriage? What is it really for? What is it really about? What's the purpose of this thing? Okay. Number two, a lot of ladies, especially modern women in this day and age right now, need to truly ask themselves, what is the true definition of being a wife? And if you recognize that your career means more to you, your body means more to you, you don't want to have children. Like when you have these kinds of ideas, you should really ask yourself, is marriage really for me? Or if I get married, am I going to be miserable? Because I think a lot of ladies get married because it sounds good to say I'm married, right? I think a lot of ladies also get married out of revenge. There's someone out there that you loved very, very much. There's someone out there that you were madly in love with, and that person broke your heart. So now you run or you do whatever you can to find somebody that is the complete opposite of the person that you love. And a lot of times you pick your husband in a way that will make your ex-lover jealous, right? But it's not because you truly love him. You are still in love with your ex. You just want to hurt your ex. So you go and find somebody that he's going to be like, oh, dang, that's who she's with. And low-key, high-key, you don't really want that person. But you modify who you are to get this other dude to be involved in your weird revenge game. And this is not okay to do to people. It's not okay to do to people. Don't marry out of revenge. Don't marry because you want your ex to feel like, oh, look, she's doing better. She's leveling up. Don't do that. If you have a type, stick with your type. Number three, I want men to also ask themselves, what is the definition of a husband? What does it truly mean to be a husband? Right? Because that's also really concerning. Right? But I'm like, anybody, and that's the thing people do in this country, right? This is a thing people do very well in America. They are intentionally dishonest. People in America are intentionally dishonest. They can look at a situation and know, I don't think it's going to end well. But because people got their own sins and they don't want to be called out on it, they be like, well, I'm not saying anything. I'm not saying anything. Well, it's fine by me. Who am I to judge? But when you look with your eyes, just like when you have food in the refrigerator, you can look at food in the refrigerator, and if you see mold on it, you're like, I don't think I should eat this, right? You can open a bottle of milk. You can open a bottle of something and be like, oh my gosh, this smells foul. I don't think I should consume this. Your senses are there for a reason. You can look at something and be like, wow, I don't think this is going to end well, right? Because nobody's snoring in the background about myself, okay? Because if you grew up in the church, right? You didn't see somebody behind me. When you grew up in the church, though, anybody that grew up in the church, right? Anybody that grew up in the church, you could look at Meagan, the way she carries herself. It's not to say it's right or wrong, right? But for the church, it ain't right. You can look at Meagan and be like, if she marries a pastor, she's going to have a difficult time. If she marries a pastor and stays who she is, she's going to have a difficult time because church people are not going to accept her. And they shouldn't be forced to accept her. Because when you become a Christian, not even just a Christian, right? When you are a Christian, when you are a Muslim, when you are a Jew, when you are a Buddhist, right? There are certain rules that are part of the fellowship. And I understand, the more I look at Black people today, I understand that we are a very rebellious people. You know what I mean? We are a very rebellious people. Black people like to argue for the sake of argument, right? Black people like to be dishonest with themselves for the sake of protecting their individuality. Hey, Maya, right? Does that make sense? Black people like to question everything for the sake of questioning everything, but don't really question what truly matters. We like to question vanity. We don't like to question what truly matters. You understand what I'm saying? Like, there's a reason why you have the haves and the have-nots. Because the haves, they understand. We have because we hold ourselves to a certain standard, even if that standard means exploiting the poor. But even rich people have assignments as it comes to their behavior. Even rich people have constraints on their behavior, what they can and cannot do. Because you don't just get to enjoy the money and not live up to the standard of your wealth. Everybody has to live up to a certain standard. There's a time and there's a place for everything. I think Black people globally seem to struggle with that. Right? She should not be accepted. And that's the problem. That's, once again, that is that mainstream ideology. Oh, y'all should accept me. No. The church has a long-standing tradition. And it's kind of arrogant for one person to be like, well, why? Because you're famous. Who are you that you should be accepted? All of us who grew up in the church, we had to conform. We all had to. And if I wanted to become a Muslim, if I woke up tomorrow and said, oh, I want to change and I want to start praying to Prophet Muhammad, right? It doesn't matter. They could be wicked. Even the wicked stuff, that's what y'all going to have to understand one day, right? This wicked, who's wicked and who's not, it's subjective, right? Because if you were in the position of the have-nots, I promise you, and if you were in the position of the haves, right, you would find all the reasons why you are deserving, right? When you're not super, super rich, you judge the super, super rich because you're not one of them. If you become one of them, you start defending the actions of the super, super rich, right? Like, I'll give you a good example. Like, in Africa, for example, the majority of presidents, the majority of despots and rulers in Africa come from poor families, come from villages, they were children that used to walk around bare feet. And you would think, now that they have power, now that they have money, now that they have this position, they would remember the days of yesterday when they too were a child of the poor, walking the streets restlessly and hungry. No. As soon as they become president, they start having money, they forget. The greed, it overtakes them. Shopping sprees, corruption, it overtakes them. You're like, but damn, didn't you grow up poor? Shouldn't you be fighting for the poor? And say to yourself, wow, I remember what it's like to be 15 and hungry. Let me make sure that no child in my country that's 15 goes hungry the way I used to go hungry. They don't care no more. And that's what I recognize about people. When they are not on the winning team, when they're defeated, they are so righteous. They are philosophers about the right way to live life and who should be wicked and who shouldn't be wicked. But as soon as they too become wealthy, they start to do whatever it takes to remain wealthy, right? You see what I'm saying? But it's very pretentious and it's very audacious because all of us, if you grew up in the church, all of us had to go through the ritual of understanding the church, how you dressed in the church, how you behave in the church, what makes God happy, what doesn't make Jesus happy, what makes Jesus happy. We all have to pretty much try our best to conform to what the Bible says. But because you're who again? Because you're famous? Because you're the pastor's wife, you shouldn't have to conform. Are you out your God-given mind? Who are you again? Who are you again? And you see, and this is the lack of humility that a lot of Americans have. Americans lack humility and Americans lack respect for institution. It's the same thing that Meghan Markle went and did in the London town. I'm not saying that these British people are perfect, but you knew who they were. And you're not marrying into a regular family. You are marrying into royalty. Them people have codes. They have codes. And can nobody sit here and act like, oh my gosh, I am surprised that in the British town, right? These people have codes. There are codes if you want to become royalty. There's order over there. These people, they have lineage. They have order. They do things a certain way. You don't have to go through that. You don't have to experience that because you don't have to marry into that. But you don't get to marry into a royal family and then start making videos. Hey, H. And start making videos and exposing these people and doing interviews on these people like you were forced to marry into that family. Nobody forced you. They're royalty for a reason. They behave differently than the regular people. And that's the thing. And I wish a lot of people would understand that. Just like you have money, right? Just because you have money, it does not mean you have class. You can have a whole lot of money and have no class. I don't have to explain that to y'all because y'all know exactly what I'm talking about. You can have money and have absolutely no class. And as soon as I say that, you have a bunch of examples going through your head. I'm not going to say their names, right? You can have money also and not have status. Because status is something that is conferred onto you. Like other people who are wealthy, the way they choose to engage with you gives you status or it doesn't. Right? You can buy a Birkin bag. You can get on the list. You can buy a Birkin. But the fact that you buy a Birkin means you have money. It does not mean that you have status. The Birkin you buy is not going to allow you to have brunch and lunch and dinner with Michelle Obama, with the Queen of Dubai and things like that. You don't have status. You have a bag. You have money, so you have the ability to buy the bag. But you don't have status. You do not have status. You just have a whole bunch of money. And so you can have money, no status, no class. You can have money, status, no class. You can have money, status, and class. Today's social media creates a lot of people with money. Many of them, no status, no class. Meaning to those who are seriously wealthy, to those who are seriously accomplished, you are irrelevant to them. They're not impressed by you. Your money, what you have, doesn't move them. I'm going to give you a good example. Like recently, Future went to have dinner at the Louis Vuitton store. So they served him tuna. He's like, I don't want tuna. He wants to eat KFC chicken inside of the Louis Vuitton store. This is the perfect example of someone who has money, no class, and no status. The reason why, right? The reason why you don't eat, they didn't offer you fried chicken and things like that, right? Fried chicken smells. It has a smell. The grease has a smell. The clothes and the leather inside the Louis Vuitton store, them things is expensive. And you might not recognize this, right? But based on how you cook, I'm pretty sure your clothes in your house smell a certain way. I'm African. I don't mean no disrespect, right? But there are dishes that we make as African people that smell. I'm not trying to be offensive, but the clothes, they smell, right? The food smells. The food stains. Sometimes if your ceiling is not that high and it's close to your stove, the whole ceiling might it might get dirty. Because the kind of spices that we use, the oil that we use, the vegetables and things like that, them things, they taste good though, but they are messy. They are messy dishes and they have a smell to them. These are not like African people should not be bringing their food to work because you're going to stink up the whole place. And it's not fair to other people. You see what I'm trying to say? It's not fair to other people. Like there's a time and place for everything. Like me, I'm African, right? If my mom makes okra soup, I like okra soup. If she puts oxtails in there, if she puts pig's feet in there, yeah, there's going to be a smell to it. Not because I grew up to that stuff too, though. Because I grew up to that stuff, I'm like, okay, to me it doesn't bother me. But if I go to like a workplace with a whole bunch of other people, the smell of it, if you're not used to it, it might make you uncomfortable. So it's not fair to other people in the workplace for me to bring my Ivorian dishes to the workplace. Now, if you talk about like fried food, like we have like, or even grilled food, right? Like if you grill meat, you grill chicken, usually grilled food doesn't have smells like that. So there are certain Ivorian dishes that I would feel comfortable bringing to work because they don't have smell, right? But when it comes to them soup and them stews, I don't know about that part. And them wild meat we put in there, you should never bring anything that has goat meat in there to the office. It is not fair to these people. Whether they are white American, black American, Latino American, if they're not used to that kind of stuff, they could like the whole office can smell the whole place. There's a reason why you don't bring fried food in certain places. It stinks. The grease has a smell to it. So you have to eat other kinds of dishes, right? Just like when people go to the Met Gala. Like Kiki Palmer went to the Met Gala and she got roasted for that because she was complaining about the food at the Met Gala. But and that's what I'm trying to say. Once again, status, being used to certain things, right? Because if you're used to certain things, you understand. These kinds of places, you don't really go there to eat. When rich people invite you over, you're not going there to fill up your tummy. You're supposed to actually eat before you go. You're not supposed to eat all the whole food. Even on a date, you shouldn't even eat the whole food. Because you're supposed to fill up your belly before you go. It's just good manners. And if you're not from that world, it's confusing to you. And that's why I'm saying, that's why certain people, they don't allow certain people in their circles because they don't feel like explaining this stuff to you because it's too much. There's a time and place for everything. That's the reason why when you get on a plane, first class, business class, they tend to serve certain kinds of food because they don't want the whole place to be smelly. Because everybody else everybody else is stuck on that plane for how many hours? It is not fair to bring food out here that reeks, that like, even when you catch flights, you haven't gone through that, but you'll catch flights from like Abidjan to Paris. And in coach, you'll have some people who bring stew, they bring like okra soup, they bring like palm soup. I'm like, fam, you can't do this. And then the whole plane, the people in the coach, they have to smell that for the whole time until the plane lands in Paris. So like 6 hours. That is not fair to people. And that's people not understanding that the way you move, you also got to think about how it affects other people. Life is not just about you. And that's even the point of being a Christian that I think flies a lot over people's head, especially in this country. Because in America, people are so entitled. People are so in love with themselves. Me. They think they're them. It's so important. It's like, no, boo-boo, you're cute. And I know you mean a lot to your mom. You probably mean a lot to your dad, but you're not that relevant. You're not that relevant. Like, who are you that you cannot confirm? Everybody else is conforming. And being a Christian is about conforming. Being a Christian is about community. Being a Christian is about doing what's good for everybody, not just you. So if you recognize that your attire makes people uncomfortable, if that's your church family, if that's your husband, if you want to be first lady, you will do things to not cause people to have issues. And that's even what the Bible says. But it's like everybody wants to be an influencer Christian. Nobody need that. Because the real OGs will always be Peter, Paul, Stephen, James, whatever, John. You're not going to be one of them. God is not looking for influencer Christians. Oh, I'm here to change things up. We don't need your help. You can't raise the dead. And my thing is, I could understand. If somebody really was anointed like that with the Holy Spirit, that you could raise the dead. Like if you could raise the dead and you were like, oh, because I can raise the dead, I want to dress this way. I'm like, I mean, she can raise the dead. Cannot do not one single miracle. Can't even hold a prayer for more than 30 minutes. And you're causing this much turmoil in the church. It is not okay. It is not okay. Maybe they do. I don't know. It doesn't really matter to me. I just identify as a Christian. Somebody could identify as a Muslim. Me, it don't bother me. Because I can never sit here and be like, oh, wow, my way is the best way. I don't know. This is the way I know because of my family. Okay? But it's like, if you want to belong, if you want to be part of a family, you do what it takes to blend in the family. And that's what church is. We all have to change certain things about ourselves to be able to go to church, to attend church, and to not create chaos in the church. Because the Bible even says that, woe to the person who creates chaos in the church. The church is not a place to stand out. The church is not the place to be a celebrity. Because in the church, Jesus is the celebrity. And that's hard for a lot of people. Because in America, they tell you, make everything about yourself. Church is not about you. Church is about Jesus. It's about Jesus. And today, you look at these modern day Christian, modern day pastors, these rock and roll pastors, these influencer pastors, and it's like, it's about their fashion. It's about their style. You got people in here. How disrespectful. You got people in here dying, going through divorces, losing their jobs, losing their minds. They fighting cancer. A lot of people who come to church have real problems. And here you are doing a fashion show. Here you are making about your clothes and your designer. Like, this is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. And when church is over, they're gone. They don't even stay behind to pray for people, to lay hands on people. Don't even know who the church members are. Because they come into church to be influencers. They're coming to church to be famous. No, the only celebrity in the church is Jesus Christ. And if that's not okay with you, then go. You don't have to be a Christian. Just like people were like I was watching Rodney the Voice this morning. No, last night. I was watching Rodney the Voice this morning. And he was like, oh, that's why people don't fuck with the church. And I'm like, Rodney, respectfully, right? Respectfully, Rodney, no one cares. No one cares. The whole premise of becoming a Christian is to have salvation. It's to have everlasting life. If you feel like you don't care, you don't want the church, more power to you. God gives everybody free will. People swear that people want the church to be full. No. You don't think Jesus only had 12 apostles? Please think about that. If he wanted to have 1,000, he could have. If he wanted to have 1,000,000 apostles, he could have. You think people didn't come to him like after all these miracles talk about, oh, can I join you? A man that can turn water into wine. Imagine the number of people who want to follow him. A man that raises people from the dead. This lady out here, she's bleeding for 12 years. Spent all kinds of money. Went to so many doctors. The lady's actually crawling. Like, the situation is so bad. And maybe it's endometriosis, maybe it's fibroids, I don't know. But the situation is so bad that the lady is crawling to get to him. Crawling. You don't think that if he wanted to make her a disciple, he could have? Jesus could have had beaucoup disciples. He said, nah, I only want 12. So don't ever get it twisted and feel like the church needs to be full and packed. No. No. Because the masses love to be wrong in group. Go ahead. But it's better, and even the Bible says that. It's better to have a small group of people that are committed than a whole bunch of people and people behaving like goats and mules. Please go. Because the church is not a place of disorder. The church is a place of obedience. The church is a place of worship. It's not a nightclub. It's not a social club. It is not a place where you go to show off and show out. The only celebrity in the church is Jesus. And if you can't understand that, if you cannot agree with that, you ain't got to be here. You think Jesus is going to cry boohoo tears because you didn't come to church? He don't care. Because whatsoever a man sows, you'll have to reap. It's your soul. People got to stop thinking that people is pressed for their souls to be saved. No one cares. And truly, no one cares. When Mary Magdalene comes with the expensive perfume and she washes his feet, that thing is $400 an ounce. Go on Google, you'll find out. Alabaster is almost like $395 an ounce. Judas says to Jesus, yo, we could use this money to feed the poor. What Jesus say? He said, the poor shall always be with you. So you recognize that even him, Jesus, in his ministry and doing what he was doing, he wasn't trying to save everybody. He wasn't trying to save every poor person. No. He was trying to save the people that were his. He was worried about his assignment. Darius was his assignment. Lazarus was his assignment. Zacchaeus was his assignment. The Samaritan lady at the well, she was his assignment. His 12 apostles, they were his assignment. And he was content with his assignment. I don't know, but I never really thought much about it because I don't know their zodiac signs, right? It could be. So people got to stop. The church could be empty. It don't matter. As long as one person is saved, that's all that matters. Because we know by design, people are rebellious. So the church will never be full. And that's why these pastors have to lie and put on a show and always try to make you feel good instead of telling y'all the truth to fill up the church because they want money. But in all honesty, if most of these pastors were financially secure, they wouldn't even care if the church was full or not. The church is not YouTube. The church is not social media where you're trying to get as many followers as possible. No. And to be very honest with you, when the church gets to a certain level, the church should be broken. Because as a pastor, the condition is you are responsible for all these people. Your soul, like when you die, you're going to have to give an account for all the people in your church. If you got 5,000, 6,000 members, God forbid, one of these members goes and kills somebody. Huh? I don't want to be responsible for that. So that's why mega churches are actually against the word of God. Mega churches are anti-Jesus. They're anti-gospel. Because you cannot pastor all these people. So what should happen is this big ass church should be broken down into maybe like churches of 500, churches of 100, right? And then over each church now you appoint a pastor. Now maybe once a month, all these little churches can convene together and worship as one. But a pastor needs to have an everyday, not every day, but he needs to have a personal relationship with his church members. Like this right here is pretty much a church because most of y'all, I know y'all by name. I know who you are. So if God was like, oh my gosh, Marlene, yesterday Mrs. H came, you didn't say hi to her. Even if I've never seen her face, but I'd be like, oh wow, I know her face. She always comes on my live. If God said, oh, how's Abigail doing? I said, oh, I saw Abigail yesterday. Right? If God says, oh, Marlene, where's Abby? I said, oh, let me see real quick. I know how to get in contact with her. Like, not to be funny, but the majority of y'all don't told you, oh, he was here trolling again, right? But if God was to ask me, where you people been? I could tell him. Oh, I spoke to Elliot yesterday. Oh, I saw Kevin like 2 days ago. As a pastor, that's what you should be able to do. Some pastors don't even know who's in the church. And they take love offering from these people. Some pastors don't even know who's in the church. And they take tithes from these people. But God forbid, one of your people, they commit suicide. You're going to be responsible for that. So it's not even intelligent. It's not even intelligent. That's the whole point. Oh, Libby, did you get your palette? Right? You see what I mean? Like, that's the whole point of having deaconess. A deacon and a deaconess. They should be appointed over these people. The church should be broken into like groups of 100, groups of 200, whatever you think you can manage, right? So that way you know. Now, if and it could be like group, like home churches, whatever. It could be like we have our own church, but then every Sunday we come together. But it's like you should be able to know who these people are. But you don't even know them, but you want their money. You don't know them, but you want their love offering. God forbid something happens to these people. You are responsible. You're responsible. And that's what Jethro said to Moses. You cannot manage all these people. You took them out of Egypt. You are responsible for them, Moses. God forbid something happens to these people. So he listened to Jethro and he started appointing people. That's the whole point of having judges, like Gideon being a judge, because these are too many people to manage. It's too many people. You are responsible for these people. It's not a joke. But people put their ego in ministry. And that's the same thing with DeVon. That's just like, for me, Marlene, I have some issues with Meagan. But not that much. Because Meagan is a secular woman. She's a secular woman who tried to play church to get the man she wanted. She's secular. So I'm not going to be too mad at her because she don't know no better. She knows something a little better, but when it comes to church stuff, when it comes to spirituality stuff, she don't know no better. My issue here is truly with DeVon. That's truly with DeVon. Because you knew what you were you cannot be. I'm like, you guys, I'm being so serious. You cannot have grown up in the church. Hey, Lude, you cannot be a pastor and be like, oh, if I marry her, it's going to be okay. Because you know the woman in the church going to tear this girl apart. You know she's not going to be able to sustain the pressure of the church because you know what the church looks for. And when you are a pastor, especially a single pastor, when you are a pastor that's very attractive, when you are a pastor that's eligible, when you think of oh, Jesus, y'all make me talk too much today. You know all the girls in the church. How many girls do you think were in the church? They grew up in the church. They were raised in the church. They have no issue doing what the church says because that's how they were conditioned. Who probably prayed and fasted and waited on DeVon. They did the right thing. And here goes DeVon. He goes and he marries Meagan. A woman in her own essence goes against everything the Bible talks about. You see what I'm saying? How unfair is that to those who follow the rule? Like, if I follow the rule, you should be looking at me. Why you the pastor? You preaching to me as to what I should do as a woman of God. But you go and marry a woman who's ungodly. Not trying to be offensive. We're talking church stuff. According to church standard, Meagan is ungodly. So it means that you, pastor, what you preach is not what you live. And when you look at Meagan, you should have been able to say, sis, I know you love me and you want to love me. But if I take you to my family, if I take you to where I belong, my people will not love you. My people will torment you. And you see, and this is the same issue that happened with Peninnah and Hannah. Hannah could not have children. She couldn't have children. Peninnah was having a whole bunch of children. She kept having babies back to back to back to back because she recognized that Hannah could not conceive. So she would intentionally get pregnant to torture Hannah. Oh, yes, y'all need to read the Bible. 1 Samuel, you go in there, you read that by yourself. And so Hannah, the husband, he's polygamous. He has 2 wives. He has Peninnah and he has Hannah. They rhyme, but they don't like each other. Okay? So it caused her so much sorrow. I can only imagine because I've seen women who have issues conceiving, the way it makes them like really depressed and stuff like that. So I can only imagine. So he would always give her more gifts. He would always buy her more things because he knew she didn't have children. And he knew that Peninnah was getting pregnant back to back to back to back to back to hurt her. So what he would do for Hannah, he gave her more gifts. He bought her things, but it wasn't enough. And so he says to her, oh, wife, Anna, when you look at all the things I give you, plus my love, am I not like a son to you that you should be able to love me as a mother? Like kind of like saying like, love me as your son so that the way your soul is hurting, it's going to start hurting less. She said, no, your gifts, that's not enough. Your love is not enough. And I could try to look at you as my son, but the thing is, you're not my son. So no, it's not enough. So under yearly, because like every year they would go and do the pilgrimage, They went to worship. This is where you have Prophet Eli. Because there's Prophet Eli, there's Prophet Elijah, and there's Prophet Elijah, right? There's Elijah, there's Elisha, but there's Prophet Eli. So they go into the house of worship, and she's sitting there. Woo, 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 like, I'm sure it's like crazy. Because the prophet looks at her, and he says, how dare you, woman, come into the house of God drunk? She said, no, I'm not drunk. But the pain is so much, the agony. And I can only imagine what it is to be a woman, to want children, and it never happens for you. I can only imagine how badly that has to hurt. So he's like, oh, she's not drunk. She's in pain. Because there's something she wants so dearly, and she doesn't know what to do. Her husband has money, but this is not something you can buy. Her husband loves her, but that's not enough love to cause her to forget that she's sterile. The stuff is real. So then the prophet Eli says to her, stop crying. By this time next year, you'll get pregnant. And it happened. And that baby was Prophet Samuel. You see, even as a husband, you can try your very best, but you'll never be enough. And you should know this. She's not fit for church. She's not fit for church people. She was not trained. And I'm not trying to be offensive. I'm really not. So please don't come for me. You know, to be a wife, you don't guess, right? You know what I mean? You don't guess. She's not a godly woman, Maisha. Stop it. Okay? And the thing about it, too, I'm going to address what Maisha said. She's not a godly woman. According to the scripture, the Bible, she's not a godly woman. And that's the thing. And I've recognized this a lot. I'm going to say two things, right? One thing I've recognized with people have a tendency of making God and the attributes of God and the temperament of God based on how their lifestyle is. God is not God if everything you do, he agrees with. That's not possible. Even in this life, it's not enough to say, oh, I'm president. No, because like, Marlene, you're not in the White House. Okay? I don't have a barricade. I don't have CIA. It's not just enough to say, oh, I am the president of the United States of America. It's not enough. There are certain attributes. There's a certain lifestyle. There's a certain kind of security. There's some kind of power and money. I can't look outside and see the garden and see Air Force One. No, it's not enough. God is not, you don't build God according to your lifestyle. And that's the problem with so many people. When they have things they love to do, when they have sins that they love to do, they say, oh, God is okay with that. That's not God. That's your ego. Because God is not God if your lifestyle, God approves with everything in your life. No, God is supposed to be a standard that you aspire to. God is a standard, a high standard. God is a very high standard. But people have a tendency of, oh, I will make God in my own image. That's an idol. That's not God. That is not God. So understand the clear distinction between an idol and God. When you're talking about El Shaddai, if you're talking about Yahweh, if you're talking about the he that he is, the God, the master of the universe, you shouldn't even have enough courage to say, oh, I'm godly. Because can nobody say that anyways? But if we're going to talk into church terms, a godly woman cannot go out here with her titties out, her this out. No. Especially a first lady. But because this is America and the church is about idol worshiping and not truly the worship of God, people do all kinds of foolishness. And they say, oh, God knows my heart. It don't matter. It don't matter. Your heart. Why can't your heart show your submission to the Lord? God knows my heart. Somebody kills his wife. Oh, God knows my heart. Somebody does this. God knows my heart. All right, look, can we stop? Your heart. You think you're that important? God knows my heart. God, most people tried their best. And when you don't want to try your best, but God knows my heart, and these most narcissistic, egocentric people who do the most harm to other people, God knows my heart. If God knows your heart, when is it going to be the time that you change your heart? When is it going to be the time that you experience true circumcision? And this is what the Apostle Paul talks about. But like I said, if you're not a church person, if you didn't grow up in the word, this don't apply to you because you won't understand it. Because submission is insane to secular people. When you talk to people of the world, ungodly people, about submission, they lose their minds because they don't understand. When you talk to ungodly people, secular people, about sacrifice, it's to them, it's an insult. What you mean? I need to sacrifice? I need to change myself. What you mean? I gotta change myself. I gotta compromise. You mean to tell me I need like as if you're that important. As if you're that important. You got the American government out. You got the American government out here. White people who are full of pride, who have won many, many wars. Then people come straight out of Rome and Sparta. They got to compromise with Saudi Arabia. Prince Mohammed is 35 years old, and he decides the price of oil. 35 years old. People have to compromise with Prince Mohammed because he's Saudi Arabia. He is the crown prince of Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia is the head of OPEC. They decide the prices. Saudi Arabia sets the price for the oil. Everybody went to beg him. Prophet Muhammad, Prince Muhammad, please bring the price down. Because when the price of oil goes up, inflation goes up. I don't care. I don't care. Grown people have to negotiate with a 35-year-old because he sets the rate of inflation. And you, who are you? What do you own? What do you have? You mean I have to change? You mean I have to compromise for marriage? You mean I have to fit into my husband's ministry? Then do not get married, Abby. Don't get married. Is it by force? Do not get married. Go. It's free. Go. I don't understand some people. That's number one. Number two, and I was talking about that with my little sister. Because I said a lot of girls amuse me. Like I see so much goofy stuff. And I just think it's so goofy, right? So you've been having sex since you were 14. You've been having sex since you were 17. You've been smashing all kinds of dudes, right? But now, when you find the one that you say God told you that's your husband, now you want to practice celibacy. Like, make that shit make sense. Can you imagine? And sometimes I listen to the guys, like I listen to the dudes, like sometimes I listen to the red pill, blue pill community. I don't always agree with the dudes, but I can understand where some dudes are coming from, especially lead attorney. If you are a stand-up guy, right? If you are a stand-up guy, you got your job, you make great money, you have a great career, you're very handsome, you're super tall, like you have everything going on for yourself. Like you a boss. When you go to your job, people respect you. When you show up in life, people respect you. You got a girl who used to give her vagina to rappers, give her vagina to drug dealers. She used to give her vagina for Chili's. She used to give her vagina for Uber Eats. You're just giving the pussy up for pretty much whatever. Now that you meet a serious dude that wants to marry you, now your ass is celibate. If you don't get the fuck out of my face with your fuckery fuck shit, you see what I mean? And it's like you have people who go through life ignoring God. They live how they want to live. They share their vagina how they want to share. The city girls up by 1,000. City girls up by 5,000. City girls up by 10,000, right? They do whatever they want to do with their vagina. Oh, and you can't tell me what to do. You can't tell me what to do. You're body shaming me. You're body shaming me. Cool. But when you used to have sex like that, and now you're becoming celibate just because, now he's the one you want. So now you're going to pretend to be a virgin. You think, if I'm celibate, God's going to restore my hymen. No, once your hymen's been busted, it's been busted. There's no restoring your hymen. God's not going to do a miracle to restore your hymen. If God is out here doing miracles, he got to go take care of them children at St. Jude's Hospital who have cancer. You need to learn to deal with your actions. And you need to learn to deal with the fact that you mishandled your vagina. And that's why I like Six Goddess. There's a young lady here called Six Goddess. She's very beautiful. And she talks about ladies that have very bad vagina management. And I agree with her. You have to deal with that. You don't get to go into a spiritual retreat. You don't get to say, I'm not going to have sex for 9 months because somehow you think God's going to do a miracle and you're going to be a new virgin. No, your hymen is busted. It is busted. And you have to sit there as an adult and talk to yourself about why did I allow myself to have such bad vagina management? and make peace with that, right? And then moving forward, it is what it is, right? But when you say, oh, now I'm gonna be celibate, are you not like body shaming yourself? Because if you're proud of what you've done, then claim that shit. Why are you becoming celibate? Why are you gonna be celibate for? You're not a virgin. And you would never, even if God somehow mysteriously restored your hymen, you will never forget what sex feels like. You will never forget. So he can restore your hymen, but in your mind, you will always be a freak because a freak you are. Her name is Six, like the number 6 and goddess. She's like, I'm a goddess, so I'm sensitive, right? She's very pretty, right? So it's like, it's stupid. It's stupid. This whole I'm celibate before marriage thing, to me, is stupid. You've been having sex with a whole bunch of dummies. Not that you think that you got the right one, he should wait. And it's like, let me say it to y'all, because if most of y'all, you're a woman, so you're going to understand me better this way, right? It's like, if you're a woman, right, and you date this guy, right? We're not talking about people who are abused. Stop with the bullshit like that. Stop with the bullshit. Because every time we have a conversation, remember, if a woman is beaten, should she stay in her marriage? Obviously not. Duh, don't apply, okay? When we're talking about poor pussy management, you cannot talk about a child who was abused. How do you bring this stuff in there? Don't do that. Don't do that or I'll block you. Because we all have good sense. And when you look at me and when I speak, I think I'm quite eloquent enough and I think I'm quite reasonable enough for you to understand that a child being abused is not comparable to a woman who does whatever. That's a child. That's a child. We can't even talk about vagina management for a child. That's a child. Why are people even in her vagina? Because I don't play about child abuse. I don't play about child abuse, but I'm talking about people, grown people who say, yo, I will sleep with whoever I want because that's how I feel like. I'm talking about grown people who like to engage in casual sex and random hookups. Children are children. And that's not fair to even throw that in here. Just like every time we talk about marriage, if you're a woman, you should try to pray for your marriage. But what if a woman's getting beat? Why would she even stay in that situation? Because that could end up in murder. So don't do that. Like, that really upsets me. Like, please don't do that. We're talking about grown people here. We're not talking about extreme cases. Because that's really sad. That's really sad. And it happens to a lot of people. And a lot of my friends were also very abused. Like, I don't play about stuff like that. We're talking about grown people like, I'm a woman. I'm a grown woman. I can do whatever I want. That's what we're talking about here. We're talking about adult people and their poor choices. Okay, cool. You know what I'm saying? But so since most of y'all ladies, let me say it this way, right? Imagine you date a guy or you meet a guy and he says to you, oh, Mrs. H, or he says Libby, or he says, oh, Marlene, I really love you. Like, I think I really want to marry you. And you know, in the past, all my girlfriends, I used to buy them a Mercedes, like a G-Wagon. All my exes have a G-Wagon because, you know, I thought they were the one. So I used to buy them Mercedes G-Wagons. I used to buy them a Mercedes S-Class. I used to buy them this, and that. But you know what, Mrs. H? You know what, Libby? You know what, who else is here? Lizzie? Y'all know what? But you know what? I love you so much. And I think you're the one. I think I'm going to propose to you. So I'm not going to buy you a G-Wagon because I want to see what's in your heart. I want you to take the bus. I want you to walk. You're like, excuse me? What did he say to me? Yes, Marlene. Girl, I know you're going to be my wife. I already have the ring saved up for you. I know God told me you're my wife. But I want you to take the bus because in the past, I used to just give away cars. I used to just give away these Mercedes and these G-Wagons, right? But now that you're the one for me, right? I think you should walk. I think if you take the bus, it will prove to me that you're not here for my money. I mean, y'all, like, seriously, on some real shit, you gonna get your ass cussed out. So you mean to tell me every broad you dated, she got a G-Wagon? Huh? Oh, come back again, fam. Hold on. You bought every girl you dated a G-Wagon. Yes, Marlene. I remember last time, too. The last girl, I took her G-Wagon to Missouri. You took it to Missouri? Yeah. And it had all the upgrades, da-da-da-da. So how much was the car? It was like $200,000. So your last girlfriend has a $200,000 car. They're like, yeah. And you want me to take the bus? Yeah. Right? Because you love me, right? If you were giving every girlfriend of yours, and you didn't marry not one of them heifers, right? Every single girlfriend of yours, right, has a G-Wagon. If you say you want to marry me, you should buy me a Rolls Royce. I am trying to be funny, y'all. If you bought a bunch of random girls that you didn't marry, that you were just playing with, they got a G-Wagon, if it comes to me and you say, oh, you gonna marry me and you have the ring and God told you I'm the one, I should get a Rolls Royce. I shouldn't take the bus. I should get a Rolls Royce. You should put me in something that sets me aside from all your other exes. Like, so your exes, they got the G-Wagon, but the wife, she got a Rolls Royce. And please, let it be a Wraith. I like coupes. I sure do. Okay? But you don't say to somebody, oh, I give every man my vagina. They beat me, they cuss at me, they barely call me, they cheated, they barely call me back, never met their family. But you, a respectable man like this, a Bible man, a pastor, a responsible adult, you got good money, you got good credit, you got good body, right? I'm gonna make you wait. Excuse me? No, 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 he shouldn't wait. Because if you didn't wait for all these bums, he shouldn't wait. If anything, he should get the best sex you have ever given any of your exes. I don't understand that part. And that's the thing I would tell my sons. If she gave her vagina away to a bunch of random people, you, my son, she should not make you wait. She should give you the best sex you've ever had in your natural life. Everything she's ever had, she should give that to you to set you apart from these other men. Oh, yes, I said what I said, and you heard me, and I'm Christian, and one day maybe I'll be a pastor, and I'll say the same thing in my church. Why should a good guy who's a good person wait? But all the bad boys already know what this stuff tastes like. Am I a sucker to you? Am I a punk to you? Is that like stupid right on my forehead? I think like this got to be a joke, right? And I have one of my little sis, she did the same thing on this whole celibacy thing, right? With the guy she met. And she was practicing her celibacy. He was smashing. Then she got upset because he was smashing. I'm like, no. But who are you to demand that another person stop their sex life because you stopping your sex life? If you want to go on this weird ass spiritual journey of going celibate, more power to you. Keep on lying to yourself, right? Keep on lying to yourself. I'm celibate. I'm celibate. You don't need to be celibate. You need to really ask yourself, why was I making poor choices in men like that? Why was it so easy for me to just give away the vagina? You don't need to go on a celibacy tour. Nobody cares. Because you're going to be celibate and you're going to keep still making the same stupid choices. So you closing your leg is not the problem. The problem, what's in here? What's in your head? Your thought process is the problem. That's the real problem. That does not make sense to me. But anyways, because it sounds good when you sell books. It sounds good to sell to people, whatever. But they come to find out, they were not really celibate. Because they talked so much. So little by little, it came out that, sometimes they would sleep in a bed together. Sometimes they would sleep in a bed together. So I'm like, okay, so y'all practice celibacy. You're attractive, she's attractive. And we're supposed to sit here and be like, oh yeah, they slept in the bed together and nothing happened. Like, what do you people take us for? What do you people take us for? You know what I'm saying? If you a pastor and you recognize that you had sex with one of the sheep, don't try to spin this whole lie of celibacy. Don't try to spin this whole lie, we waited for marriage because you want to bamboozle the church and you don't want to get fired from the church and you don't want to have to lose your tithes and your love offerings from the church. Come honest and come clean. Yes, church, it's true. I preached about waiting until marriage, but I didn't. Because when I look at this girl and how fine she was, I couldn't control myself. And it's cool because Meagan is very beautiful. Meagan is very beautiful. So you're like, yeah, I could control myself. So we slept together. But don't spin this whole lie of like, we practice celibacy. Then one day you sit on a different TV show. Sometimes I would go to her apartment for Bible study. Sure. Then it's like, then I would stay. Like sometimes I would spend the night. Then sometimes we slept in the same bed together. So y'all slept in the same bed. Two grown people who've had sex before. Like, make it make sense. Two grown, attractive people who've had sex before, who say they love each other, and God told them they're going to get married. We're supposed to believe that y'all got in the bed together, and y'all never had sex. Like, what do y'all take us for? What do you take people for? Lack of honesty. So let me go back to DeVon, because my biggest beef is truly with DeVon out here, right? So number one, you knew who she was. Because like the rest of us, we all grew up with Meagan Good. You knew who she was. You knew what she did. You've heard, right? You've heard the numerous songs that many rappers have made about Meagan. You know who Meagan was. You know what I'm saying? And you know who you are. So when you looked at her, you knew that what your ministry is, what your calling is, what your purpose is. She's not the woman of your purpose. She's an attractive woman, but she's not a woman of your purpose. That's number one. Number two, I watched the impressive thing, right? I watched the impressive thing. He said that Meagan smoked. Meagan drank. Like Meagan had a lot of vices, right? He said that. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? He said those things like she had to drink. She was drinking, she was smoking, and he said that he had to compromise. He said it. If you go watch the Impressive thing, right? If you go watch Impressive, she just did a video after me. You go watch that on Impressive. She said that she had things he did that even him as a man of God, he should be like, yo, I can't marry her. You know what I'm saying? And I think the issue here, because I've seen this a lot, because I grew up in the church, right? I grew up in the church, okay? So I know a lot of these games that these church boys be out here playing. Because this Devin dude, he's a double-faced heifer. He's a double-faced heifer. Listen to me carefully, right? If as a minister, he knows the kind of woman he should marry. When he says things like he has to compromise, so it means you as a man of God, you know what you should and should not marry. But because you wanted what your flesh wanted, you started making compromises, right? You started making excuses. You even became the devil's advocate because you wanted what you wanted. You brought confusion in the church out here because you wanted to legitimize a poor choice. And I'm not saying that Meagan is not a good woman. Meagan is not, she's not from the church. She's out there. But for him, as a pastor, as a minister, as somebody who goes around preaching God's word with the Bible, she's a poor choice for his ministry. Because a woman, a wife, is supposed to be a helpmate. A wife is supposed to help her husband build whatever he's building. She's supposed to be a helpmate. So he has a ministry. His job is to take God's word, talk about Jesus, and help people transform their lives. So she's not a good helpmate for that purpose. Like if he was a rapper, if he was a hip hop person, if he was a mainstream person, she's a good helpmate for that because she has the look. She has the, like, if he was Puff Daddy, if he was Jay-Z, if he was, I don't know, whoever's out there that's really if he was DJ Khaled, if he was Drake, right? Meagan has the perfect look for that ministry. She has the perfect look. Because she's more the wife of a celebrity. She is more the wife of a rapper, an entertainer, like somebody who's in the limelight, a football player, a basketball player, a soccer player. She will be the perfect wife for that ministry. But when your ministry is saving people, when your ministry is praying for folks, when your ministry is church ministry, you have a ministry of service. You have a ministry of humility. You have a ministry of, you got to be out there for the people. She ain't it. She's not it. And he knew that. But he wanted what he wanted. So then he started using the Bible. He started using the word of God to legitimize a choice that never should have happened in the first place. That's criminal. That's abuse of power. Number three, I don't know what point I'm on. Another point I'm going to make. When you listen to their story, because I watched a few of their stuff, because people replayed their videos, right? Meagan said that she was coming out of a bad breakup, right? So I'm assuming it was pretty bad. And maybe the guy she broke up with, she really loved him. She really felt like he was the one. And then the breakup happened, and I'm sure she was devastated. I've had breakups to the point, like, I cried myself to sleep. I cried myself to the point of having seizures. So I don't know how bad hers was, but I'm pretty sure it was pretty bad. So she was broken. She was vulnerable. She was lonely. She was sad. And here comes Devin, the good guy. He's sweet. He's charming. He prays. He says all the right things. Abuse of power. And that's why, I'm not trying to be disrespectful or funny, but you can take it however you want to take it, right? But that's why, for me, when you have some kind of spiritual power over somebody, when you have some kind of work office power over somebody, you should not date such a person because the lines will get blurred. The lines will get blurred. The lines will get blurred. And I remember one time, that's what, like, sometimes I don't really agree with lead attorney like that. But this is one day I agree with lead attorney. Because he said for him, as a lawyer, as a divorce attorney, he has had, you know what I mean? He has had female clients that he was representing. So when you're somebody's divorce attorney, y'all, divorce doesn't happen overnight, especially if you have children, if there's money, if y'all been together for over 10 years, there are so many assets, it takes a long time, right? And a lot of women, it's really hard for them going through a divorce. So he said, The ladies are they're vulnerable. They talk on the phone every day. You can talk to your lawyer every day or every other day for 6 months, for 12 months, for 18 months. And when you look at the lead attorney, he's a very attractive guy. So imagine if your lawyer is like six something, super rich, super handsome, black guy, sexy, bald headed, right? And you talk to him every day and he's consoling you. You forget that, oh, the reason why he's consoling me is because I'm paying him. Right? I'm his client. Of course he's going to pick up my call. He makes money when he picks up my call. So there comes a time after 6 months, after 9 months, 12 months, 18 months of speaking to lead attorney, and you just got divorced or you're going to a divorce, you're going to have feelings for him. Would you have had those feelings for him? Were you not in distress? Like if everything had gone well in your natural life, would you have had those feelings for him? No. The divorce brought you closer to him. The fact that he's your attorney and that you always have to talk to him, it even increases the intensity of those feelings. That's why most people have affairs with their coworkers. It's not because they truly want to have an affair with the coworker, but it's a lot easier when you share proximity to people every single day to develop feelings for that person. Most affairs are between the boss and the secretary or amongst coworkers because they're always there. So when you're always there with people, it's easier to have feelings for people because you see them all the time. You talk to them all the time. You make jokes all the time. So when you're having issues in your home and you and your husband not communicating well, you and your wife are not communicating well, your coworkers are like you're safe. They're like your other family. They even have a term in America where they say, oh, that's my work husband. That's my wife husband. That's my wife work. That's my what? That's my work husband. That's my work wife, right? It's like you formed a relationship, a close relationship with somebody of the opposite sex at your workplace. And so as soon as something goes wrong in the house, it's a natural inclination to be attracted to that person. Are you truly attracted to that person or you just lonely as fuck? Are you truly attracted to your coworker? Like on the normal search situation, if you met your coworker in life, right? In real life, going to Rouse's, going to Walmart, would you really be that attracted to them? Probably not. You know what I mean? It's like there are girls who they have a certain type, right? There are churches, there are females and guys who have a certain type, especially girls. They have a certain type, right? But it's like, if a guy is funny enough, she'll give him a chance. But he's not her type. But he's funny and she feels lonely. Have you ever been somewhere and you see a girl and a guy, you're like, why is she dating him? Has that ever happened to you? Where you see a girl with a guy and those two people, they don't match. You be like, huh? Why is she dating him? She's such a baddie. Sure, she's the baddie. But at the time when they hooked up, she was probably at her lowest. And he was the funny guy. He was the one who called. Whenever she needed him, he showed up. He made time for her. So it's not so much that she's attracted to him or he's her type, but he was there when she was at her lowest. So now all this stuff is confused because there's a feeling of gratitude, right? She's grateful. There's a feeling of loyalty, because he was there for me. I should be there for him. And so she feels like out of gratitude and out of loyalty for being her friend, for being there for her, when she was at her lowest, she owes it to him to love him in a sexual way, in a relationship way. And it's like, no, ain't nobody forced him to be there for you. You see what I mean? And a lot of ladies are in these relationships out of gratitude. They're in these relationships out of loyalty, not out of purpose, not out of, he's really my type. I fucks with him like that. I'm in love with every single part of his body. Like when I think of him, my panties get wet. Yes, I'm your pastor. The pastor also has sex, I have sex too, by the way. Like when I think of James, I'm going to be really honest with you. Did I meet James after a breakup? Yes, I did. But the thing about my Jimmy, though, I am seriously attracted to him. I got pregnant by James within we met in June, right? But was born. Yeah, we met in June. I was pregnant within 6 months. I was pregnant January-ish because James was born September 22. Yeah, so it's 9 months gestation, right? So I probably was probably pregnant around December, January-ish, right? Because I am seriously attracted to my husband, right? So it's So when you're naturally attracted to somebody, you want to have sex with them, you want to have kids with them, like it's a normal thing, right? But when you're telling me that you love a man, God told you this man your husband, but you don't want to have kids with the husband, some don't sit right in my spirit. Some don't, the math ain't mathing for me. Because when a woman is truly in love with somebody, not out of loyalty, not out of like, oh, he was there for me when I was down, not out of gratitude. When a woman really is in love with the man, most women, even Devin, there are girls out here just looking at Devin, they're going to get pregnant. That's how attracted they are to him. That's how in love they never just looking at him. I know this. There are people, there are probably girls who went to the church just because of how good he looks. There are girls who probably like just, oh my gosh, I could just have his baby. There are probably girls who go on these apps and mix their picture with his pictures and they have babies on the phone that look like him and her on the phone. So make it make sense that somebody tells you, oh, God told me this dude's my husband. No, y'all laughing, but I'm having real conversation with y'all, right? If somebody says to you, if Maggie sits here and be like, oh, Marlene, God told me that Jonathan was my husband. Marlene, I'm telling you, I heard it. God told me he was my husband. I said, okay, God told you that's your husband? Yes. And then Maggie comes here with the husband. Husband is fine as fuck. And then she says to us, but oh, I don't want to have children. I be like, Maggie, are you sure that's your husband? Because most women, when they are in love, y'all know what it looks like for a woman to be in love. When a woman is in love, and you go and you tell her that's not the man for you. When I tell you, friend, she gonna stop talking to you. Friend, she is going to stop. Hey, Nicole, she gonna stop talking to you. When a woman is in love with a man, she could lick him from the bald head all the way to his tippy toe. When a woman is in love, even if the man is completely wrong for her, if she's in love with her, if anybody in the family tries to tell her, God told me he's not the one for you, when I tell you she will stop talking to you, when I tell you she will stop being your friend, when I tell you she will block you and call you a hater, that's going to be your name on your phone. She going to erase your name. You're not going to be Marlene no more. You're going to be, that's the hater right there. Don't pick up. That's the hater. That's how she going to save your name. Regarde, coucou ma chérie. When a woman is in love, you cannot tell her this man ain't right for you. You could be her best friend. It just happened to Lacey recently, right? Because Lacey tried to tell her best friend that this three-back Dusty ain't the one. She stopped talking to Lacey for months. They used to talk every day. But as soon as Lacey let it be known how she felt about homeboy, girlfriend's like, nah, I can't talk to you no more because you against me loving him. And it was very hurtful for Lacey. I said, Lacey, when a woman is in love, sense, it goes out the window. Girlfriends, family, if anybody tries to tell her this man ain't for you, you are dead to her. Have you not seen ladies who get cheated on? They go back. You say, friend, this is not good for you. Friend, he's not the one for you. She goes right back. You never seen this? Have you ever seen ladies get beat up by a man and they go right back? The whole family be like, if you go back to him, we're no longer a family. If you go back to him, you're no longer my friend. They go back. Abby, for you, Abby, just because we're having a conversation, right? I don't think that you don't love your husband, Abby. I think you have resentment against your husband. I think you have resentment. And so because you have resentment against your husband, you hold a grudge. And you kind of like, you know what I mean? So you have chosen to withhold your love for him because you have resentment against him, right? But just let's leave it at that. Okay, let's just leave, because that's too much. That's too personal, right? But just like you have resentment, which is completely different. If you didn't have resentment, you know what I'm talking about. Because in you, we both Africans out here. You're Nigerian. I almost said I'm Nigerian, you're Ivorian. But yeah, I'm Nigerian, you're Ivorian, right? So as African women, you know what it is to love a husband. Because we've been trained that way. So you know what to do. You just don't want to do it because you have resentment. That's a whole different conversation. Does that make sense? So it's like, I'm saying like, imagine a situation where you're a man, right? And many random females out here will gladly be your side chick, will gladly be a side chick with a baby, right? Most women out here, if you were to marry them, especially the church family, right? If you was to pick a girl within the church family, they would have a baby like this overnight, okay? overnight. So imagine being a man, and most females will give you a kid. They will give you a child. But the woman who's married to you, the woman who says on national TV, God told me you my husband. God told me he was my husband. I was celibate because I wanted to be the best wife for her. Imagine a woman who says all of that. But then she says to this man, I don't want to procreate with you. Make that make sense. And as a man, how would any man feel? And even though you might be a woman, but vice versa. Imagine if you are a woman too. And a man says, oh, you're my wife. You're my wife. I love you so much. God told me you were meant to be my wife, but I don't want to have children with you. You're like, husband. But if you don't want to have children with me, who will you have children with? I'm confused. How would you feel as a woman if your husband said to you, he loves you, God told him you were meant to be his wife, but he does not want to have children with you? She could have fertility issues. I don't know. But today, in this day and age, though, even if somebody has fertility issues, you can get surrogates. They have surrogates. A lot of people believe in surrogacy. They can do surrogates. So you can adopt. There are a lot of black children in foster care who need families. You can adopt. But the reality is, Meagan is truly married to her career. Her career is her husband. Her career is her child. Her career is her everything. Does that make sense? Because when you are married to somebody that you love, woman married to a man married to a woman, but you say, oh, I at least want to have one child so we can have an heir because we work so hard. We have all this success. We have all this money. Who are we going to leave this stuff to? Who are we going to leave this stuff to? And so if somebody says, God told me he's my husband. No, that's not true. He wants children. You'll see he'll have a kid very soon. Wait and see. He's going to have a kid very soon. If he does not already have a child on the way. Because why would you announce your divorce like right before Christmas? So maybe somebody out there is pregnant. Maybe somebody out there is already pregnant. Maybe he's already in a relationship with a woman who's going to give him a baby. You guys, wait. They're not done yet. Right? But I'm like, there are many things. And it's the same thing. It's the same thing that happened between Tammy and her man, right? Because Tammy knew from the jump that there was a 17-year age difference. And she knew from the jump that this dude wanted to have a kid. She knew that. She knew. Like, there's no way. You can, the guy that Tammy is with, right? The guy that Tammy's with, he's also a football player. So I'm assuming he has money. I'm assuming he has some kind of money. He played football. I'm assuming he has something. He definitely has a name. Oh, thank you, Mrs. A. I love you, sis. Thank you for loving me. I love you right back, okay? I'm assuming he has a name. He played football. And most men who play football, you see the same thing with DeVon. For African Americans, listen, I'm married to an African American too, right? But it's like, if you're married to an African American, there are certain things that really matter a lot to these African American men. They're Air Jordans, right? But like, if they've played football, if they played a sport, they cannot wait to have a son and have the son play the football, play the basketball, and then they're gonna put the last name on the jersey. Like, yeah, that's my son, that's my boy, that's my boy. Have you seen my boy? Like, if I don't know, but I'm not even from African American. I'm not even African American like that. But I can tell you, being around y'all cousins and being married to, so y'all my in-laws, right? So being married to James like that, like, I know for them, at least having one kid is very, because even when we were dating too, he was like, oh, we should call our son Trey. I was really, oh, would you be okay with, and I remember, because it's later, it hit me. I was like, yo, was I selected for this? Because I was really concerned about, like, if James had, like, marriage in his bloodline. Because I'm like, you can't do what you had never seen before. But he would always ask me questions about, like, children. And he would always ask me a question about, like, oh, we should call our son Trey. Like, he would talk about Trey. I was so confused. What is this Trey business? Because I remember when I was in high school, there was a guy named Trey. Come to find out, in America, Black American culture, when you're the third, your nickname is Trey. I didn't know what this Trey business was about. But what the heck is a Trey? So, like, that's why we name our son James, because in their family, every firstborn is named James. And initially, I didn't want to. I'm like, because I was like, who are you? Like, what have you accomplished? Like, I'm African, so maybe that's disrespectful. I don't mean to be offensive, but in my African mind, I said to James, like, who are you? And hey, Mimi, I saw your order. Come to find out your name is Erica. I said, what is y'all with these double identities? I shipped your stuff I signed you up for updates yesterday. I hope you love your palette. I'm like, Erica. And I was like, what? And then I saw the email. I was like, look at Mimi right there. You didn't even write a note. But thank you, Mimi. I appreciate you. I shipped your stuff. I hope you love it. So it's when he was born. 'Cause his name is James the third. I was like, oh, so Trey Trey is a name for the third. I said, Lord Jesus, this man don't scam me. I was being scammed the whole time. I wasn't aware of that. But when we were dating, like he also wanted to make sure that I was comfortable having kids, right? We met like right around his birthday in June. I was pregnant, like I got pregnant like December and January-ish. And then the September, James was born. Like it was really, that's why I'm confused when people are like, oh, I don't want to, I'm so confused. Like always throws me for a loop, right? And like, mind you, we were broke and we were having kids. So, I mean, I had one kid, not many kids, but we were in college having kids out here. So, but that's really important to them. You look at DeVon. DeVon, he used to play, DeVon and Kadeen, like he used to play football. Things happen, whatever. But like his boy is playing football now, and he's so proud. His boy plays football. His nephews, his brother's sons are also playing football. I think the boys on the same team, and they all have the name Ellis on their jersey. Like they go crazy. Like I don't know. African American men, they go crazy for shit like that. Like having a son, and then they go dress like I remember too when baby James was born, because we from DC. And James, his dad, James used to be, but they were big supporters of the Redskins, right? So the boys had like baby James had a bunch of Redskins shirt. Like every Sunday, he would dress baby James in Redskins outfit. My mom would give baby James a shower. He would dress him in like Redskins. What's it called? A onesie, Redskins socks, Redskins hat. James would wear his Redskins jersey. He would put my little innocent baby in the back of that Charger. He would take the boy to Stafford, Virginia. They would go to the house. Him, his dad, and baby James, all three Jameses, will sit there and watch football together. It is very, I don't know, like it's if somebody's African American, I don't know what African American man does not want to have at least one son. Now, does he want to have two, three, or four? I don't know about that part. But at least one person to carry his last name, and he's going to teach him how to play football. He's going to teach him how to play basketball. He's going to teach him how to play baseball. He's going to teach him how to be a man. Like, they at least want one person. So I don't, me, Marlene, especially also being from the church where it says, go ye, be fruitful, and multiply. I don't see why DeVon would not want to have kids. You know what I'm trying to say? And once again, this is why I also have beef with DeVon. Because if you know you want children and you know she don't want children, you have to tell her, sis, it's not going to work. There's another show here, right? Because I don't talk to you all the time, right? There's another show here called Ready to Love. It's on OWN, Ready to Love. And there's this girl, this black lady, she's dark skinned with the blonde hair. Her name is Aisha. She's from New York, okay? Aisha got two kids. They're grown. They're like 16 and 17. They're like teenagers. They're almost off to college, right? And so this dude came in and he was trying to date Aisha. Oh, thank you, baby. I love you. He was trying to date Aisha. And where I had enough respect for Aisha, she told him straight up, I don't want to have children, okay? She didn't tell him why. But she said, I don't want to have children. I already have two. I was married before. I have two kids. They're teenagers. I think one is like almost like 17, 18. So for her, she's like, yo, I'm almost done. I don't see myself doing this all over again because it's like they're almost off to college. I get to have my freedom, right? And then also she said, and I'm okay with that. But she said to him, you don't have children. Right? So when you are in this whole dating process on Ready to Love, you need to keep that in mind. Oh, hey, Lauren, what's up, my love? She's like, you need to keep that in mind because if it's something that you want, eventually it will come back to the surface. And it took Aisha to say that to him for him to like understand like, yo, I need to be honest about the fact that I want children. Because when he first got on the show, right? When he first got on the show, he was around just dating and dating. Like, he's just talking to these girls like, oh, it's all about how you look, how I look, what car you drive, what car I drive. You got money, I got money, right? And not really being like, put all that material bullshit aside and really date on the premise of legacy. Once Aisha said that to him, every time he would go on a date with other people, he's like, okay, how do you feel about children? Because there's one girl on Ready to Love, she's like half black, half Korean. And she was really into him. She's in her 40s. I think she also has a child. And he said to her, I have to be honest with you, right? I don't know if I can be okay not having children. And I was like, you see, before when you were just dating these girls, you were very casual, act like it was a big old party. But as soon as Aisha told you, you need to take that into account and you have to be honest with yourself. And I had a lot of respect for that for Aisha because she's like, listen, if you see me engaged with my kids, it's going to affect you. And it's going to make you think about what you're missing out on. And I don't want you to feel bad. because you will feel bad. And it's the same thing for Tammy Roman. If Tammy probably didn't have kids, maybe that guy could have been okay. Like, you know what? You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? You know what? What is it called? Hold on, boo boo. Rukia, I'll get to you, right? Maybe because if you don't see it, it might be easier to forget. But when the dude, he sees Tammy and her daughters, they call each other. They're like, they kiki. They call their mom. She calls them. He's like, yo, I wonder what it feels like to have my son or my daughter call me. I'm sure you do. And it's normal. Like, nobody can make you feel bad for wanting to have a child and knowing what it feels like to pick up a child, knowing what it feels like to change diapers, knowing what it feels like to hear goo goo gaga, goo 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 goo, okay? Knowing what it feels like for them kids to make these weird drawings at school and be like, oh, look at it, daddy. This is you. You're like, oh, this is me? Damn, I thought I looked pretty good, but this is, you know what I'm saying? Nobody can make you feel bad. It is a very normal thing. It's very normal. And that's why when we date people, people need to be honest. And when I say to people, love is not enough, people think I'm a mean person. Love is not enough, y'all. Love is not enough to ever make you forget what it is that you truly want. And I say this all the time. I said, I'm West African. Jimmy is African American. And for as much as we might be black people, for as much as we have a common African ancestry, and mind you, his mom took her DNA test. My mother-in-law is 25% Ivorian. So, like, that's a crazy ass coincidence. But when I look at him, I can see it. Right? So not only, so we are black on the outside. Me and James are black. Now, is he light skinned like he looks mixed? Yeah, but he black. Okay? He real black. I'm never gonna go there with y'all. I'm so sorry. Oh God. Y'all, I'm sorry. Don't do that. Let's not do that. But he black though. Some people, they look light skinned, they might be light skinned on the outside, but they're black though. They black where it matters. So you know he African over there. I'm gonna tell y'all. That's number one. Number two, yeah, we have a common Ivorian ancestry. We have a common West African ancestry. His dad has Congolese in him also. But although we black, we have different cultures. Jimmy's African American. I am West African. And we, at first, we loved each other. But when James came, when our son came, this is when culture started to show up in this marriage. Because African people, we have a way of raising children. African American people have a way of raising children. For example, in Ivorian culture, in most West African culture, in most African cultures, period, when a baby is born, the baby doesn't go outside. Like for us, we keep the baby inside for 3 months. It was hard for him because he wanted to go see his family. I'm sure his family also wanted to take James outside. But in our culture, the kids can't come out under 3 months. And I think it has to also do with like germs and people being nasty because kids can't take antibiotics. But I guess the people in Africa didn't know how to properly express that. So the kids would stay inside, which I get it. It's no germs. It's like it's quarantine. You quarantine the kid for 3 months. Because people, they're nasty. And a lot of people don't like to wash their hands and they like to touch people's children. No, your hands are dirty. Your hands are dirty. You don't touch kids like that because they're very sensitive. And when they get sick, they have to suffer through it because you cannot give them medicine. Because they're not old enough and they're not heavy enough. So we keep them inside. So that was hard. Another thing also, you guys, African people, we give African babies an African bath. And when you wash, the way we wash children, okay? The way we wash our children, you guys, it sounds like they're being tortured. If you've never experienced that, you're going to freak out. I remember the first time when he heard the way baby James was screaming, he didn't even know, should he call like, do I call the police? Do I run in the bathroom and take my son and run? Because my mom, from day one, my mom has loved James. James loves my mom very much. She loves him very much. So I know he's like, I know Miss Leo, she's a good person, right? I know Miss Leo she always cooks for him. Even she's like, right now she's packing her bags, right? When she comes back, she'll be like, Jimmy, what do you want to eat? You know, she always makes his favorite food. Like even when he filed for divorce, she's like, no, y'all not getting divorced. My mom is from day one. She's always had love for James. But I know for him, he was confused because it's like, I love this lady, but she's making, you guys, if you've never witnessed the way African people give birth to a child, I swear to you, you're going to want to go in there and yank the baby out because they scream. Like, because you massage them, like you pull, like you stretch their limbs out, which is uncomfortable, but it's actually really good for them. And then you give them water. And here in America, when you have a baby, they say don't give the baby water. African people, they put their hands like this to the baby's mouth, and then they put, you think the baby is choking. No, it's good for them. And then for us also, which is really true. That's why when a baby comes, if a baby comes out and the baby doesn't cry, they spank the baby. Yeah, thank you, Abby. They spank the baby because you have to cry for the lungs. Like if a baby doesn't cry, it's not good for the lungs. When you make babies cry like that, I know it sounds really painful, but it's good for their lungs because it opens up their lungs like ah. It's really good for them. But they're you like I don't want to hurt them. But you come to realize babies are not as fragile as you think. Babies are not, they don't break. You can drop a baby. They're not going to break. They don't break. Now, you shouldn't intentionally drop a baby, though. But they're pretty sturdy people. And because their bones are not sturdy yet, that's the reason why they don't break. Their bones are not all the way sturdy. But it's like sometimes you even hold the baby like this. Imagine that's the baby's leg. This is the baby's leg, right? You hold the baby upside down, and then you shake him like this. You shake him. You guys, if you've never seen it, you'll freak out. Okay? You will freak out. But nothing will happen to your baby. And then also you mold the baby. So like, I'm not trying to be offensive. Please don't take this the wrong way. I'm just telling you African culture. If you've noticed, I'm gonna get in trouble. I shouldn't get in trouble though because it's the truth, right? If you notice, you can mold a baby because, like I said, their bones are not hard yet. So you can mold their bodies, you can mold their heads. This is why you'll notice, for example, right? Yeah. I'm glad. Amen. This is why, for example, like I told you, I said like Ashanti people from Ghana, like the way they say Ashanti in Ghana, you also have Ashanti people in the Ivory Coast. They're called Akon. So whether they're in the Ivory Coast or they're in Ghana, most of them tend to have a flat head. Like if you see like Ghanaians people like Kobina, Kwame, not trying to be offensive, but they tend to have like a very flat head because for Ashanti people, they don't like when the head sticks out, like the back of the head right here. They don't like it when it sticks out. So what Ashanti people do, they pat the head of the baby. Sometimes they even put a plate. They put a plate under the baby's pillow so that it forces that. I don't know how you say it. In French, you say like nuke. They force the thing to go in. So that's why if you ever notice a lot of Ghanaians people have flat heads, that's why. Their head is molded to be flat. They don't like it when it sticks out, right? You can also mold like a girl's body. So it's like if like like most like if you ever notice like even when African people are overweight, they're still very curvy. Have you ever seen like these South African girls? Like even though they're heavier set, but it's like it follows a curve, right? Like it's like a guitar. The weight does not go around her waist like a chair. Like they don't matter. They're always curvaceous because you're molded. They take the shea butter. They take the shea butter and then they mold you like your grandma. They know how to do that stuff. They mold you. And then when it comes to your butt, when it comes to a baby's butt, if it's a girl, there's a way to hit her and like you hit the back of her bum, like you hit the back of the booty. So like her butt sits firm. Like African mothers, African grandmothers, they know how to mold a child based on the gender and also based on the ethnicity. So it's like, oh, if you're Ashanti, like they need to have a flat head. The grandmas, the aunties, the mamas, they know how to do it so the child comes out with a flat head. You guys, it's real. But if you're African, the baby gonna be fine. And then after that, they go to sleep. They don't even wake up. But I know for James, it was hard for him at first because he's never seen this. And that's what makes the difference between being African, West African, whatever, and being African American. Does that make Rukia says stop telling all our secrets, right? That's one thing. Another thing that used to shock James also was putting your baby on the back. African people, we take a piece of fabric and when the baby starts crying too much or you got things to do, you put the baby on your back and then you wrap him up super tight. And then the head is hanging like this. like you wrap so tight, the head hangs like that. Jay was like, what is she doing to my kid? Because the kid is completely like neutralized. Like the way they wrap that thing so tight, you can't move. It's only your head. So after a while, the babies go to sleep. And the moms can do what they do because people got to work out here in these streets, right? People got to work. Everybody got time for this. So that shocked him too. But then when he recognized that it would put baby James to sleep, he was the one grabbing the baby, grabbing a piece of fabric, like, oh, Miss Leo, can you put him to sleep real quick? And she's like, oh, yes, of course, we, no problem, Jimmy, bring. You know what I mean? And then boom, because I had to go to school, he had to go to school, sometimes he had to study. He didn't have time for this foolishness. Okay, so after a while, something that was like confusing to him, that used to scare him, after a while, he understood the benefits. It's like, you know what? Your grandma, your meme gonna tie your ass up. So he was the one grabbing James, and he would grab a piece of cloth, and he would give it to my mom. Because it became normal to him. Because he understood, like, oh, because he'd never seen this. But now you think he cares? When Stefan was born, my mom came to New Orleans, did the same crap to Stefan. James wasn't even bothered. He was popping, like, beer. He was doing his crawfish. He was, he'll be fine. That's your meme. That's what she does. Does that make sense? So it's like, culture is real. Culture is very real. Even, like culture is real. And, like, that's why I say, like, my point of all this stuff was to say, like, love is not enough. Love is not enough. Okay, some African Americans who are like from the deep South, they haven't lost their African ways. But the people who are more like modern, more European African American, they're very different. You know what I mean? They lean more like towards white people, right? But I say all that to say this, like, love is not enough. Because love is a good start. Love is a great start. Oh, I love you. I love you too. Love is a great start. It's a great start to push you to be more forgiving. It's a great start to entice you to be more understanding. It's a great start. Love is a great start. But there comes a point where people have to be intentional. And people get into situations, oh, I'm half Muslim, I'm Christian, he's Muslim, but we love each other. When the kids come, somebody's religion will be at the top, and then somebody's religion will be at the bottom. Oh, I'm from this culture, he's from that culture, but we love each other. Yeah, sure. When the children come, y'all gonna start fighting. Like, for example, I have another friend, we're talking about that too, circumcision, right? A lot of white people do not believe in circumcision. They don't circumcise their children, right? Most black people, especially African people, they're gonna chop your foreskin. You're not coming home with the elephant trunk. It's not happening, right? So it's like, you might love each other, but if he might be white, you might be black. Have y'all ever talked about, if we have a boy, if you had a boy, would you be comfortable with circumcision? Would you not be comfortable with circumcision? Right? And so my friend, she was telling me, Kumba was telling me that her cousin, that's exactly what happened to her. Because Kumba, she's born in the Ivory Coast, but ancestry-wise, she's from Mali. So she's Mandinga. She's Muslim. She's African Muslim, like, Mali, Guinea, Senegal, Gambia, Mauritania, Niger, and the top part of Nigeria, some parts of Burkina Faso, the northern part of the Ivory Coast, right? It's like West Africa is half and half, right? But they're Muslim. In the Muslim culture, in Muslim tradition, you snip, you cut the foreskin. But her, she knows she's Muslim. Even if she doesn't practice, she was raised like that. She knows she's Mali. She's from Mali. She knows she's Mandinga. She knows the importance of circumcision in her bloodline. She wants to go be with a white boy. You and this white boy, you don't have the same culture. Yes, you love him, but culture is real. So now the baby comes out. He says, no, you're not circumcising my boy. Like, what the heck? So guess what? And this is the thing. This is the thing. Because when you're also Muslim, when you're also Mandinga, you have to submit to your husband. So this is, you see, you got to submit to your husband. So if you go and you find a heathen, not that the man is a bad man, but the fact that he's not a man of faith, he's not a man of your faith, that makes him a heathen. In the Ivory Coast, we say busmani, and some people say kafir, which means this is a man that goes against our religion. He doesn't know our religion, so he's a savage. He's a heathen. So you go and you become the wife of a heathen. Well, according now to the prescripts of your religion and to your faith, he's your leader. You have to submit. So if he says, we don't circumcise the boy, you have to go along with that. You see, love is not enough. Intelligence is important. Being intentional is important. But when people are quote unquote in love, in love, in love, they don't ask real questions. This love stuff is cute, but that's not what's going to take to make your marriage work. That's not how it's not going to be enough to raise your kids. It's not going to be enough to make, because certain decisions going to have to be made. And you will quickly realize that, yo, love ain't enough, because right now, this is offensive to me. Me, I'm black. James is black. I said before, I'm West African. He's African American. I'm raised Christian Pentecostal. He was raised Christian Catholic. But we have the pretty, when it comes to this Jesus stuff, we might not agree on everything, but we are pretty much like, you know what I'm saying? Okay. And not just that, when I slept with him, I recognized he was circumcised. I'm like, well, he's obviously circumcised, so it ain't gonna be a problem because he's circumcised. Like, you know what I mean? Don't try to imagine my husband's penis, but I'm just telling you, like, he's circumcised. I'm like, okay, cool. He's not gonna have an issue with us circumcising our kids. So we didn't have to have that conversation, right? But if you smash a dude from a different ethnicity, a different group, a different thing over there, and when you have sex with him, you see like, oh shoot, he has a whole elephant trunk. You need to ask him. Me, I mean, I guess I love you enough that I'll have sex with your whole elephant trunk. Right? Me, honestly, Marlene, I will not feel comfortable with somebody who's not circumcised inside my vagina. Some people are comfortable with the whole elephant trunk, like it's like a turtleneck. You comfortable with that? I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I don't know about that part. So for you, it might be okay, but you might like, but if I had a say in it, I would want my son to be circumcised. When you have sex with somebody, oh, the person gets naked and you recognize like, oh shit, he's not circumcised. You might want to ask him that question. Would you ever even want to get circumcised yourself? Or like, if we had children, would you be okay with circumcision or would you be against circumcision? You need to ask this kind of stuff. No, you guys are laughing, but it's real because it's little things like that that lead people to divorce. It's little things like that that add up to people's frustration. And before you know it, people running out here getting divorced. But the reality is they had no business being together in the first place. They had no business being together in the first place. There are people who like, yo, I don't want to work when I have kids. Did you let him know that? Because if you switch up on the dude, he's like, oh, she's independent. She got her own money. And then once the kids come, like, oh, I want to be a stay-at-home mom. He might not think that's who you want to be. He might think like, oh, she going to put him in daycare and then we're going to keep making this bread together. You might be like, oh, no, I'm staying home. I'm changing diapers. I'm going to have my best white woman experience ever. You need to let that be known. And also a man needs to let it be known whether he's okay with you being a stay-at-home mom or he wants you to work. People need to tell the truth out here. Right? I have another person that I know, and I told y'all this, right? And I hope y'all not offended. Please don't be offended, right? Do not be offended by this conversation. When I get on YouTube and I do these lives, to me, it's like, oh, I'm calling a friend. I'm calling my friends and we're having a conversation, okay? So please don't be offended. I'm having a conversation with you. I wish you could talk to me, but it's what it is, right? But I told y'all, I know somebody who's married. The person is married. It's a man. Married. Listen to me, y'all. Married with children. The wife had a child, right? The wife had a child before the marriage. As a matter of fact, she was married and they were creeping. When the husband found out, he said, you know what? Y'all can have each other. But she has a child from a previous marriage. They got married because she got pregnant with the man that she was creeping with, which is the person that I know. Okay. For the past 2 years, my friend has been going to escorts. Okay? He's been paying for sex. He like, oh, Marlene, I never thought I'd be that dude. And honestly, I don't even know why he should be paying for this. Because to me, back then he was way more attractive. He's still working with something, but when he was younger, he was definitely way more attractive. But I'm like, I don't see why someone like that needs to pay for sex. It's not like it's hard for him to get girls because he's very attractive, right? So then he says, so I said, but why won't you have a side chick? I'm not trying to be funny, right? But Marlene, I'm a very practical type of Christian. I don't do the foolishness. I don't do like the over spirituality stuff because most people don't even have it in them to commit. Most people can't even commit to a diet for a week, okay? Let alone commit to being spiritual. So we're not doing this. I'm not doing this with y'all, right? But to me, I'm like, if you're going to cheat, why not have a side chick? Because at least that's a consistent somebody. And also when you think about diseases, right? If you have sex with just two people that you know for sure, I feel like we reduce the issue of like having issues like sex and things, STDs and things like that. He was like, no, The reason why he doesn't want to have a side chick because it's too much work. You guys, I'm like, what? The way people reason to legitimize their sins is insane to me. He said having a side chick is too much work because if he has a side chick, he has to make time for her. He has to call her. He has to make her feel confident. He has to make her feel loved. He has to make her feel appreciated. So it's like it's another committed relationship to him. And that's not what he wants. He just wants sex. So he says, when I pay for sex, I'm pretty much paying for her to go away. I said, huh? I couldn't believe what I was hearing. So I don't know what happened. Maybe he was careless. He left the phone. How sister girl gets to the, I'm sure she felt like something was going on. So she gets on the phone. Now, how she knows to look at the Cash App, I don't know. But she gets on the Cash App. Now, that's just me playing a whole movie in my head that she just keeps on scrolling and scrolling and scrolling. But she sees all these payments that he's been making on Cash App. So confronted with that, because she has the phone, she's looking at it. He tells her that he's been seeing escorts. So these Cash App thingies, that this transaction she's seeing is him paying the girls for the sex. You dig? 2 years. 2 years. 2 years of a husband paying on other women. Because it's not even just like he goes to the same escort. I think it's like 2 or 3 different girls. And then he's like, oh, so we sit there and we talk. So he's so comfortable with the escort that they even make small talk. Like he knows who they are, where they go to school, all kinds of dumb stuff like that. I'm like, I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Okay. And so, and he was like, so I said to him, like, friend, I said, friend, are you not scared, like, for his job, his career? What if these girls take pictures? What if they expose you? Like, what if one day you're up for a promotion and these girls are, oh shit, I know him. He used to be my John. He's like, oh, that he don't think they'll do that. And then also, like, he doesn't think that the wife is going to talk because you can only imagine her. You can only imagine not just her reaction, but the emptiness. I don't know, you guys. I don't know. For as much as I am somebody who believes in marriage and you got to work through and you work through it and you pray for it, but it's like when you like, if you're not saying it's okay to cheat, right? But let's have grown woman conversation, right? If it happens once, you can be like, you know what? It's an accident. You know, if it's a coworker, whatever. Okay. At least it's somebody dignified, I guess. Like, you know what I mean? Like they're in the same office, so they must have the same job. She must be making good money. She must be pretty. Things happen. If your husband has like a committed side chick, is that okay? No. But you're like, okay, maybe I can see why he fell in love with her. Like you try to reason these things. But when your husband's been going for 2 years, your husband been paying 2 years for the sex with random girls, there's no more marriage. The marriage is over. He said, like, right now she's looking for them to go to therapy because I think she's trying to save it. Because she said to him, I can't even share this with my family because how bad does it look on me? Which is kind of sad for her to even say that. She's like, how bad does it look on me that my husband is having sex with prostitutes? I said, Jesus. You guys, like I was sitting getting my fried rice. I was sitting in the car waiting for the fried rice. But I even felt my own body plunge into the, like, if I could have touched the road, like the pavement with my butt, I think it probably would have happened. But I sunk in my seat. For a woman to say, I can't even tell my family because how bad does it reflect on me that my husband is having sex with prostitutes? And also, she comes from a very spiritual. Him and I, we know each other because we grew up in the church. But he has his own issues. But her, from what he told me, she really is like from the church like that. Her mommy, her daddy, her brother. It seems like they all have ministry to some extent. My friend, he has issues. He's always had issues, right? And so for him, he was like, oh, men justifying their stuff, right? He said, one of the reasons why he did that because when they have arguments, she'll get mad and she'll stay mad for a week. That's just him trying to, he got to justify his stuff. She'll stay mad for a week. And even when she's mad with him, she won't have sex with him, blah, blah, blah. But mind you, later he tells me that even though he was smashing the escort, he would come home and he would smash the wife. They got 3 or 4 kids in the house. Imagine that. So I'm listening to him. And I said, friend, did you ever... Because y'all got together on some creeping shit. She was a married woman, and you just enjoyed the thrill of getting a married woman to creep. he liked that because it's a power thing. He likes to have power. Like he's the kind of person in relationships, he needs power. And and a lot of dudes, they use sex like that. They like to see how quickly they can make you run to their house. They like to see how quickly, you'll creep. They like to see how quickly you will betray your own moral compass for them. It's a power thing, right? And this is somebody, I'm gonna be real honest with you, right? This is someone, when I was younger, like what, 14, 15, 'cause I told you we grew up in the church, he was really cute, right? And one time he disappeared, he came back, but that was somebody that I liked so much. When I was younger, I liked them so much. I really thought like we were gonna get married, like, I really did, like, I really did. And then one day, because he used to do dumb shit like that, but then one day we got on the phone, right? One day we got on the phone, you guys, and he was living up north at the time. And he was like, Marlene, like he's dating this girl. And I remember the girl was a nurse. I remember that vividly. And the girl had to go on a conference. This is going to be a long telephone call. I hope y'all got time this morning. The girl had to go on a conference. And he said to her, while you're gone on your business, because it's a work business thing. She had to go for work. While you're gone for work, I'm going to have this other girl come by and stay with me. And and mind you, when he told me that, we always had like this weird, like, we like each other, but we're not like, it's a weird thing. So at that time, he knew I liked him. And he's saying that to me, like, oh, he's with another girl, but she's going out of town. And then this other girl is going to come while the other girl's out of town. And what the nurse sister girl said, like, oh, it's okay. That's fine. She went, bought groceries for him. He said, Marlene, I'm looking at the fridge right now. Because he'll say things and he'll forget. Me, I don't forget things. That was like years ago. I'm talking like maybe 2008, like no, 6, 7, I'm like boku long time ago. He was like, oh, Marlene, my fridge is full right now because she went and bought groceries before she left. And I said, you mean to tell me this girl is a nurse? At that time, he didn't even have nothing going on for himself like that. I think he was still in school. You dating a girl that's a nurse. So she got her shit together. She's making money. She's going out of town on business to further increase her career or whatever. You have the audacity to tell that girl that you got some other chick that's going to stop by. And instead of cussing your black ass out, this girl goes and buys you groceries. So that while you are having sex with your side piece, you can restore your energy with her food source. Y'all know y'all got me fucked up. That day after that phone call, I said, this dude is a joke. I was done with him that day. I was like, this is too much. And he hasn't changed. He's the kind of person, because he has issues with his mom. And I said that to him also. He has love issues, trust issues with his mom. Every time he gets in a relationship, he punishes you for what his mother wasn't for him. Every time. And that's why he likes sex so much, because sex for him is how he measures your loyalty, is how he measures your submission or your obsession with his ass, right? So I said to him, did you ever sit down with your wife and tell her how much sex means to you? Because you're the kind of guy, you're the kind of guy, because I know him, you're the kind of dude, like if a girl doesn't give you sex, automatically you think she doesn't love you. Like he has trust issues and security issues. So you start cheating. So I'm like, did you ever sit down with her? Let's say her name is like Samantha. Did you ever sit down with Samantha and say, you need to know the kind of man I really am? No. And that's why I say, I'm going to repeat again. Love is not enough to fix damaged people. Love is not enough to heal a man from trauma that he has from childhood with his mother. It's not enough. You will never be enough of a woman for a man that has issues with his mother, that has mother issues. He will punish you. He will punish you. You might even do things you might not recognize. And I know one time I went to see him in Texas, and that's how it turned into a fight. Because I was like, you can't punish me for what I had in my life that you didn't have. I'm telling you, like, think of Trey Songz. Trigger. Think of Trey Songz, but even handsome, more handsome than Trey Songz, with muscles on. When I tell you he was fine as fuck, I ain't playing with you. When he was like 18, 19, 20, 21, 20, baby girl, when I tell you he was fine as fuck, oh, baby, But you had to recognize that behind all him being fine as fuck, he is damaged as fuck a fuck. My friend is very damaged. And no woman can fix that. And I was like, I can't fix it for you. Because even to me, sometimes it felt like he was trying to punish me because I came from a family. Oh, you want to know how to mold the babies? I can have my mom make a video. But you got to have training. You can't do it by yourself. Though. Hold up. No, I won't make the video. Hold up. You will have to come and she needs to show you like face to face because you can't. You have to know. Because even like when you hold their head, for as much as it might seem reckless, they know where to put their. We got to show you like in person. So maybe I'll tell my mom and she'll do a training in DC and you can come and she can show you because you still have to like, you still got to hold the neck a certain way. There's still like, but like the massage thing, now you can do it on your lap or you can do it with them like laying down. But people still got to show you because it's like, what's the end result? And that's what you see, like side note, you see, and that's the massage they do after plastic surgery. That lymphatic drainage, because after you have the BBL, you got to be massaged, right? They massage you so that the stuff, it sits right. Africans been way ahead of that. So that's what we do, but we do it since you're a baby. So that's why we don't tend to have fat around our bellies. Like if you look at African people fat versus people in America fat, they look completely different. When people in America get fat, it just goes all over the place. And they become disfigured. African women, they get fat, they still are, it's still in the shape because they were molded as children, right? But anyways, right? So it's like even me, like I felt like sometimes like he was punishing me. He was punishing me because I grew up like in a good home. I'm like, you're not about to do that to me. I didn't do anything to you. You know what I'm saying? I didn't do nothing to you, right? So it's like she married him thinking like, oh, we got good sex. I love him. He loved me. Now look at this foolishness. Because love is not enough. Just like sometimes, yeah, you might love Jesus and you might believe in the power of Jesus, right? But guess what? You might need to still talk to a therapist. Some people still might need medication. You know what I'm saying? You might need medication because you're not okay. And that's why Marlene, I believe it 100%. Please don't be offended. But love has to be an intelligent and strategic decision. I believe who we love is intentional. You don't stumble into love. You don't randomly fall in love. It's intentional. But if you don't know what to look for, your intentional decision of loving will be completely wrong because you were never equipped. You were never told what exactly to look for. This is what you fall in love with. This is not what you fall in love with. You see what I mean? And this is where I recognize that me, Marlene, I grew up a certain way. So I need a man that come from a family where they grew up a certain way. And I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I'm really not, because some people, they can't help it, is what it is. But even though you can't help it, you can't help how you were born. You cannot help in what family you were born. I can give you that 100%. But there comes an age where I feel like if somebody wants to have a relationship with people out here, you got to sit your ass down and be like, you know what? This is what was good from my childhood. This is what was toxic from my childhood. And now that I have a job, now that I have benefits, maybe I should use my benefits and go talk to a therapist before I come and I destroy somebody's child. Hey, I'm Brigitte. Does that make sense? So, me, Marlene, I grew up in a family, people, they married. They stay married. So when I decided to like fall in love with James, okay, yes, I had to make sure he also came from a house where people were married. So that way there's no jealousy. My mommy and daddy been married. Your mommy and daddy been married. You're not going to be like, oh, she had more than me. No, the same way I had a loving family, a supporting family, he also had a supporting family. That's why, and then not trying to be offensive, don't take it the wrong way, right? But for me also, it was not enough that his parents were married. Why? Because I am West African, and I do know, and I'm not trying to be offensive, y'all, but sometimes culture is culture. Cultural identity is what it is. Call me ignorant, call me whatever, but listen, you gotta cover all your bases. But I said, were your grandparents also married? Because I know that for a lot of African Americans, marriage is not a legacy thing. So your parents being married might be a coincidence. They might be the rule to an exception. But were your grandparents married? Like on both sides, were your grandparents married? He said, yes. I said, cool. Were their parents also married? Yes. I said, okay, cool. So now I'm looking at a guy, okay, right? I'm looking at a guy that is coming from 3, 4, 5 generations of marriage. That's what's up. Meaning in their bloodline, they have marriage, they understand marriage, they have a long-standing tradition of marriage. So if he gets married, he gonna understand what marriage is. It's not something out of emotions, it's not something out of lust, it's not something just because, oh, let me say I want to get married so I can sleep with her. Okay? And it's true. When we went to his grandmother's house, his dad, because I told you like his dad, his mom, she's from here, she's from Lafayette. When we went to see the grandma, okay, when we went to see James's paternal grandmother, she's in DC, right? She has like family albums, you guys, like albums and albums, like mad pictures. Everybody, her bloodline is married. Like she probably got pictures from like the 1800s. Maybe I'm exaggerating, but she got mad pictures of all these light-skinned Creole ass people from the Lafayette getting married. So it's like, wow, like on his dad's side, oh, they have a long-standing tradition of marriage. Like the grandma from here, she has like, she can document it. It's not just her. Like that's their whole, plus they're Catholic, they're from here. That's their whole, like that was the whole thing. Right? What's not true, Gigi? What's not true? Tell me what's not true. Write it out for me, right? So I was like, okay, cool. So you come from like, you can still go crazy, but at least it's like, I feel like you come from a bloodline that people been married. Since the slavery, they've been married. So cool. It's in your bloodline, right? But my other friend, nah, his stuff is just really, really toxic. He's just really, really toxic. And it goes to show you, right? And it goes to show you. No, yes, you can have people who like, no, fuck tradition. I'm gonna do what I'm gonna do. But my thing is, there's always somebody who will do whatever the fuck they want to do. But my thing is, when somebody comes from a long-standing tradition of marriage, right? Even if they do get divorced, even if they do want to file for divorce, because James did file for divorce on my ass, let's not forget, right? But you tell yourself it might be a bit harder for them because they're going to be like, oh, they're going to think about this. They're going to think about that. People are going to try to reason with them, right? Because everybody is married. So they're more likely to say, oh, do you really want to do that? Think about this. Think about that. Think about this, right? So you're not going to just wake up and make that decision like that. If you come from a bloodline where most people never get married anyways, if you probably go through something hard in your marriage, you're going to be like, you know what? I'm out of here. I'm out of here. And in your family, nobody's going to be like, yeah, you should try to make it work because like, well, we never got married anyway, so do whatever makes you happy, right? If you are surrounded, if you come from a family that has a long-standing tradition of marriage, if you guys go through something, those people have enough wisdom with all the years that they've been married. If you put all your family together, your grandparents, your aunties, all your bloodline, everybody been married, they have enough wisdom, maybe like 200 years, 300 years of wisdom, that when you are a new couple, I can't stand her no more. I can't stand him no more. They'll be like, child, what's happening? Oh, when I tell James to call me back, he don't call me back. They'll be like, oh, girl, let me tell you something, right? When I first married your daddy, he did that too. Yeah. When I married your uncle, he went through that too. Like their wisdom, the older wisdom that they have in marriage, they will know how to quiet your fears. Like, oh, baby girl, trust. This is what happens. Does that make sense? Because you have enough family, you have enough ladies in your household that been married to tell you what you and Jimmy are going through is perfectly normal. Wait until you get to year 10, right? The same thing for the man. He might be like, oh, since she's been pregnant, she's crazy. She wants to beat me up. She breaking my shit. You know what I mean? I can't stand this woman. She done lost her shit. You know? Man be like, child, she's just pregnant. It's the hormones. When she has the baby, give her 3 months, she'll snap back out of it. Right? So it's like you have enough people to be like, what you guys are going through, it's okay. You have enough people to quiet your fears because they've been through that. This person got 30 years of marriage. Them people over there got 50. These ones right here got 22. Them over here got 12. So they've been through enough shit that they can like, calm down, little baby. You're going to be all right. We all been through it. You know what I mean? Like me, I got 12 years of marriage on my ass, right? So if somebody is brand new married, they're like, oh, Marlene, I'm like, baby girl, you've all been doing this for 6 months. Calm down. You're going to get better. You didn't like, okay, fine. Okay, I guess, right? And then 2 years from now, 3 years from now, you're like, man, I can't believe I want to divorce your ass over this, right? Because marriage is very scary. You've never been there before. You've never gone through this before. So sometimes you feel like, well, maybe she doesn't love me anymore. Maybe he don't love me no more. And it's like, yo, we all been through that shit. We've been through it. And that's why I said love is not enough, right? There are marriages, they love each other, but right now they're at an impasse. They're like roommates, right? If they talk to another couple, and they're like, well, I don't know. It's kind of different now. I don't know. We haven't had sex in 3 months. We haven't had sex in. There are couples who haven't had sex in 3 months. There are couples who haven't had sex in 6 months. There are couples who haven't had sex in a year. She does his thing. She does her things. They have become like roommates. They raise their kids, and then they go about their business. Right? Everybody does their own thing. She does her thing. He does his thing. They come together for the kids. You know what I'm trying to say? So they might get to a point where, like, you know what? Why are we even here? The love is gone. The thrill is gone. And that's what my black ass said. Love isn't enough. Because when you get to a situation like that, you feel like the love is gone. So if the love is gone, why are we still here? Right? Why? But you recognize, and that's why I say love is not enough. Because now, when you get to a point like that with your man, with your woman, now you have to be more intentional. Because maybe the seduction games we used to do year 1, year 2 are not enough, right? The same thing. The seduction game he used to do 1 year ago, 2 years ago, now that we're year 8, it's not enough. When it was 2 years in, it was amazing. But now it's year 8. People got to level up. It's the same thing with a business, right? If you patronize a business, the first year, you might be really excited. Oh, I really love this business. I love everything they have to offer. But if they offer the same thing for 8 years, you're going to get bored. It's not that you don't love the brand, you're bored. So it's up to the brand to spicy things up. It's the same thing in the marriage. We all have to give good customer service. Running what? Yes. Yes. And you'll see, once you start to nurture that back, not on some love shit, right? But on some intentionality shit. You have to be intentional. Because love is not enough. You can love somebody and you can fall into a routine. You can love somebody and be dismissive. What up, Alina? What's happening? You can love somebody and fall into a routine. So there comes a time like, yo, my love is not enough because we are falling into a routine. I love him, but he doesn't want to come home anymore. I love him, but he's not texting me like he used to text me. So as a woman, you're going to have to increase your intentionality. You're going to have to be more intentional because the love you have for him is not enough because he's not responding to your signals the way he used to. But if somebody says to you, since we live in America, oh, maybe you should cook for your husband. Maybe try cooking for him. Oh, you trying to tell me to cook? You're trying to tell me to be submissive? He can feed himself. He can feed himself. Here we go. Here we go. Listening to stupid ass people. Do you want to be right? Do you want to remain you or do you want y'all to be together? And that's why when you are a married woman, you got to be careful where you take advice from. Because a lot of females are goofy. A lot of females, they fumble the bag when it came to love. A lot of females, they met the one and the only. But their pride got in the way. He gone with another chick. I didn't say it was always our fault. Do not do that on my channel. I'm talking about the woman. I'm not getting to the man yet. Hold your horses. Hold your horses. Okay? Hold your horses. It's not tick for tack. I said the woman. I'm talking about the woman for right now. So maybe you might want to try cooking for him. You know what I mean? Maybe you might want to start asking him more about his day. Maybe you might want to start massaging him. Oh, what do I look like? What do I look like? What do I look like? You look like his wife. Massage the motherfucker. That's your husband. That's what you look like. Okay? Now for the husband also, he might be like, oh, my wife is not responding to me the way she used to. Okay. Maybe your sex game has gotten boring. Maybe you got to try new things, different position. Maybe she's bored. My wife is not responding to me the way she used to. Maybe you've gotten overweight. And that belly of yours stays suffocating the fuck out of her. Nobody wants to die of asphyxiation having sex with somebody. Fix your gut. Lose some weight. If when your wife first met you, you was fine as fuck, everything about you was snatched, and like abs everywhere, you had the muscle like coming out of here, baby. Give her something to hold on to. Maybe she don't want to have sex with a Pillsbury Doughboy. Maybe she don't want to. I'm being serious. So like you see, like, oh, love is not enough. But Marlene, I pay the bills. I mean, sure, you're providing, but that's not enough. She's bored. It's not that she's not grateful that you're paying the bills. God bless you, you're paying the bills. But are you, no, well, I don't know why y'all say y'all dead. Like, I don't know. You guys, that's why sometimes I have anxiety about talking to y'all. Because y'all don't like to talk about you don't like to talk the truth. Like, people just want to be on some goofy shit. I don't like goofy stuff. Like, my time is very valuable to me. So I'm like, when we talk stuff, let's just get straight to the point. If you were a man in which this girl met you, you were out here, like, you could make people go like, oh, okay. Now people look at you, you gotten bigger. You snore. Like, every night, like, like, what the hell is this shit? You don't take care of yourself. You know what I mean? Because it's true. People swear like, oh, women stop taking care of themselves in a marriage. A lot of men also let themselves go in a marriage. And they think like, oh, she'll be okay. It's very uncomfortable. I don't know about y'all, but it's very uncomfortable if you're having sex like missionary for somebody to put the whole gut on your tummy. You can't even breathe right. What the fuck is this shit? You see what I'm saying? And maybe when we first got together, you lasted long. And now you only last but so much because you're not taking care of yourself. Because going to the gym, it helps people to increase their stamina. Exactly. Like you said, like you'll become predictable. You do the bare minimum. So now it's like, oh, fuck this shit. It's the same old shit. You don't feel like the man that you're in love with is intentional. No, it's facts. Yo, I don't understand, y'all. Because you know, the thing out here, when you talk and you say what you say, people gonna be like, oh, Marlene is mean, Marlene is African, Marlene hates Black Americans. It's all kinds of stupid shit. It's like, can you just stop being goofy? If I didn't love you, I wouldn't tell you this. It's very easy to say to somebody, oh yeah, keep doing what you're doing, when we all can see it's not working. You know what I mean? I'm the kind of person, not even a friend. I'm the kind of sister, right? And because I hope you see me that way. I'm the kind of sister, if I know in my gut of gut that you and your husband love each other, you and your pride, I'm going to deal with you. I'm going to deal with him too. Because a lot of people, they ruin good relationships, good marriages out of pride. It's their pride. They really love each other. And then you see, as soon as when they get divorced, they never go and be with somebody else. So why y'all got divorced for? She gonna divorce this man, she gonna divorce the man, and then she never wants to be with nobody else. Or every time she gets, we had a lady that came here like that one time too. She been with this man since she was 17. They've been together for 30 years. They got a divorce because he cheated. Cool. She did what the modern woman would do. She went and got a divorce. Now it's like every man she finds, she compares them to their ex-husband. Every man she finds, she compares him to the ex-husband. She's like, oh, I don't want to get married to you because my son already has a father. I'm like, okay, so you know in your heart of heart that no man will ever be what this man was to you. So so what's the point? Every time somebody does something, you compare that man to your child's father. And they still talk. They're friends. They're on the phone all the time. Everything she thinks, he knows. She starts a sentence, he can finish it. If he has a thought before he says it, she knows it. If he starts a sentence, she can complete it. She was just hurt because he had an affair. And I understand that. I get it. That's some fucked up shit. But when she talked to us, I said to her also, but you were having an emotional affair. Because there came a time in their marriage where she closed herself to him. And her conversation, her time, her affection, she was giving to another person. But because it's not sex, like it's not penetration, she's thinking, she allows herself to think that she didn't have an affair. You had an emotional affair, and he had a physical affair. Both of you heifers cheated. And that's a fact. A lot of wives have emotional affairs. But because it's not penetration, we treat it like it's not just as bad. But it is. It is. And that's why I say, people pick and choose. People pick and choose. People will demonize a man, ruin his career, everything he got out here because he had sex with a woman. But when a woman completely neglects her husband emotionally, like her friends are her lovers, you have ladies out here, the way they are with their best friends, you will wonder if she's not a lesbian. Everything goes through her best friend. Even how she handles her man, she gotta go ask her best friend if she can do this or not do this. My best friend this, my best friend that, my best friend this. It's like, sis, are you married to who are you exactly married to? You have girls, like, they give themselves to everything, but like he doesn't even know what's going on. Like, she don't talk to him. She has closed herself off. You have girls also who they're still friends with their ex from their past, and they talk to them for hours on the phone. She ain't gonna have sex with him, but she keeps talking to him to know what he's doing, what he's up to, and to kind of make him jealous a little bit. We females, let's tell the truth. A lot of girls, a lot of married women have emotional affairs. They do. But it's very hard to catch somebody for emotional affair. Men get caught because sex is a physical thing, and sometimes they can be careless and it produces a child. But a lot of people be having affairs, y'all. It's not just the sex affairs. You hear me? So it's like, love is not enough because you're going to have to be intentional. Exactly. You have to be intentional to make your marriage work. But because we live in a society, right? We live in a society that tells you as a woman, if you give a little bit of yourself to make your marriage work, oh, you are abused. Oh, you're submissive. You're like, it's some weird shit. Everybody has to compromise in life. Your career, you'll compromise. Your studies, you'll compromise. You compromise everywhere. Even with white people, you compromise. Because you don't have it in you to make white people pay for what they've done. You compromise. You put up with stuff for a paycheck that you would not normally put up with. You go to a job you hate because you need the check. But when it comes to someone that you took a vow in front of your family, in front of God, in front of beaucoup people, you find it to be punishment to compromise. Make it make sense. We all submit to the white man. We all submit to white society to eat out here in the streets. We all do that shit. We don't want to, but we do it. Begrudgingly, we do it. But when it comes to the person that you are married to, your life partner, you find it to be the most offensive thing in your life to make concessions on certain things to make it work. And when I tell y'all, Black people, Africans had kingdoms but never had empires, people think I'm disrespectful. Europeans had to compromise certain things in order to oppress the rest of the world. They had to. These people don't completely share, like, they might have white skin, but all of them don't completely share the same history. The French, like them French speaking people, Italians up there, yeah, they might be Romans or whatever. But when you start messing with the Russia and like England, Russia, Germany, them people is Vikings. They're different people. I know they all look white to you. But the white people is different. But to preserve the whiteness, they had to make certain compromises to become the most powerful group in the world, and then to oppress everybody else. Africa is a way bigger continent than Europe. But yet, the Europeans control us. Everything about us. From our physical bodies to our natural resources. If they could even pay for rent for the clouds that are above our heads and the sun that shine over us, I'm sure they probably would charge us. And guess what? We would pay. Because in order to be more powerful, people have to come together. Like, that's what they call mergers and acquisitions. White people are really powerful at that shit. And that's why they rule everything. That's why they're like the smallest group in the world, but they own everything. Because they understand compromise. They understand people merging together for a greater purpose, which is what marriage is. Marriage is legacy business. It's not for the faint of heart. It really is not. Because marriage is legacy business. You come from here, he come from over there, and how y'all both gonna come together and build something that was never seen before so that your children will be children of legacy. Like, marriage is a serious thing. And I think a lot of people are in love with the wedding part. A lot of people are in love with the idea of getting married because it's a status thing. It's the ring you get to flash. A lot of people are in love with the notion of somebody's going to kiss my ass for the rest of my life. A lot of people are in love with the notion of I'm going to find me a sugar daddy, but I'm going to call him a husband. But a lot of people don't truly know what marriage is. It's not a happy place like that. Because it's legacy work. And legacy work is very painful. Legacy work, it takes decades. It takes a long time. And you understand why you understand why certain families, especially very rich families, very affluent families, do not want their children to marry random people. Because if you don't understand legacy work, if my son marries you, you're going to come up in our household and mess shit up for us. That's why some families, it's very hard to get in. It's not that they don't like you, the person. They ain't got no issues with you. But they understand your mindset. They understand how you were raised. And the way you were raised, your mindset, the way you understand life, the way you understand marriage, it does not work for their bloodline. You're not fit to be the mother of her grandchildren because you don't understand legacy work. It's nothing personal. Just like I was sitting here like 2 days ago. I was sitting here 2 or 3 days ago. And I was really thinking about Harvard and Brown and Dartmouth and Princeton and Yale. Those kinds of school. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, I understand why they don't let random people go to Harvard. Because it's not just about being smart. Harvard is for legacy children. It's for children. It's for young adults who are going to be at the head of some of the most powerful families in the world, some of the most powerful businesses in the world, the money like you've never imagined. Harvard is truly not a place for the working class. Not trying to be offensive. Harvard is truly not a place for children of the working class. Because imagine being a child from the working class going to Harvard, where all your friends have private jets. Their parents, Rolls Royce and Bugattis. I mean, them people so fucking rich. How you gonna feel? I remember one of the times where I went to Princeton. Like Princeton, these kids, you have to be part of a college. And the college is not cheap. Yeah, so you pay Princeton tuition, and then where you eat, they call it a hall. So they can have like the Marlene Hall. They can have the Rukia Hall. They can have the like Mrs. H Hall, right? Some of these halls, you pay a membership fee. So it could be like $20,000 a year, $50,000, $100,000. Exactly. She was, Michelle Obama was working class and she went to Princeton. And imagine how she felt. Imagine how she was socially out of place. It is very true. It is very true. For a lot of these kids, what's $20,000 for them? Some of these kids from New York, Manchester, no, not Manchester, Massachusetts, New York, New Jersey, even when they were 5 years old, their summer camp. I'm not even talking like private school tuition. Their summer camp is $30,000 for a 5-year-old to go play for 3 hours. Some of these kids, they go to Princeton, they go to Harvard. It's nothing to their parents. Oh, it's $100,000. That's probably how much mommy spends on perfume every year. That's nothing to them. It's nothing to them. And you can be a very smart person. You can be a smart kid from a working class family. But shit like that, it's going to affect you. It's not a lot. It's not a lot. It is not a lot. I am very sorry. A lot of the kids who go to Ivy Leagues, it's not a lot. And the working class children who go to Ivy League school, they benefit from the charity of the rich to pay for their tuition. Those scholarships they get from rich white people. And even that too. Oh, she's here on a scholarship. Meaning her parents couldn't afford it. And that's a fact. I went to Princeton. I mean, I saw these. I'm like, but damn. Exactly. So imagine you like them kids. If the kids are dropped off in the Bentley, what car do you think mommy drives? If children are dropped off in a Bentley, what car do you think daddy drives? Hey, You guys, let's be honest. Let's be honest. It's going to affect you because for these people, money is nothing to them. You gotta go FAFSA. You gotta work. You gotta go ask your mom, your dad. They probably have to go against their 401k. For these kids, it's nothing. When summertime comes and you gotta clean your dorm, they probably send people to do that for them. And they're off to Martha's Vineyard. And you're gonna go right back to your working class neighborhood and you're gonna have to get a summer job working at Starbucks or being a summer camp, whatever. These kids are having a blast. You see them on Instagram, they're in Paris, they're in Monaco, they're in Dubai. Everything is paid for. And that's a fact. And these children know whether they have the best grades at Harvard, they don't have the best grade at Harvard, shit, they went to Harvard. And on top of that, there's already a job waiting for them. They're gonna work for daddy's company. There's already a job waiting for them. Why do you think it was so easy for Bill Gates to drop out of Harvard? Because he does not come from a working class family. He doesn't come from a working class family. That's why it was so easy for him to drop. It's a privilege. It's a rich people privilege. It's a rich white person's privilege to say, I'm going to drop out of Harvard, one of the most prestigious schools in the world, to go start my own business because it don't matter. Because you can't fail. When your mother is on the board of HP, your mom is on the board of Hewlett Packard. You go to Harvard, oh, you don't go to Harvard, you will be successful. And we're talking like at that time, there's no Mac, there's no Microsoft. Imagine how much money Hewlett Packard HP was making at that time. And your mother is on the board. Abby, let's be serious. You drop out or you don't drop out. You'll be successful. You'll be successful. You think a working class child, where your parents are probably still working. Your parents had to save and they still need financial aid to get you in there. You think you can call your mother? You think you can call your father and be like, "Oh, I'm just gonna drop out of Harvard"? Are you possessed? Are you mad? Are you dumb? Are you an idiot? You think me more? I could call my mom like, "Oh, I'm just gonna drop out of Harvard." Yeah. When I tell you she would have driven from Fairfax to Princeton, New Jersey, you idiots. Is this the devil? Is this the witches? Is this my karma? Whoa, Jesus, oh, what have I done? Oh, what have I done? Oh, my mom would have a whole scenery, like an old African scene. Most people here know what I'm talking about. Because she would have convinced herself that the witches in the village must have done something to my head because this is not possible. This is not possible. But it's really rich kids from really rich families who can like, oh, I'm going to drop out of Harvard. Oh, I'm going to drop out of Stanford. Oh, I'm going to drop out of Yale. Because they're going to be okay. They're going to be okay. And a lot of these kids, they know if they have good grades or they don't have good grades, it don't matter. It's a rite of passage. And there's still a job waiting for them. They're going to go run daddy's company. They're going to run daddy's company. You think if you're a child, if you are the grandchild, on some real stuff, you think if you are the granddaughter, the grandson of Estee Lauder, you think if you go to Harvard, you don't go to Harvard, you think you'll be a failure at life? Everybody in the family is a billionaire. Auntie Estee Lauder, billionaire. She had 3 sons. The top one, what's his name? Leo. He had Leor Estee. How much is he worth? Like 56 billion, 70 billion? His brother, Michael Paul, a billionaire. The other brother, a billionaire. The grandkids, one of them is named Erin, Aerin. She went to Princeton and Brown. I mean, all the kids, everybody works for the Estee Lauder family. When you go on esteelauder.com and you scroll to the bottom, it says about us, our corporate governance. Click, look at the names. Everybody, Lauder. You make it at Harvard, oh, you get a B at Harvard, you get A-, you get C, you get D. You will work for this company. They will put your name, and they will find a job for you in this corporation. And because your family, you will not be the male person, you won't be working the counter, they will give you an executive position. And these kids grow up entitled. They know. That my family, my bloodline, my grandma, my granddad, my uncle, my aunties, my daddy, my mommy will never want their name to be associated with poverty, to be associated with failure. Even if I am a failure, they will prop me up to look like success because it affects the family's last name. And that's the thing about legacy people, right? The last name over everything. Last name comes over everything. Because your last name means your reputation. Your last name means the industry that you're in. Your last name means how much money the family is worth. Your last name means what's your currency out here in the streets. Your last name opens doors. These people can meet the president if they wanted to. This is not a joke. This is not a joke. So yes, I understand why these schools only allow certain kinds of people. Because if you're all from the same world, nobody can feel left out. Nobody can feel disrespected. No, because everybody rich. Everybody vacations in Dubai. So nobody feels left out. But if you're from the working class and you deal with legacy children and the way they disrespect money, the way they walk around so proud and so confident because they know no matter what happens, mommy got me, daddy got me, grandma got me. They walk around here knowing like I got a trust fund with $10 million. Like, do you know how different I will be? Even you. If you know there was $10 million attached to your name, what is fear? Whatever business you want to do, you will do it. Whatever you wanted to invest in, you would. Whatever your interest, whether you want to be an artist, a dancer, a potter, whatever, you would do it. Why? Because whether you fell or not, there is 10 million, 20 million, $40 million that grandma left for you. Why would you be afraid? Why would you not pursue what you want to pursue? A lot of us, we don't do what we want to do or as much as we want to do because it's like, I'm on my own. If I lose money right now, right? Yo, who gonna help me? So you're more careful. You know what I'm saying? You don't work jobs because you want to. You ain't got a choice. A lot of people have other things they would love to do. A lot of people have other passions and things they would love to pursue, but they cannot. But when you're the child of a rich person, when you are the grandchild of a very rich person, you are very confident in yourself. You believe in yourself because there's no failing. Because no matter how big the mistake, there's somebody who can write a check to fix the shit. You can even kill people. And there's somebody that's rich enough to get you the best lawyer in the world. You won't have a day in jail. You will not. And that's why these are the privileges that come with being a legacy person. These are the privileges that come with coming from a certain family. And because that family knows this, they know the power they have. They know the privileges they can extend to a person that marries into this family. So they are very careful about who they allow in the family because once you are attached to their last name, if you kill somebody, they have to protect you because you're part of the legacy now. If you go and you steal, they're going to have to go fix it because they don't want their name in the mud because that's legacy. It's their last name. Legacy people don't just pass on generational wealth. They pass on their last name. Like anybody that's named Lauder, you will never suffer in this world. Because they'll be like, oh, this person must be connected to Estee Lauder. You will never know pain in this life. You might know romantic pain, I don't know. But as far as like the stuff that money can fix, you'll never experience that. And just because you are the granddaughter or the grandchild of Estee Lauder, especially in anything that has to do with beauty, cosmetics, aesthetic, if you say you want to do it, oh, that's the granddaughter of Estee Lauder. Of course it's going to be beautiful. Of course it's going to smell good. Every magazine, Marie Claire, Cosmo, Vogue, everybody, Vanity Fair, everybody wants to run after you, to talk to you because you are your legacy. Estee might not be alive anymore, but here is her granddaughter. And they'll even ask you, what is the fondest memory you have of your grandmother? Growing up, how was it like to be the granddaughter of Estee? Then they'll zoom in on a black and white picture of Estee Lauder, and she's like this. She's like, oh, my grandmother was such a wonderful and phenomenal woman. My grandmother she laid the foundation for this amazing family business that we have today. And as the Lauder family, we truly pride ourselves in being at the forefront of research against cancer. As the Lauder family, we work tirelessly every day, as Estee would have wanted, for us to allow every woman that works for the company to be able to become her own boss. That's the legacy of Estee. And I am very proud, as her granddaughter, Marlene Lauder, to continue the fight and the work of my grandmother. Because I know this is what she would have wanted for me. And this is what she would have wanted for me to give to the world as our gift, the Estee gift, to all these wonderful women. Oh my gosh, Marlene, your grandmother must have been an awesome woman. Yes, she was. And our family will forever be indebted to the courage, the perseverance of our grandmother, the one and only Estee Lauder. Clap, everybody, clap. Yes, that's legacy. That's what you do. You show up for this family the same way this family gonna show up for you, whether you make it at Harvard or not. That's legacy, right? And I think this is something where us, not trying to be offensive, don't come for me, I'm innocent, okay? This is where we as Black people, all Black people, we struggle with understanding that marriage is for legacy. Because we always worry about our own individual needs. Well, why should I shrink myself? Why should I change myself? But then marriage is not for you. Because marriage is legacy business. Marriage is about power. Marriage is very political, you know. A lot of these ladies who marry these very rich man, super rich, you think these private jets, these fancy clothes, these Birkin bags, you think that stuff is free. They get that. That's the gift. That's the stuff you're entitled to for being part of this legacy. But there are other things they have to do. You have to show up. You have to go to non-for-profits. You have to talk to the poor. You have to do this. You have to do that. You can't make too much noise. You have to go to these fundraisers. You have to go to the galas. You have legacy. We don't understand legacy. We don't understand legacy. And this is why sometimes we are Black people, we're not invited to certain things. It's not about because, oh, you're Black, they don't want you. No, there's a certain mindset that comes with Black people that makes it so people don't want to invite us. The issue is not truly your skin color. The issue is the mindset. Because we're not used to certain things. And that's why we go certain places, we don't know how to act because we're not used to certain places. You go, people, they invite them to a fashion show in Milan. Out of nowhere, people start twerking. This is not the place for that. But we don't understand stuff like that because we're not used to stuff like that. And when people make reproach like, you can't do this here. Oh, you're trying to judge me. It's not about judging you. You're being corrected. And when rich people, they are always corrected. From the time they're born, they have special maids, they have special nannies, they have special teachers. They have a lot of teachers. The children of rich people have a lot of coaching. They have a lot of correction. They have their teachers at school. They have their special nannies at home. They have extracurricular teachers. Then they have their coaches. If they become equestrian, if they ride horses, their parents will go out of their way, right? Right? Their parents will go out of their way to get them the best equestrian coaches. They learn to ride horses. They ride the best horses in the world. They are trained by the best coaches in the world. If she wants to play soccer, they'll go find her the best soccer player in the world, the best coach in the world. These kids get the best of the best of the best. They have so many different teachers. They have so many different influences, so many mentors, and their parents spend all kinds of money exposing their kids to what it takes to be successful. What does it take to build an empire? What does it take to be a leader? What does it take to not be a follower? These rich people don't train their children to follow. They train their kids to rule the world. They're people that are very imperialistic. And you notice the majority of private schools that funnel children into Ivy Leagues, what do they teach kids over there? Julius Caesar, Marcus Antony, people who built empires. That's what most pedagogy, most European pedagogy, the way they teach people out here, it's always centered around Rome. Rome this, Rome that, Julius Caesar this, Julius Caesar that. Because Julius Caesar built an empire. He was a man of war. He wanted something, he went after it, he took it. That's how them kids is trained. Because they're going to have huge empires to manage one day when their parents are no longer alive. The way the working class raises children and the way rich people raise their kids is completely different. Does that make sense? And so certain places, you're not going to be welcome there because they know you don't come from that. And if they try to give it to you, you're going to be offended. Oh, they're racist. Oh, they're this. No, they have a certain lifestyle. They do it to everybody. There are even some white people who are not allowed there too because they don't have the right mindset for that environment. But us as black people, as soon as somebody gives you correction, oh, who are you to tell me this? Who are you to tell me that? How dare you? I'm going to do whatever the fuck I please. I'm going to do what I want. And who going to check me? Who going to check me? This resistance right there. It's that resistance right there. It's that mindset right there. That's why people don't include you in certain things. Because certain things, especially as you prosper in your life, you prosper in your career. Like, for example, like doctors, right? People who become doctors. At one point in your career, especially if you're like a surgeon, if you do something very, very, very specialized, right? They have like honor societies for very particular doctor. My uncle got one because he's an orthopedic surgeon. So they had to go to California because he was how you say this, like initiated? I don't know. But he was welcome into a very special honor society for orthopedic surgeons. So everybody, my mom went, they bought all these fancy dresses, like it was like gowns. It's like everybody wears gowns. The ladies have to wear gowns. The men have to wear a tuxedo. My mom bought this huge ass dress. Y'all know her from Neiman Marcus. You know what I mean? So they go there. And there too, they will further coach you. They will further give you instruction on how, when you are an orthopedic surgeon of that class, this is how you conduct yourself. This is what is required to have the prestige, because it's a prestige. We don't understand prestige. We think I remember like back in the day when Tamar, because when they were on Braxton Family Values, Tamar would have Birkin bags. And then she would put potato chips in there. She would put soda in there. She would put Coca-Cola bottles in there. I'm like, what are you doing? What are you doing? But that's the thing. When you just have, and that's what I said earlier, you can have money, no class. You can have money, no status. You can have money, no class, no status. Because when you don't understand prestige, you don't respect things. You think everything is just transactional. You don't even understand the legacy, the history. How can you put potato chips in a Birkin bag? Are you serious right now? No respect. Because you don't truly know what it means. You bought it because you heard other people bought it. You bought the Birkin because you saw a bunch of rich white women with a Birkin, so you bought it. But you don't understand prestige. You don't get it because you don't have status. You don't know. Right? And that's the thing. And when white people do their things and don't include black people, oh my gosh, they're racist. No, they're not racist. Not all of them. Some are, but not all of them. They know that you don't understand the life. And if they try to teach it to you because you don't like correction, you're going to be like, oh, that's a Karen. Oh, that's this, that's that. No. Certain circles, when you want to be part of certain circles, you're going to have to change some things about yourself. And that's the fact, you guys. Just like at your job. You don't even have to work for like the most fanciest company, right? But even as a nurse, if you're in the hospital, if you are a nurse, okay? If you are a nurse, anybody that works in the hospital, you know, I don't care how crazy you are, how loose you are, you know what I mean? Exactly, whatever. But even in the hospital, sis, even the nurse, you might not be the doctor, but because you understand that you are in the realm of medicine and we're talking about people's lives, you know that you have to conduct yourself a certain way. When a patient has to get the medication every 4 hours, you can't say, oh, I'm going to give it to him every 6 hours. You can't do that. People might die. So because of how delicate the industry is, because of the severity of the consequences, if you don't do what you're supposed to do, somebody could die. Family is going to be upset. People are going to be upset. There's real consequence. So you might be crazy in your personal life, but as soon as you walk into that hospital, you're like, oh, now it's business. Now it's business. Because anything we don't do right, someone can end up dead. And I don't want to have no dead person in my body. Because if you're a nurse and somebody dies, they could take away your license. You could face charges for manslaughter. This stuff is real. There are real consequences out here. And the same thing goes for a doctor. You might enjoy life fine, but as soon as it's time for you to work, hell, I can't be drunk over here. I have to be sober because God forbid somebody dies. Not only are you going to have to go in front of the board, not only will you be sued, but you could literally face criminal charges for severe negligence, for manslaughter. And that's what life is, you guys. The more we aspire to go higher, we have to understand that our behavior has to change. The way we dress ourselves, it's going to have to change. Our conversations going to have to change. The way we spend money, it has to change. When you were a young person, maybe you spent money carelessly, no problem. But now that you are a parent, you have children that depend on you. You can't just spend money how you see fit. Huh? You're not going to pay the bills? Correction comes with maturity. Yeah, and that's fine. They could get away with it. But one day they're not going to get away with it. Nobody, because in this world, you'll never get away with something. You don't get away with nothing. Because even if to you, in terms of like the system, the board, the law, they've gone away with it, you have no idea what their karma is. Because we think punishment or consequences are always physical. Some are spiritual. You don't know what this person goes through in their personal life. You don't know what he's facing. You don't know what his karma is. Because maybe that person is good at not showing. And that's why a smart person, a wise, not even smart, because you can be smart and be dumb. But that's why a wise person does not say, oh, look, this person got away with stealing. Let me go steal. I saw people in my workplace who stole the clothes. So I also thought, well, everybody's stealing. Let me steal too. But my black ass got arrested. My karma hit me right then and there because I confessed to it. And then they arrested me. I told y'all this. And I had to go there twice. The first time when I got arrested and on my trial, I had to go sit there too. That was my karma. Nobody gets away with anything. And it was a crazy thing, but thank God it was just a misdemeanor. So I think they actually convicted me to like 180 days, but it's like 176 days were suspended, right? They suspended 176 days because every day I sat there. I didn't even sit there all day. I sat there for like a couple hours, but every day, even though you sit there for a couple hours, they consider that to be a whole day. But it's like in prison time, one day, it could be like 2 days. So even though I sat there like on 2 different days for a couple hours, they counted those days as like time served, and they made that be 4 days. So the sentence was like 180 days, 176 days were suspended, and then like 4 days had to be served, but I served them. That was my karma. What kind of karma them girls got over there? I don't know, but they got their karma too because you never get away with anything. And that's the problem with black people. Every time you try to correct black people, like, what about this? What about that? Worry about yourself. You're responsible for yourself. And in your lifetime, you should try to become a better version of yourself, for yourself. You don't improve your character. You don't develop your character because other people have character. No, you develop your character because that is the right thing to do. Because one day, even if you are able to elude men, you can't elude God. You cannot elude your conscience. One day you will die and you will be by yourself facing God in your actions. And you can't be like, well, Marlene did it and she got away with it. It don't matter. Marlene's not here right now. It's just you. You work on your character because it's good for you. People are like, oh, but white people do this, white people do that. Yes, white people have also enslaved people. Do you want to start enslaving people too? I guess that's that goofy stuff I talk about. Because adults take accountability for themselves. You don't say, but look at what she's doing over there. That's what kids do. Children always look at other people. That's high school stuff. Always comparing yourself to other people. And that's what got a lot of girls having sex with people they had no business having sex with. Because they wanted to have a boyfriend too. And lo and behold, you got taken advantage of. Mind your business. And if somebody corrects you, if you're wrong, you're wrong. Take the L. Keep it pushing. It's cool. Because you're not going to redo the world. That's number one. Number two, the world is not perfect. Number three, black people need to stop obsessing with fairness. Life ain't fair. Things are not fair. Things are not fair. And if you keep looking at all the things that are not fair in this world, you will say to yourself, what's the purpose of being a good person? Because it's easy to see a drug dealer making all kinds of money. And here you are, you an honest person, and them bills be smacking the shit out you. So many good people are oppressed by their bills. But should we say, well, it seems to me like the drug dealer is doing just fine. It seems to me the drug dealer just bought a brand new car. So should you also go start selling drugs? We gotta, and that's the thing. I don't know how you identify. But it's like if you identify as a Christian, you got to stop looking to unbelievers. You got to stop looking to unbelievers. You got to stop looking out to heathen. You have to stop looking to thieves and scammers and trifling ass people and say, but look at these people have made their choices. They don't want to be good people. Who cares? Who cares? Who cares? I could also say like, oh, look at me, Marlene, like, oh, I work so hard for my... There are people who don't even work as hard as me. I don't even think Kylie Jenner even does a damn thing for her business. But people just buy because she's Kylie Jenner. So should I also come naked on the Instagram? Should I also use my body parts to sell eyeshadow? Something that goes on your eyes. Why must I show you my titties to sell that stuff? Should I also say, well, look at Kim Kardashian. Look how she made it. And it seems like she got away with it. Having no morals, using sex and gossip and drama and scandals to become where she is today. So should I also go do a sex tape? Should I also have a penis in my mouth and put that on the internet so I can go viral? Because when you look at Kim Kardashian, it seems like she gets away with everything. Should I also do that? No. 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 Because I have a path I've chosen for myself. And for me, Marlene, not only do I identify as a Christian, I identify as a mother. I want to be a good person. I want to be a good person. I want to have good character. I want to have good morals. That means more to me than money because I have to live with myself. There are so many times I could have used my divorce situation. I could have used my pregnancy situation. I could have used my husband's situation. And we could have sat out here and we could have sold black love to people and I could have made a whole bunch of money. I need money too. But I'm not doing that to y'all because it's not fair. Because it doesn't have integrity in it. That's not having good moral character. It's not. And that's what I recognize when we stole those clothes, because I stole the clothes, y'all. I did it. And that's why I felt bad. So I give them back. And that's why they used it as evidence. You guys thought that was so crazy, right? Because I ain't got no business stealing. I'm not a good criminal anyways. I'm not. I'm not a good criminal. Because my conscience always gets to me. So I confess. I'll confess, and I brought the clothes back. So they had my confession, then they had evidence. So they're like, yeah, she's guilty. Like, yeah, I did it. I didn't even deny that I did it. Because and then like whatever. But then it's like when you go to apply for your U.S. citizenship, right? Part of the requirements of your U.S. citizenship for you to get the citizenship, they talk about moral turpitude. I said, what the fuck? Yes, moral turpitude. So it's like, are you morally corrupt? And at that time, yeah, I allowed myself to be morally corrupt. And I was like, oh my gosh, I don't want to be a morally corrupt human being. I don't want to be a corrupt human being. Moral turpitude, huh? Even like because it was the company that I worked for. Let's talk about some real shit. Because it was the company that I worked for. And I took the clothes from a store that I work for. It's called embezzlement. I said, what? Like, you guys, sometimes you do stuff. You don't even know you don't know the law. You're young, you're stupid. We're just taking clothes, whatever. But when you work for a company and you take stuff from the company, you steal from the company, even like paperclip, whatever. Anything that you take from the company that you don't have permission to take, it's embezzlement. You think embezzlement is like just money. It's not just money. They put embezzlement, petty embezzlement, like small embezzlement. I said, Jesus. When I read embezzlement, when the magistrate wrote embezzlement, I said, Jesus. Embezzlement. Embezzlement. That's white collar crime shit. You guys, I was terrified out of my mind. And when my mom came to get me, this is the thing. This is where you see, like in life, stick to what you know. Stick to what you know. Be proud of how you were raised and mind your business. And mind your business. My mom comes to, she was in tears. That was another situation too, right? My mom comes to get me in the Mercedes. Mind you, the stuff I stole, it wasn't even that, like she could have paid for it. I was just doing it because everybody else, I'm telling you, everybody was doing it. My mom was in tears, you guys. Like, it was so sad. And I was like, oh my gosh. You got that to this day. If I want to see it, I can actually see it. But it was like when I did it, when I agreed to do it, everybody was doing it. And honestly, I didn't even think it was that serious. You know what I'm trying to say? Because they had multiple stores. That company had multiple stores. And every store I went, everybody did that shit. So I was like, oh, everybody's doing it. And then they would do it. And they would actually wear the clothes to work. So I was like, okay, cool, whatever. Like, it's not a big deal. I guess it's their culture. But it was wrong. And I knew it was wrong. But I was like, everybody's doing that shit. So let's do it. But I don't have the mind of a criminal, nor am I a criminal. You know what I mean? So she comes and gets me in the ML. When I went to work that day, I took the navigator with me. And I'm like, and this is how the devil will make you feel so fucking stupid. Like, you didn't have to do this. You don't come from this. You don't even need to do this at all. Your mom gets you in an ML. You go to work in a Lincoln. I had like a 2000, what was it, like a 2005 Lincoln or 2006 Lincoln Navigator? That thing is huge. The car was parked because we went back at like midnight. We had to go back to Fair Oaks Mall. The car was out there like this. If you ever come to my house, I'm telling you, my house is it's like a dealership. It's like cars everywhere. There was no need for that. What is a girl like me doing dumb shit like this? But this is what happened when you don't honor your code. I grew up in church. We had church all the time. I didn't have to. I knew better than this. But this whole shit about, oh, they doing this, let me do this too. Me, my ass, straight to the jailhouse. Straight to the jailhouse. I've lived in Fairfax since 1996. I never knew where the jailhouse was. It was that day. I was 22 years old. Oh, shit. That's what this building is? You gotta be fucking kidding me. And now every time I would drive by, because it's right by George Mason, every time I would drive, like, oh shit, this is where they lock my ass up. You see what I'm saying? And you learn, and I thank God for that. I shouldn't have done that, but still, I thank God for that because the consequences were not that bad, because my parents had the money, so the consequences weren't that bad. But from that situation, though, I was like, you know what, though? No matter what other people do, Marlene, don't do it. Because first of all, you're not a good criminal. Number two, most likely, you're going to confess anyway. So, and number three, leave it alone. So I always go the longer route. And it's a lot more tedious that way. But I don't want no smoke. Just like when we did the PPP loan thing, the PPP stuff was available. I put in there what I had. And so they gave me what I had. Another friend was like, oh, Marlene, you could have asked for more money and they wouldn't have caught you. I said, when I told you I stole when I was 22 and they arrested me, you didn't hear what I said. If the devil let them catch me for clothes, you think if I go for the money thing, they're not going to catch me? When I keep telling y'all, we took the clothes. I got arrested. That was just clothes. You think if I go and do PPP scam, you don't think they're going to find me? They will find me. Because there's certain people, crime in them, it don't mesh. So no, I took what I could. I took what I was allowed to get, and then that's it. It would have been nice to have more, though. But I'm not finna get locked up. For what? And who's going to raise my children? Because now you lied to the government. That's federal. When I stole from the store, that's a little store right there. You know what I'm saying? But stealing from the U.S. government, I don't want no parts of that. And of course, they're not going to catch everybody because there's a lot of people. But I'm not willing to take those chances, though. I don't do stuff like that, you guys. Because I'm a very afraid person. But it's like in life, like you recognize, like you work on character for you. It's not for other people. There are a lot of people that you'll see in this life. What you won't do, they'll do it in a heartbeat. And they'll be way more successful than you. They will have way more followers than you. They will be they probably can sell way more makeup than I can. No problem. But my character, my person is not for sale. I'm not a slave. I am not a slave. I'm a free human being. Exactly. Because certain things, when they happen in your life and God allows you to escape, let that serve you for the rest of your natural life. You guys, this thing could have gone really bad because it's a felony. Embezzlement is a felony. I could have gotten deported. Can you imagine? This is crazy. This is crazy. And then you see how when you don't have good moral character and bad things happen, it affects more than you. Like, what kind of person want to sit here and you see your parents cry like this? What the heck? This is some weird shit. You thought I was pregnant out of wedlock or some shit. They probably would have loved that even more. You see what I'm saying? Like, so you understand, like, there is value in having good character. And to have good character, to know what it is to have good character, to become a person of good character, you have to be okay with correction. Because that's how you grow. That's how you become better. Everybody in this life, you know what I mean? Everybody in this life that is successful, like I'm talking like the LeBron James, the Michael Jordan, all these people, the Beyonce, all them people that we celebrate and we like, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. These people have coaches. They have coaches. They have people who tell them how to run. They have people who teach them how to breathe. They have people who teach them. They have coaches for everything. They have coaches for their sport. They have coaches for their money. They have coaches for their business deals. They hire the best of the best of the best to make the most out of their success, to make the most out of their image, to make the most out of their likeliness, to make the most, like they want to maximize everything. So they have a coach for everything. And these people correct them. And I said, oh, wow, thank you. I didn't see it that way. But now I understand where you're coming from. You might think something is not a big deal, but your lawyer might be like, okay, this might not be a big deal to you, but have you considered this? Have you considered that? Have you considered this? You're like, oh, wow, I didn't consider those. Of course, you're not a lawyer. He's a lawyer. He was trained for that. He was trained to see every possible possibilities where this thing could hurt you or benefit you. Do you see what I'm saying? All successful people, all great people, powerful people, they all have amazing coaches. LeBron James, he spends $1 million a year on his trainer. So he got training from the Lakers or the Cavs, whatever. But on his personal time, he spends $1 million. These people, they get the best of the best of the best in the world to coach them, to train them, to dress them. It's not a joke. Being a powerful person is not a joke. You got to be committed to that stuff. It's not just a lifestyle, it's a mindset. So when you are a child, like Blue Ivy is already writing music. Blue Ivy is already she's getting Grammys. She gets music credit. They put her in credit. That girl's like, she what, like 8 or 9 or whatever? So by the time Blue is 18 years old, by the time Blue is 30 years old, do you have any idea the kind of businesswoman she's going to be? Do you have any idea the kind of confidence she'll have about herself? Do you have it? Like, I'm like, if this baby girl's getting credit at this age, but by the time she's 18, but you like the way she'll negotiate her own contract, can you stand with this girl? You cannot. And that's why I say these schools are meant for legacy children, because these children grow up in houses where they see their parents dominate other people. They grow up in households where they see parents who don't give up. They grew up in households where parents are extremely competitive. So they understand what time it is. These are legacy children. They grew up in households where standards are very high because the legacy is that important. They're legacy children. You don't play with these people. So they have special schools for these people. That's why like these Ivy League schools are not meant for regular people. Of course, they let some people in, but the people who really dominate those schools are legacy children. And every time somebody wants to make a reproach or say, oh, correct this behavior, correct that behavior. Oh, how dare you tell me this? How dare you tell me that? How dare you? Oh, but white people need to do this. But it's like, what do you want? What do you want? What do you want? If you want to belong in a certain class, you're going to have to adapt to that class. Or you don't get in. You want to make it in Hollywood, you're going to have to adopt to whatever the reigning mindset is in Hollywood. Everywhere you want to go, there's a certain way that people do things. Either you align, you get the fuck off. It's that easy. It's that easy. Me, I can sit here and cry every day. Oh, look at me. I'm a poor black woman. Okay. Try to have this makeup brand. Oh, I don't have money. I can't raise. I can sit here and cry all the time. And what's that going to change? Nothing. Or you can forge yourself a mind to be like, yeah, it's going to be hard, as it should be hard. I ain't white. I'm not white. Why should any white person make it easier for me to become a legacy person? It's not meant for me. The stuff that I aspire to, the stuff that I want to have, the things that I dream about having, it's not meant for black people. It's not meant for that. It's not meant for us. I know that. So you could get mad about it, or you could just keep working super, super hard and minding your business. This is what I chose to do. I don't cry like, oh my God, look at me. I'm so sad. No, I'm okay. Because I understand that what I want under normal circumstances, right? A black woman is not supposed to have those things. She's not even supposed to ask for those things. It's cool. Let's compete, right? And you cannot be faint of heart because that's legacy stuff that you're asking for. And they're not going to easily let you in there. They're not. So it's cool. That's life. But it's like we have to get to a place where like we understand that correction comes with trying to move up in the world. You're going to get corrected a lot. In school, you're going to get corrected. In college, you're going to get corrected. In grad school, you're going to get corrected. In life, you're going to correct it. You're going to get corrected. In the kind of circles that you want to move into, you're going to have to correct your behavior. You're going to have to correct your mindset. You're going to have to correct your speech. Because everyone is a work in progress. You're going to have to correct yourself. And that's facts. That's facts. If you aspire if you want to be a CEO, or one day you want to work at some corporate job somewhere and you want to get to become the top person you are going to have to learn so much. It's not enough to just know how to do your job, but you have to learn to be a leader. And you can't lead people if you can't even lead yourself. And great leaders have great humility. Like, you know what? If I don't know something, I'm quick to learn it. If I can do better, I'll try my best. How can I learn more? These are people who are constantly trying to like help themselves. They're constantly trying to grow. That's why you see white people, they have a lot of religion. They'll be Buddhist one moment, then they'll be this, because they're constantly looking to perfect themselves. Right? They'll constantly look to perfect themselves and to improve themselves. Because if you don't improve yourself, you die. But correction is important. So if you want to think about where you want to belong, and it could be that if you want to belong to a certain group of people, they don't really care. Everybody drinks and smokes and drinks and smoke. Cool. That's what y'all going to do over there, right? You might want to be part of a group where everybody just brags about labels. Get ready to have bad credit. Get ready to have bad credit. Get ready to overspend. But if that's what you want, that's that circle over there. You cannot go there unless you have a Birkin. You cannot be part of their friend group unless you spend all kinds of money. So if you don't have it, get ready to be broke. Get ready to have bad credit, or get ready to start selling your body to men for money so you can buy those things. If that's where you want to go, right? If you want to be part of a group of people who save money, do like investments and things like that, get ready to learn more about money. Get ready for them to hold you accountable as how you spend money, how you talk about money. Get ready for them to challenge you on your investment strategies. Get ready for them to challenge you on your investment philosophy. Get ready for them to challenge you like, okay, where are you going? How much you trying to make in the next 5 years? Get ready for them to challenge your goals. I'm happy with making 100,000. I don't even know why you want to push me. Why are you there? Because in that group over there, they're overachievers. They're overachievers. So if you like to be comfortable, don't go over there, because they will challenge you. And if you're insecure, and if you don't know much about yourself, if you don't have enough humility and you have lots of pride and ego, every time you're challenged to move up, you'll take it as an offense. Oh, what you trying to say? So you think you're better than me? Well, not everybody wants what you have. Baby, be quiet. If you knew how to get it, you would want the same thing too. People have a tendency of talking bad about the things they don't have, not because they don't want them, but because they don't know how to afford them, they can't afford them, or don't know how to get them. But if you knew how to get it, if you could afford it, you would have been the first one in line to get it. You know what I'm trying to say? Like, that's what it is, right? And I'm like, for a lot of us, right? For a lot of us, that's something I'm noticing. For a lot of us as Black people, we truly struggle with what marriage truly is and what the purpose of marriage is and what everybody's role, the man's role, the woman's role, the children's role. We don't understand all of that. Nobody understands what it is. We just do things day by day. We that's how we live. We live on a day by day basis. We don't sit down and say, "Oh, what's the plan for our children?" Parents have to it's up to the parents to come up with the blueprint of how their kids are going to be successful. A lot of parents don't do that. They're not even mindful of like what school their child. Oh, it's public, it's free. Take your ass there. But is that the best place for your kid? What do you envision your child doing? Who would you like your child to be? How old would you like your son or daughter to be by the time they're done with college? We have to train children. That's why we're the parent. That's why they're the children. You got to train kids because we've been through this life. We are going through this life as adults. We've seen things like, damn, I wish I would have. I wish I would have. Okay, so how we incorporating this in the life of our children? How we even learning our own kids, right? To know what they love, to know what they're naturally attracted to, and putting more of that into their lives. So that now it's not just a natural talent or whatever, but now it's like it's actually something they can do very well. We don't do that. We don't plan that. Even for us, like marriage also. How often do we even sit down and be like, yo, like, why are we even married? What are we trying to build together? What are we built? Why are we coming together? Because it's to do something. You gonna spend your whole life with somebody? What is it for? Just sex? To just look good? To make her happy? To make him happy? Is that really what this is for? What is the real purpose of marriage? Why do two people commit to each other and have children together? It's way bigger than love. It should be about a vision. It should be about a legacy. And a lot of time when people get together and even decide to be married, it's all off of the flesh. It's all off of attraction. Oh, I'm attracted to her. Oh, I'm attracted to him. Oh, he looks good. He smells good. She look good. She smells good. She has good sex. He has good sex. Okay. But besides that, talk about the real shit. And that's why I say a lot of people should go to premarital counseling. Because when you are in love with people, it's hard for you to ask the hard questions because you don't want to do anything that could cause you to not love this person as much as you think you love them. You don't want to know things that could you know what I mean? You don't want to ask questions where it's like, damn, that's what you think? You know, you don't want no opposition. You don't want any friction. You want to just be in love and believe in the fantasy. So everybody avoids these hard conversations, which are really important. But when you go to premarital counseling, then people don't care about y'all. So they're going to ask you some real questions. I think a lot of people should go to premarital counseling where they are forced to answer real hard questions. But it's like if one person wants children, another person does not want children, you two should not get married. Because it's going to come a time where one person is going to feel like, I'm giving up something that means so much to me to make you happy. Another person will be like, well, you always knew I didn't want to have kids, so why are you forcing me to have kids? Because children that's a very serious conversation. You ain't got no business being together. If you are a pastor, if you are a minister, if you say to yourself, wow, I want to be like Bishop Jakes. I want to build a ministry like Bishop Jakes. Okay. I want to, go around the world and preach Jesus. You look at Bishop Jakes. You look at Auntie Sarita. Have y'all ever seen, I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I'm being very honest, right? Have you ever seen Auntie Sarita compete with Bishop Jakes for the limelight? Have you ever seen Auntie Sarita out here talk about, oh, I want to be a preacher too? Or I think I can talk to the masses? No. Auntie Sarita understands her assignment. She understands her lane. She understands who she is to Bishop, how she helps Bishop. She is comfortable in that place. She ain't trying to preach to nobody. She's not trying to be compete. No. She does not compete with him. When it comes to this preaching stuff, he can have it. Writing books, going around the world, preaching to people, go ahead. That's your gift. Auntie Sarita, she sticks to her rivers and her lakes. She minds her business. She is very happy being the first lady. She is very happy being behind him. It doesn't bother her. She is sometimes nobody's clapping, she clapping. It's like if there was nobody in that church, she would clap for her husband. You would think it was like 100,000 people clapping for Bishop Jakes. She loves to hear him talk. She don't want to talk. She loves to encourage him. I'm like, I see it. Like this woman is so dedicated to that man. She don't compete with him. And then she's comfortable with that. You've never seen her talk about, oh, I'm having a woman's ministry on this day, and he's also having a man's ministry over there. No, wherever Bishop is, she's right behind him, and she is comfortable with that. I have never seen Auntie Sarita trying to compete with Bishop for limelight, trying to compete with Bishop for books sold, trying to compete with Bishop about the conferences. No, 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 no. She minds her business. Because she understands her legacy. She understands the business of the Potter's house. She understands her husband's vision, and she is okay. She's more than okay. She is a willing participant in helping Bishop build the Potter's house. She understands, I'm here to help him build his legacy. And then in turn, Bishop Jakes, he takes good care of her. Takes really good care. If you've ever been to like a really big church, like for example, like Greater Mount Calvary, yes. But even like First Baptist Church of Glen Hardin, because Pastor John is really friends with Bishop like that. But Auntie Sarita, she's like a celebrity amongst first ladies. Most of these black first ladies out here in America, but in the world, black people, everybody wants to be like Auntie Sarita. She is the wife of Bishop Jakes. Everybody wants her. Everybody wants to be with her. Everybody wants to be next to her. And she is comfortable being mother. And she doesn't feel like, oh, I'm less than a woman. I'm abused. You know what I mean? I'm this. No, she does not compete with him. When you marry a modern woman, she does not go behind you. She will not agree to go behind you. She will not agree to build you. No, she's like, what about mine? What about me? What about mine? What about that mindset doesn't work in the church. It doesn't work. A pastor cannot marry somebody like that. It's not going to work. You have to marry somebody that will align with your purpose. You have to marry a wife that will align with your purpose. Because if you say, oh, I'm a pastor, but I can marry a girl from the secular world. I can marry a modern day woman. You're not going to be a pastor no more, which is what happened to DeVon. He had to stop saying that he was a pastor. He took it off his bio. He stopped calling himself a pastor because the way the wife lives her life, the way she does, she's going to do whatever she wants over there, right? He can't turn around and preach because every time you say something, but what about your wife? What about your wife? So to avoid this, right? To avoid this, it's like, okay, let me not call myself a pastor no more. Let me call myself a motivational speaker. But why? So you're going to change your calling because it has to match the slit on your wife's dress, the reveal of her. No. This is why from the jump it shouldn't have happened. That's why I said it's very possible. And it's very, very possible. It's more than possible. When you are a pastor, when you are a divorce attorney, even a trainer, a physical trainer, right? Anybody that helps people build their self-esteem, build their mental health, build themselves, build their persona, whatever, okay? You have some kind of mind control over that person. You got to be honest with yourself. And for me, Marlene, when I look at the situation between DeVon and Meagan, I truly believe Meagan was an assignment that he smashed. Like she was an assignment. A young lady, and it's just like Toby and Fat, Martika. Like today, I can honestly say, for as much as that video might be cringeworthy, but I can understand why Toby was reluctant to date Martika in the beginning. Because when she comes to Texas, she's damaged. When she comes to Texas, she's broken. It's just that Kobe has a very arrogant way about his swag. So it's hard to understand like what he was trying to avoid. But I can understand what he was trying to avoid. So if you are fleeing a bad situation, if you have a really bad breakup, right? If you didn't grow up in a stable home and you are running away from your problems, you come to Texas, you happen to go to a church. Here comes a very tall black man, dark skin. He loves God. He's committed to God. He prays for everybody. You're like, oh my gosh, it's him. Oh my gosh, this is it. This is him. He's not going to hurt me. He fears God. He's going to be perfect. He fears God. Sis, don't be putting them weird fantasy expectations on me because I'm still a person. So I understand. Because it's like, yo, maybe Martika, yeah, I know I'm attractive, but she was attracted to me not because she knew me, but because she had weird expectation of who she thought I was. Because you're loving me through hurt. You're loving me through a bad breakup. If you've dated a guy that was an asshole and he really hurt you, any man that opens the doors for you, you're gonna think he's your Prince Charming. You're gonna think he's your Prince Charming. When you've dated a bunch of assholes and you meet a guy that's more mindful of his ways, that's God fearing, of course you're gonna think God told you. Duh. Who wouldn't? Because your heart is aching. I mean, he's dark, he's very handsome. I think Toby's cute. Because one thing I've noticed, I feel like people with complexions are attracted to people that have the opposite complexion, right? You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of light skinned girls like dark skinned dudes. You know what I mean? But he's tall, he's dark, he's handsome, right? But I could see why he will be scared of that. Because nobody want you. You should not enter into a relationship with a woman that's damaged and that's dealing with her emotions from a previous relationship that is broken. Because if you pray for her, if you're nice to her, if she's gonna take that the wrong way. But it's like, no, I'm just being your pastor. But now you're confusing pastor and love, and you think like, oh, that's meant to be my husband. And this is where a man, especially based on his position, right? Based on his position, based on his role, he should be like, let's really wait to make sure that you're not having like lost puppy love for me. You know what I mean? Like, oh, I'm so hurt. I'm so battered. This guy was so awful to me. And here you are. You're nice. You're polite. You're God-fearing. You love your mom. You love your dad. You love your sisters. So I think God heard. No, God didn't tell you none of that stuff, sis. And it's funny how people always hear from God what they want to hear from God. What's up, Noble? People always hear from God what they want to hear from God. Every time people hear from God, it goes exactly with what they wanted to do initially. Oh, I mean, I wanted to steal some money, and God said, yeah, go ahead, because you needed more than the rich. So that's why I went and I stole from the rich, right? Every time people want to do something that aligns with their will, they'll tell you, God told me. But when God tells them not to do something, they don't hear that part because they want to do what they want to do, and they're going to do what they want to do regardless. And that's why I was telling my friends earlier about Moses, right? Of course Moses heard from God. Duh. Of course Moses heard from God. If you are enslaved, do you know what it means to be a slave? If you work so hard for free, of course you heard from God. Of course God told you you deserve a vacation. Of course God told you you should take time out in the desert to worship. Of course, because you don't want to work. So did Moses really hear from God? Or was he because he was tired, so he thought he heard from God? Of course. Of course. Is it really surprising to you that somebody who's enslaved or who comes from an enslaved people would say, God told me, let my people go? Well, duh. What else did he tell you? I should give you all my money too, by the way. Get out of here with that bullshit. Of course. Of course. But then you flip the script when they get to the desert and they finally see the promised land. The same way they talk to Pharaoh, oh, Pharaoh, let my people go. Why don't you tell the people of Canaan, God told us we deserve this land? They don't say that shit. They go straight for violence. Joshua killed mad people. So the same thing, this issue that y'all have with the Pharaoh, once y'all want something, y'all become just like Pharaoh. Bloodthirsty, killing ass heifers. They start killing people for their land. Because, okay? Because how coincidentally, God told them they deserve houses they didn't build. Sounds like a thief to me. God, amazingly, God tells these people, you deserve houses, land that doesn't belong to you. How convenient. How convenient. So when you have to work for somebody and you don't want to work for them no more, conveniently, God told you you should be free. And then when you go somewhere else and you see what they have and you want to, you don't say, oh, God said, give it to me. No, not all of a sudden. God told you you deserve houses you didn't build. You deserve land that don't belong to you. You deserve to eat fruits that you never planted, the tree. Like, does that make sense? No. And it goes to show you that's why religion is so manipulative. Because when people want something, they'll tell you, God told me. God told me. God told me. And every time God tells them something, it's exactly what they want to do. That's how you know people are not serious. People are not serious. And a lot of people, they don't hear from God. They're hearing from their own ego. It's your ego talking to you. It ain't God. Everybody hears from God. Like, yeah, right. It's your ego. It is absolutely your ego. Right? It's absolutely your ego. Oh, God told me. Oh, God told me. God told you what? God told you what God told you, what God told you completely match what it is that you're trying to do. Yeah, right. Sure. Who can go against that? Who can go against that? Conveniently, God told you to go for the good guy. Conveniently, God told you the man that came to your rescue was your husband. Conveniently, God told you, oh, this is Devin right here. Right? Can you guys hear me? Because if I got to go ahead and come back, I'm tired. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? Can y'all hear me? What? Oh, I've been here. Y'all, I'm out. I'm tired. If I leave, I ain't coming back because I'm exhausted. Can you hear me? I'm like, if I'm gone, I ain't coming back, y'all. I will end this live and go to sleep. Right? So it's like, it's every time people want to do what they want to do, conveniently, they heard from God. Oh, God told me this. God told me that's my wife. Okay. So if God tells you, if God told you this is your husband, this is your wife, then now that you people are divorcing, then who told you then? Because they can't be God. So the devil told you how to get divorced. You see what I'm saying? And this is how you recognize that there's a lot of foolishness in this church business. Right? This is because people keep calling my phone. This is how you recognize that there is a lot of foolishness in this church business. And a lot of pastors take advantage of pretty girls. A lot of pastors take advantage of pretty girls. A lot of pastors take advantage of pretty girls who have broken heart issues. They take advantage of pretty girls who have daddy issues. They take advantage of these pretty girls that, that they can't see in the church. They won't have in the church because most likely, if you're in the church, you're not going to find a Meagan Good type of girl. You can't find a Meagan Good type of girl that's also God-fearing. Right? So people try to have their cake and eat it too. And they think that they can, because when you preach so much and you preach so much, right? You become really good at using words to fool people. But and that's why I say, like, it's not even the words that you use, it's the source. Like, where is your heart when you're saying these things? And a lot of pastors and preachers are manipulative. They are manipulative. It sounds good on the surface, but in the inside of the heart, everything is about deception. And to me, this dude, Devin Franklin, he is a manipulator. He's a huge manipulator. He is a manipulator. He is severely narcissistic. He is severely crazy. He is a manipulator because a man of integrity, a man with some decency, and not just that, right? A man who actually then go in and come back in, because people say they can't hear me. So those of y'all who cannot hear me, go out and come back in. You'll hear me, right? So he is a man of he's extremely, extremely dishonest. He is extremely dishonest. Because an honest man, a God-fearing man, a true man of God would have been like, sis, you can't. This can't go. But he took this young lady, right? He took this young lady knowing very well that she was not going to be accepted by the church. He took this young lady, brought her into a situation, right? That he took her to a situation knowing that she was not going to thrive in that situation. You guys, if you grew up in the church, you know what I'm talking about. It's very rigid. He took this young lady, made her believe that he could use his words and he could pull a wool over people's eyes. And as a consequence of that, she got hit with all kinds of arrows. Pew, 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 pew. Put that girl to get hit with all kinds of arrows. Because you got a pastor, instead of wanting a church wife, a wife that goes along with his ministry, right? He wanted to have a wife that was a badass bitch. He's a pastor with the alter ego of a rapper. Because he wants to be famous. Just like when he would I think this dude is so dishonest to me. He is so dishonest to me. Just like when he would sit there on Instagram and start randomly praying for people. I'm like, what the heck is he doing? Performative religiousness. He's a performer. Like everything that comes out of his mouth, I don't trust this dude. He's a religious performer. He's no different than Derek Jackson. He is a religious performer. Does it make sense? You're going to turn your camera and you pray on the Instagram. Who are you praying for? Who are you praying with? Because he wants people to see him pray. And these are the kinds of people that the prophet Isaiah warned us of. He said, when you fast, when you got your relationship with the Lord, don't nobody need to know what's going on. I am very weary of people who constantly want to prove to you that I'm in the word, I'm religious, I'm praying, I'm fasting. Look at me, look at me. Yeah, whatever. He's dishonest. He is dishonest. He is dishonest. This girl was at a very low point in her life. No, he ain't shit. Meagan was at a very low point in her life. I can't fault Meagan for being who she is. That's who she is. That's what she knows. You can't fault her for that. But it's like when you know who she is, you cannot put this girl in situations where you know she's not going to thrive. You cannot force people to accept her when you know they're not going to accept her. Why are you doing this to her? Because you want to be like a rapper preacher. And that's what's going on out here with these black preachers. They want to be famous. They want to be like Jay-Z and Beyonce. Huh? Jay-Z and Beyonce never said they're out here for Jesus. They might be Christian on the inside, but they chose to be entertainers. Jay-Z and Beyonce is some entertainers. So the stuff they do, it goes perfectly with their ministry. They entertain a secular world. That's the lane Beyonce chose. That's the lane Jay-Z chose. The husband sings about bad bitches and being a drug dealer. And she sings about we be all night. Oh, oh. And she sings about sex all the time. That's what they chose to do. And they go well together. He sings about drugs and sex, and then she's and bad bitches, and she sings about how you have sex with a high value men from the drug life, and like it goes well together. They are meant to. It's a perfect match. Kim and Kanye, perfect match. They deserve each other. But you cannot be a pastor. You cannot call yourself a man of God and have an alter ego of an entertainer, have the alter ego of a rapper, have the alter ego of, I don't know, like what kind of pastor you know want to be with a badass bitch? You cannot. Exactly. These pastors now, they want to be trendy. They want to be cool. You look at some of these churches, it looks like a nightclub. You don't even know where you is. Like, what is this? No. Oh, we got to be cool too. No. The church is not about being mainstream. The church is about getting closer to God. Dason, where you been, boo-boo? You see what I'm saying? You got a pastor with the mind of a drug dealer. You got a pastor with the mind of a rapper. He wants a bad bitch. I mean, make it make sense. You cannot have a bad bitch. You need to marry Sister Marlene. She's sanctified. She understand what it is. She won't mind going to prayer meetings. She won't mind making the cookies and stuff like that. She won't mind going to all them deaconesses being like, yes, Sister Maureen, yes. Oh, teria baba shente, caria baba shente. Oh, Lord, won't he do it? Oh, Father God, we come right now, Father God. Father God. Yes, she's not going to mind doing that. You got to marry Sister Marlene. I'm not, because I grew up like that. You got to go marry Sister Marlene. But you don't want Sister Marlene because I'm not going to wear a slit to my pussy. Bitch, I can do it in the bedroom, but I ain't doing it outside. You want a bad bitch on your side. Is you a pastor or is you, what is you? And that's the problem with that. You cannot. Just like Barack Obama. He knew who he was a long time ago. Barack Obama knew who he wanted to be. You don't just wake up one day and say, oh, I want to be president. He had that dream for a long time, you guys. That's why they didn't catch him with no bad bitches. That's why they didn't catch him with no mistress. This man ain't got no scandal. And no bad bitches. And no side piece. And no hoes. Like, damn, fam. You know what I'm trying to say? Because he knew. And he married a lawyer just like him. Matter of fact, she was his boss. The fuck. He went to Harvard. She went to Princeton. The fuck. He married somebody that will match his vision. When you see Michelle Obama, she is a great representation of Barack Obama. Like, oh, yeah, I can see why he picked her. You never going to look at Barack Obama and be like, damn, why he picked Michelle? You've never asked yourself this question. You have never asked yourself the question, why Barack Obama picked Michelle. You're like, oh, yes, that's a fine black woman right there. I can see why he chose her. Oh, yes, look at that body. Yeah, and Michelle, and let me tell you something. Let me tell you something about Auntie Michelle. Talk about a bad bitch. Michelle Obama has a beautiful body. Everything on her tight. And no drip, and no fupa. Her booty is nice. She is very firm. Her shoulder blades, she's like a supermodel. Michelle Obama has a beautiful body. She is gorgeous. That lady got a nice body on her. Like, there were times when, like, they would get on the plane. Like, you would see them get on Air Force One. And sometimes he would forget himself. He started patting her ass. He would tap her ass. I said, sir, what the fuck? Have some decorum. But you could tell, like, he was attracted to her because she has a really nice body. But you don't have to show it. You look at her like, yeah, Michelle got a nice body, y'all. We can all see it. We don't have to see her in her underwear. We don't have to see her with all her cleavage out. We don't got to see her with slits all to her pussy to know that she got a nice body. Michelle Obama has a nice body. So intellectually, physically, you understand why he chose her. You understand? She goes very well with his ministry. This man knew he was going to be president. So he married a lawyer just like him. He married a beautiful woman just like he likes. He married what he's attracted to. He married somebody he knew she would want to have children. What's a White House without kids? Who going to put them little dogs? Huh? What is a White House without kids? Because they got a bunch of dogs. They got all that green. There's yard. The yard is everywhere. Who's going to play outside? You got to have some little children. So she got 2 daughters. You ain't never catch no scandal on Michelle Obama. One time she came out with she had these bad bitch, okay? She came out with them knee-high boots. And they had Swarovski crystals. It was like yellow, like the boot. It was knee-high boots with like a wrap dress on with the side banger, not the banger. You're like, damn, bitch. When I tell you these, like the boots went viral. And no titty in sight. And no this in sight. She was classy, but she was sexy as fuck. I was like, damn. That outfit, the boots, they went viral. Michelle Obama, she knows how to be sexy without showing too much. She a classy woman. That's a grown-ass woman right there. She knows. She is seductive without doing too much. Because she ain't got to do too much. What you want to do? You want to talk family stuff? She got it. You want to talk cooking stuff? She got it. You want to talk law and politics? She got it. You want to talk fashion? She got it. You want to talk fitness? She got it. She is a well-rounded individual. She ain't pressed for nobody. And you see every time George Bush Jr., every time he sees Michelle Obama, he always wants to sit next to her because he's attracted to her. He's very much attracted to her. And she knows how to keep it friendly and keep it cute without giving him wrong signals. Yes, honey. Yes, honey. You would never sit here and look at Michelle Obama and act confused. Like, why would he marry her? I mean, why would he pick her? You're like, yes, that's the right choice right there. You never look at Michelle Obama and Barack and be like, oh, these people are not equally yoked. They are perfectly yoked. It makes sense. The math is mathing. The picture is perfect. Okay? Yes, honey. It makes sense. All of it, it makes sense. She's a great representation of her husband. And also, he's a great representation of her. He didn't bring no side bitch, no side babies out here. They both represent each other very well. And you don't be like, you don't look at them and look confused like, why would he pick her? Why would she pick him? No. We got to marry out here according to our what? According to our mission. We got to marry according to our ministry. We got to marry according to our vision. You might want a badass bitch, but you can't get one. Because the mindset of a bad bitch, the mindset of a city girl, the mindset of a hot girl, summer girl, it don't match what you need as a pastor. But you wanted what you wanted. And by doing that, you put this young lady in a crossfire of a lot of judgment. You put this young lady in the path of lots of judgments. Lots of arrows were sent her way. When she was in her secular world, doing her secular shit, she ain't had no smoke. Because we knew, like, she's the entertainer. That's what they do out there. She ain't had no smoke. You take this little girl, you bring her in this situation. And you thought, oh, I'm gonna keep talking these lies. I'm gonna keep, like, playing with English out here so I can confuse people. You cannot confuse people. You cannot confuse people, because if something does not sit right with people, you cannot force people to be okay with what they're not okay with. Because it's the church. And it's the same thing also if we were Muslim. You cannot bring a lady here who does not want to cover her head. Huh? You don't want to cover your head. How's that supposed to work? You cannot do that. You're not going to see an imam. You're not going to see an imam go pick a wife out here that don't want to cover her head. How's that supposed to work? It's not going to work. And they're going to traumatize her. Call her all kinds of like, there's the word. Aram. Oh, she's doing aram. She's doing aram. She's doing aram. Every day they're going to traumatize this girl. Leave all kinds of comment. Aram. No. You cannot. You cannot. So either you give up the church, or if you don't want to give up the church because it's tied to your ego, because then you have a podium, you get to be the pastor, you get to lie to people and lay hands on them and nothing happens, but whatever. Don't bring this young lady into this situation. You gotta do stuff like this. Because she's going to get attacked. Because women can get very vicious. Especially when all these women they've held themselves to a certain standard. They have practiced what they're being told. They go to Bible study. They go to church. They do all this stuff. They go to the deaconess meeting. They go to the pastor meeting. They do the choir thing, right? You know what I'm trying to say? You cannot do this stuff. Because these girls are like, no, this is unfair. And when you tell ladies, oh, well, this girl doesn't have to follow the rules and she gets to just fly above everybody and be the first lady, these girls going to get really vicious. They're going to get very vicious. Because that's what females do. Like, who the fuck is she? And how she going to get to be the queen bee? The fuck? For what? Nah, girl. So they're going to pick at her and they're going to pick her apart. And he knew that. He knew that was going to happen. He knew that was going to happen. So why you put this young lady in this situation? Why? And she likes to smoke. Let her smoke in peace. Let her smoke in peace. That's what she enjoys doing. People, and that's what, I'm going to tell y'all something, right? I don't agree with smoking because it's for your health. It's not good, right? But I truly do feel like people should change for themselves, right? People should change because they truly want to change. People should, if you want to be more spiritual, Let it be because you truly, you want to be spiritual. Don't do it because you want to impress somebody. Don't do it because there's a certain guy you like and you really want him to like you. So now you're gonna change who you are, right? Don't. And the same thing goes for a dude. Don't change who you are. Don't change who you are, y'all, because you won't be able to sustain it. You're not going to be. You're not going to be able. Oh, hey Kim, welcome. You're not going to be able to sustain it. So if you are already changing, right? Like they say inertia, like they talk about it in physics, right? If you are already changing and the person is also changing, it's like, oh shit, I'm noticing going on the same way. Cool. You know what I'm trying to say? You know what I mean? We can talk about that one later. Let's fix the DC, but we can do the Sierra Russell later, right? But it's like if you woke up one day and you said, you know what, enough is enough. I need to change my life, whether it's your diet, whether it's your fitness, whether it's your finances, whether you want to stop smoking, whether you want to stop sleeping with people, whatever the change is. I can tell you what the change is. You know yourself. If you wake up one day and you said, you know what, babe, you're talking to yourself. You say, you know what, baby, I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired. And I think we deserve better. Meaning you, your body, your mind, your spirit. You say, we deserve better. Cool. You went through whatever you had to go through. Maybe you hit rock bottom. He said, man, fuck this shit. This is not how I'm going to go. I'm not going out like this. Because I truly believe there's more to me than this. You made that choice by yourself. And nobody forced you. Nobody pressured you. You really got to a point where you were sick and tired of being sick and tired. Cool. Now, if as you do that, you also meet somebody that has made the same decision. You're like, oh, shit, we're going the same way. And y'all decide to fuck with each other, cool. Because you have made your decision way before you even knew this person existed. So if you do it, it's going to be more sustainable because you're doing it for yourself. You see, you're more likely to commit to things that you do for yourself because you know it's going to be good for you. I'll give you a good example, right? I told you, I'm here right now. Jimmy's in, where is he again? He's in Virginia, right? Jim's in Virginia. I'm here. You hear me, right? And he be like, oh, Marlene, you better not be out there cheating on me. And I said to him, Jimmy, if I want to cheat on you, now I'm not trying to be offensive, right? Women are better cheaters than men. That's number one, okay? Women are least likely to get caught having affairs than men. Okay, so even if I want to cheat on you, fam, you wouldn't even know it. Okay? Because we're good at hiding our stuff like that. You wouldn't even know it. Okay? And on top of that, I mean, I do think you're fine. I'd be like, black man. I think he's a fine black man and stuff like that. So shout out to the brother. But I don't cheat on you not because I can't, I don't want to, I don't feel like it. But I don't cheat on you because I have my own moral compass. I told y'all I stole before. They arrested me. Like, that stuff has me shook for the rest of my natural life. I don't want to go have an affair and I get with the A's, the crabs. I don't know. You never know. You just never know. So I'm not even involved with that stuff. And I think like infidelity, it brings bad karma. It's weird. I don't know. So, and on top of that, honestly, you guys, all jokes aside, right? All jokes aside. I know I joked about Jesus, you know. I know I made fun of him. You know what I'm saying? I know I be saying some wild shit sometimes, right? But in all jokes aside, though, throughout my life, honestly, I'm 36 years old. God has truly, truly had my back. You know what I mean? And I've got to a place in my life where it's like, I can't say I don't do some dumb shit sometimes because I do. But honestly, I try my best to not hurt God. Like, I really do think, like, Marnie, if you do this shit, how's it going to, like, how, if you were God, how would you feel? And I really do try my best to not hurt God. Me cheating, it's not like, James gets on my nerves sometimes. We've been together for 12 years. Like, he gets on my nerves sometimes. But it's like, if I don't cheat on you, it's not because, like, I love you that much. I love God more than I love you. And I'm being really honest. God comes first to me, right? But it's like, marriage to me is a covenant before God. Nobody forced me to get married. I did it because I wanted to. Right? And this is something I feel like God was involved in it. And out of respect for God, there are a lot of things I don't do. There's even a lot of things that I put up with because I feel like if you respect God, you have to carry yourself a certain way. And I don't think it's respectful to God to be a married woman and to have an affair. If James gets on my nerve, I don't like something, I sure will tell him. And sometimes if I'm mad, I won't talk to him. Other days, I'll just take a nap, right? But it's like certain things, you got to be mindful. Like, if I do this, think about how this is going to affect God. Like, how would you feel when you think of all the things God has done for you? Is this truly how you want to say thank you to God? I would like, no. Okay, then go back to sleep. All right, cool. I'll go back to sleep, right? It does. You don't break the law by going to sleep. You know what I'm trying to say? So that's just how I move, right? That's just how I move, right? That's just how I move. You know what I'm trying to say? That's just how I move. So that's that. You gotta have like a sense. You gotta have a certain sense of personal code. You gotta have a certain sense of personal ethics, right? And when you have a personal code, when you have personal ethics, you don't need other people to check you. You check yourself. You know what I'm trying to say? That was the difference between, I'm on the church, so I'm gonna talk about my Bible stuff, but that's the difference between Saul and David. Saul, he could never check himself. And even when you came to correct him, he still would lie. Because he couldn't bring himself to say, yeah, I fucked up. You see what I mean? David, when you correct David, he's not even going to argue with you. He's like, yeah, I did that shit. My bad. I ain't going to do it again. You know what I'm saying? That's just how he was. He was quick to say, yeah, I did that shit. My bad. I ain't going to do it again. Matter of fact, let me fast. Matter of fact, let me give you some money. You know what I mean? Like, he was quick with it. So I feel like when you have a personal code, when you have a moral code, when you got a code, you go, oh, thank you, Sylvia. You gonna check yourself before somebody else has to check you. But a lot of people, they don't have a moral code, so they don't check themselves. Because if you check yourself, nobody else will have to check you. But because before you're even checked, you've already checked yourself. Like, yo, my bad. And people who check themselves are usually very fast to say, I'm sorry. No, you know what? That shit went too far. My bad. Like I told you one time, my little sister, she was asking me to do videos. She was like, oh, Marlene, do videos about this. And I snapped on her. Because I'm like, what the heck? But then even when I did, I was like, oh, you went too far. Then and there, I didn't say sorry. But the next day, I went to her. I said, you know, baby, says, yesterday, the way I responded to you, it was out of line. You know what I mean? Yes, I don't want to do videos. I'm stressed out right now because I'm stressed out. Okay, I got better things to do than making videos, right? But I didn't have to say it to you like that because I'm your big sis, you my little sis. And she's a young lady, right? She's a young woman. I don't have the right to violate you like that. You know what I'm saying? Because when there's love, when you she's not my boss. I met her on social media, but when you have a young lady, right? When you have a young lady who puts you on a pedestal, like, oh, that's my big sis, and she shows you a certain kind of respect or whatever, you have to honor that. Right? I don't fuck with the bullying of young people. I don't like stuff like that. So me, big sis, I'm like, yo, the way I talked to my little sis yesterday, that was out of line. It happened in the DM. Right? Y'all didn't see it, right? But I know the way I talked to her, it wasn't nice. Because I knew I wasn't being nice. So I said, she's like, oh, Marlene, it's okay. I was like, no, it's not okay. You don't say it's okay when somebody was mean to you. It's not okay. Okay? Because I know it's not okay. You can say, I understand, but don't say it's okay because it's not okay. So I apologize to her. You know what I mean? Like, you check yourself, right? When you have a personal moral code, when you have a code, when you have ethics about your ass, you know how to check yourself. Like, yo, this shit went too far. You know what I mean? I let my flesh get the best of me. I let my temper get the best of me. I let my mood get the best of me. I let my pride get the best of me. I got to go say sorry real quick because this shit, it went too far. But a lot of people, they don't have no moral codes about themselves. They don't check themselves. They think they can go out here and do whatever they want, treat people however they want, use people however they want for their personal need. And when they don't need you no more, they toss you aside. You can't do that to people. You cannot do that to people. People matter. People matter. And people's feelings should matter unless you're a sociopath. I don't know what to tell you, right? But it's like here you have a dude like Devin Franklin, like this dude, I think he's really corrupt. Because just like Derek Jackson, another one. These people are morally corrupt. You know what I'm saying? She said, y'all act like she turned IG into OnlyFans. If her husband is cool with it, then do what's works for you. But that's the thing, though. What's your name? Vicious Reasoning 504. What's a 504? Miss New Orleans, okay? The situation is not as simple as, oh, if her husband is okay with it, then do what works for you. If her husband was like a private citizen, you're definitely right. If it works for them, no problem. And also let's be very clear here, right? Let's be very clear also. The Meagan is not a murderer. Dressing sexy is not a crime. Like, if she's not, she's out here killing people, shooting people, selling drugs, or telling young girls, like, she's not doing any of that, right? But the issue here that we have, the issue here where him, Devin, where he is wrong, it's not just his voice that matters, because he belongs to a church. He belongs to a church. Hey, Rachel, he represents a church. He has a church family. And when you are in a leadership position, you answer to your constituents, right? Does that make sense? Oh, you talking about other people? Okay. But I'm like, that's the thing with him, though. Like, if you're a private citizen, you mind your business. You don't depend on, hey, 504, what's up, baby? Like, or Sierra, right? But I'm just saying, like, if you by yourself, you mind your business. You don't live off of love offerings. So this is where also people get to put their mouths in the business. Because when you're a pastor, you ask for love offerings. Pastors, they get the love offerings. They don't pay taxes on that stuff. So it's the people of the church who take care of the pastor's lifestyle. So if people feed you, they have the right to check your behavior. Like, shit, what the fuck? You know what I'm trying to say? That, like, they live off of love offerings. They live off of tithes and all that. So you have the bishop loves offering. That's one thing. You have tithes. That's number two. Then you have offerings. That's number three. And then sometimes they ask for like special donations, like, oh, they want to raise $1 million for this. They want to do that. And then on top of that too, that's four, right? So you got bishop's love offering, the pastor's love offering, you have the tithes, and you have the offerings, and they ask for special offerings. And then also, like, they ask you to go to their seminars, their workshops, their thingy, so you got to pay for that. Right? Then you also have to, that's five. Then you also have to pay for what is it called? You got to pay for their books. So, like, in the church settings, the congregation subsidizes the life of the pastor. So yeah, you got to answer to those people. You got to answer to those people. Because you can't say, like, oh, we come here, we convene, and we talk about the Bible and how we should behave ourselves according to the Bible. And then the people pay you for teaching them how to behave in the way that is pleasing to the Lord. And then you turn around and say, well, I'm going to do whatever I want with my life. Huh? How's that supposed to work? How does that work? You see? And this is where I would say, this is where Marlene, I kid you not, this is where Marlene, I have more respect for Toby. Right? I have more respect for Toby than I do for Devin. Because Toby, from the jump, he let Martika know, I can't be in a relationship with you. Not because I think she's beautiful, but it's like, nah, because there's a power imbalance in the situation. You know what I mean? So he had to put on the side and really study her, and they got to study each other. I think it took like 4 years or whatever. With Devin, it's like it took like maybe less than 9 months. He was already smashing Meagan. He's lying. They were not celibate. They're probably celibate for like 2 weeks. They were smashing. Oh, let's go pray together. Anybody who's from the church, you know exactly what it means when a young pastor, right? Like when a young pastor or a young deacon talk about, oh, sister 504, can I come to your house for prayer? Everybody knows what that means. Pastor John Jenkins, First Baptist Church of Glen Hardin out there. He went to pray at a church in his younger days. He was invited as a guest preacher at a church. That church where he was invited as guest preacher was the church of his wife. First Lady, that was her church. So the whole time he preaching, he looking at her. Men will be men, whether they have the thickest Bible in the world, the heaviest Bible in the world. The penis never fails. The penis is always there. Right? So Pastor John is invited to preach at the church. He shows up at the church and he sees First Lady. She wasn't First Lady then, she was young. Right? So then guess what he does? He asked her if he could come over to her house for Bible study. Do you really think he wanted to study the Bible? Like, no, like, he talks about it all the time. And this is when you recognize that men are men. They can have the thickest Bible. I don't care. They can have that white thingy. What's that white thing you put on the collar thing that the pastor be putting on? They can have the thickest, the most heaviest cross on their chest. That penis is always there. Never trust a thing with the penis. So he said he wanted to study that cervix. He talks about it all the time. I wish Mariah was here. He talks about it all the time. When he went to church, to that church. He was invited as a guest speaker. The whole time he preaching, he looking at her. So I bet you he would say things like, oh, she's smiling now. If you grew up in the church, you know exactly how the men be some. That's why a single pastor is dangerous. The church tries to get them as married as quickly as possible. Them young single pastors who know how to preach and know how to use them words like that, they know how to get in those panties. I kid you not. I grew up in the church. There's some freaky folks in that church house. There's some good old nasty freaky folks. All this Jesus, the holiness they be preaching about, they are suppressed. Their sexuality is suppressed. They're like a ticking time bomb. They're like boiling soup. Their hormones are raging. People who preach the most about holiness want to have sex the most. Listen to me. Listen to me very well. The pastor has sex. I'm right here, right? Okay, cool. So he's preaching. Then later he asked First Lady, right? Later he asked First Lady at that time. I forgot her name. Miss Trina. Her name is Trina. He asked First Lady Trina if he could come over her house and he could preach. They could do Bible study. She said, oh yeah. Because I'm sure she's very innocent. She grew up in the church, so she's not thinking much about it. She said, yeah, me and my sisters would love to learn more about God. He's like, what the fuck, your sisters? I don't want them bitches come. You know what I'm saying? Like, and that's the thing I like about Pastor John. He's very open that he's a freak. Like, he's very open. He's like, yeah, I got 7 kids. How you think they got there? He even talked about like when they first got married and they were so broke, like they had to sleep on the floor on a mattress. He was like, but shit was going down. I mean, he didn't say shit though, but he was like, yeah, but it was going down the mattress though. Y'all better believe your pastor was doing it on the mattress. I said, you know what? Let's do this. So Pastor John is a super freak. He is very open about sex. Like, I kid you not. I was like, this man is out of his mind. So that's how he got her. Bible study. I'm going to be your personal pastor. I'm going to teach you the scriptures. I'm going to teach you from the Old Testament all the way down to the book of Revelation. Right? Pastor John K. Jenkins. Pastor John is a super freak. And he'll say it. Like, he'll be pretty like, yeah, we got 7 kids. Yeah, when we used to sleep on that floor on that mattress, it was going down on the mattress. And like, First Lady Trina just wants to die. Like, what is wrong with this dude? Like, the fuck is wrong with this man? But she has 7 kids. She got 7 kids. He don't hide from it. He was like, yeah, I used to listen to the Temptation. Like, he is so nasty. I said, this light-skinned man with his green eyes. He's light-skinned with hazel eyes. He a whole nasty freak. And when I tell you, like, First Lady Trina, she looks like me. She's like dark-skinned. I was like, you see, people tend to go for the opposite complexion. But he was telling First Lady, oh, I want to be your path. I want to come teach you Bible study. And because he was young and he was a preacher, I guess the parents also being like super spiritual, they didn't have an issue with the young parent. Oh, he gonna teach her the Bible. He gonna teach her the Bible. Get the fuck out of here. He ain't trying to teach her the Bible. He ain't trying to teach her the Bible. He had a plan. And he used the Bible. He used Bible study to get closer to her. He used Bible study to position himself. He used Bible study to be in her heart. He used the whole Bible and the church thingy to get the parents to like his broke ass. Because he had no business being married. You can't even afford the thing of the bed. Y'all putting the mattress straight on the bed. You can't even get what they call, can you call them things that hold the mattress up? I said, damn. Bishop Jenkins, Pastor John, you ain't shit. But he don't care. And that's what I'm telling you, wherever a man go, he gonna be a man. But at least you see the thing about First Lady Trina, the bed frame. It was straight on the floor. He talks about it. The box spring, yes. He talks about it all the time. How they used to get it on the mattress. Because they didn't have a bed frame. They didn't have Jesus Christ. This pastor ain't shit. Right? But the thing about him though, the way he finessed First Lady Trina, I mean, it's not all the way right, but at least she's from the church. Right? Her parents in the church, she's in the church. So she understands church life. She understands church dynamics. Now, did she know she was gonna be a super freak? Like, she was like, you know what I'm saying? I bet you he probably showed her things. She's like, oh, can we really do this, John? Is this safe to do, John? He was like, yes, I'm the pastor. Go ahead, suck this thing real quick, right? Because I'm sure she was very like saved and sanctified. But he's a super freak. So I'm sure he introduced this innocent Lady Trina to things that she had never done sexually. Like, oh, can we do this? He's like, yes, this head is anointed. He's like, you ain't just, yeah, we're good. Right? She's like, yeah, this head is anointed. Go ahead, sister. Go ahead, Sister Trina. kiss a little bit, Sister Trina. She's like, is this safe, John? Of course, of course. I'm the Pastor John. I'm Pastor John. This head is anointed. Go ahead, kiss a little bit. She's like, oh my gosh, I don't know, John. His success, Sister Trina, you're going to have to trust me right now. I'm the pastor. Okay, Pastor John. So go ahead, kiss a little bit. She's like, oh, John, I don't know. Right? But now she's like, yeah, I've been busting wide open, right? But I bet you he had to take her and turn her into a city girl real quick. But see, she was like, if you take a church girl and in the privacy of your bedroom, you turn her into a city girl, into a hot girl summer, it ain't a problem. Now you're gonna have to teach her some things that she ain't understand. Like, is this head anointed? Y'all wait till I have a church, okay? Y'all be like, Marley, what the fuck is wrong with you? Is this head anointed, John? Of course it is, Sister Mary. Of course it is, Sister Trina. Of course. Trust me. I don't know, John. I don't know. Okay, cool. Right? But it's like, okay, City Girl's up by 4,000 points. Okay? But it's like he had to make his wife into a city girl privately. Because now the way she be like, oh gosh, like, oh, I feel so bad for her every time he does that to her. You know what I'm saying? I feel so bad for her every time he does that to her. But they got 7 kids. So she had to learn to match his like libido because he's a freak. He is a freak. Pastor John is a freak, and he talks about it, right? But it's like, but she knows how to play the game because she grew up in the church. She understands church people. She understands church culture. She understands church politics. Like, I wouldn't even be surprised. I'm being really honest with y'all. I'm being super honest. Right? Like, I would not be surprised if First Lady Sarita, Bishop Jakes, his wife, I would not be surprised if First Lady Sarita was a super freak too. Child, please. The way she be holding on to that little prayer cloth, bitch, bitch. What? I wish I had a prayer cloth. This is First Lady. Have you ever seen First Lady Sarita hold on to a prayer cloth? She be going like this. Okay, so you already know. When they used to be a little young, I don't know about now because she's a little bit older now, so I don't know too much. But I'm just saying, the way First Lady Sarita holds onto that prayer cloth, if you know, you know. I said, bitch, when Bishop Jakes used to come back from them prayer meetings, why did he? Jesus, I feel so bad for doing this right now. Bishop Jakes, don't be mad at me, child. I love you, Bishop. You my elder. Okay? Bishop just be like, oh, I was preaching out there, but my shoes were bad, and I knew I had to make it home. Why, Bishop? Bishop was like, it was raining outside, but I knew I had to make it home. Bishop be like, oh, my shoes had holes in them, but I knew I had to make it home. The day Bishop said, you guys ain't even gonna play with you. We grown people, tell the truth, bro. We grown. We can talk about sex. The day Bishop Jakes said that, he was on his way home. He ran out of gas. He said he ran out of gas. So he put the car on neutral and he pushed the car down the hill. I said, I know Lady Sarita got that bomb vagina. The fuck? You running out of gas. He's like, I gotta make it home. You had to make it home for what, Bishop? It wasn't the food, Bishop. Bishop, I'm like, who thinks of these things? But what is it that a man can do for some vagina? Even good old Bishop Jakes, child. But girl, from the Temptation all the way down to the Kevin Gates. Kevin Gates is nasty as fuck. One time I left, oh gosh, I should not be telling y'all this. I should not be telling y'all this. But I will. I talk too damn much. Damn. Because I love Kevin Gates, right? That little stupid boy. I love me some Kevin Gates. I love me them little Creole boys, right? I sure do. So I put the Kevin Gates thingy on. I put the Kevin Gates song and it went into a playlist. So now I went to take my shower. I said, I'm in the shower. And I hear Kevin Gates say some things. I said, oh, I don't like. My body started doing weird things. The way I jumped out the tub and I came here to turn up. I said, oh shit, let me change the channel. I said, I did not know Kevin was this nasty. I said, this boy is nasty as hell. What is wrong with this boy? What is wrong with this boy? I said, I cannot do this Kevin Gates boy no more. So now, Kevin, I gotta take Kevin in like bits and ounces because he is just too nasty for me. I said, never play Kevin Gates when you're taking a shower. That is a no to the no to the no. Because your body will start hearing, your ears will hear things, then your nipples will start to do so. I said, oh. Gotta get out this tub. The way I ran out my shower, I said, hell no. I'm a married woman. Kevin, get the fuck out my household, right? But it's like from the temptation to the most sanctified man, all the way down to the Kevin Gates, to the Plies, okay? What is it that men won't do for some vagina? But the day Bishop Jakes said the car, he was out of gas. I said, what the heck? He said he put the car on neutral and he pushed the car down the hill so he could make it home. It was then. It was at that very moment. It was at that very moment that I knew. I said, whoa. First Lady Sarita must have the wet. I ain't trying to be disrespectful. But okay. No, Kevin Gates is a hot mess. Kevin Gates is stupid. I was like, oh, it was at that very moment. I said, oh, First Lady Sarita. Make him say, nah. I said, let me find out. And the way child, First Lady, I see you, Auntie. I'm learning from you. She said, Kevin, it's the time you have to tell her about to put you on speakerphone because you're so damn nasty, you ain't gonna stop. When I said, though, have you ever seen First Lady Sarita shout? You say, damn, First Lady? I said, this lady child, she must be something else in the bedroom. Because she be like, ah! First Lady be like, yes! I said, I could only imagine. I said, oh, I see why. I see why this marriage is anointed. Somebody give me a prayer clock real quick. I see why this marriage don't last in 40 years. Have you ever seen First Lady Sarita kick her leg? Child, that leg be like shaking like this. Hold on. I hope my house is clean a little bit. Hold on. Let me flip the camera. Don't judge my toes, y'all. Have you ever seen First Lorita? Her leg be like that. She be like, have you ever seen? You guys go watch First Lady. Have you ever seen her leg quiver? I said, this is let me find out. First Lady, a freak. City girls, they be in the church. Them city girls, they be covered. Where the real city girls at? No, First Lady. So this is why you got 5 mansions, First Lady. Oh, let me find out. So this is how you get all them fancy cars, First Lady. Let me find out. First Lady, this is why he never embarrassed you out here. Woo! Oh, Auntie, go ahead and do a seminar real quick. Child. I said, what kind of man always got to make it home like this? Oh, I didn't have my shoes. I had holes in my shoes, but he had to make it home. I said, It was raining outside, but I walked in the rain. I said, I know he didn't walk in the rain for food now. You could have waited for the rain to stop. But the day he said he ran out of gas, and he's like, nah, bitch, I got to go home, bitch. I said, oh, shit, it's going down. Bishop said he put the car on neutral. Push that shit down the hill. Like, bitch, I'm going home today. I said, city girls, we're home by 100,000. Let me find out. First Lady is a freak. I said, ooh. Then I started paying attention to how she be shouting. She like this. I said, I can only imagine ecstasy. I can only imagine First Lady. When she began hers, she be like, girl, sometimes First Lady probably speaks in tongues. Climax, she be like, I said, ooh, First Lady, the real city girls are in the church. And the ones who truly win are the church city girls. You see what I'm saying? Girl, yeah, it probably is. First lady got 5 mansions. She probably a different woman in every single house. Ooh, child, girl. It was then that I knew. Plus, he's friends with Bishop. He's friends with Pastor John. They're always together. Okay? Friends of a feather flock together. I said, ooh, child. I understand what's going on now. Is it anointed, John? Is it anointed? Pastor John said, yes, Trina, trust me. It's anointed. Kiss him a little bit. She's like, okay, John, I trust you. Now they got 7 kids. Okay? So it's like, it's one thing. Like if you take a church person, they probably are with the wet. Y'all be surprised. Them people looking so dignified and serious. They be some busted out low freaks in that church house. Okay, let me find out. So that it's like, but my thing is though, like take somebody. If you take somebody from the church, even if she's a freak, she understands church politics. So she's not gonna mess up your image. And she's not gonna mess up the ministry. And she's gonna build the ministry with you. But then she gonna turn into a city girl where it really counts. Okay? She gonna turn into a city girl where it truly counts. Right? So this is why I'm being serious. Y'all laughing. Exactly. She gonna keep it. She gonna be, oh, child. Okay? She gonna be a city girl where it truly counts. But Meagan, she didn't grow up in the church. So she don't understand church politics. She don't understand how to finesse. She don't understand, like, when you are a younger first lady, you kind of have to kiss ass to the older first ladies. Like, there's a lot of protocol in the church. It's very serious. And these people do not play. They don't play. Right? And in the church, like, yeah, in the church, a woman have a very traditional role. It does not mean that they're powerless, but they understand the politics. They understand the optics. They understand the visual. It has to look a certain way because it's church. It's, it might not seem like it to you, but it's something very sacred. Right? So it's like you got to be behind the scene. But it does not mean that you're powerless. No, they're very powerful ladies, but they're powerful in a different way. That if you speak it to a modern woman, she'll think it's oppression. It is not oppression. She ain't oppressed. First Lady Serena got a lot of power. She's not oppressed. She's definitely not oppressed. But they're building, like the Potter's house, they're building something together. Does that make sense? Cool. You see what I mean? So that's the thing. So like for me, I'm like, you, Devin, you are criminal for that. You're like, he was completely wrong for that. And once again, you see, he's the one who filed for divorce. He went and filed for divorce. Why are you filing for divorce? Because now you understand that no amounts of scamming, no amounts of whatever is going to change. And also for you, when you go and you are with other pastors, you see what Bishop Jakes has. You see what this other bishop has. And all these bishops, you see how some of these bishops are very rich, y'all. Some of these bishops are really rich. It's not a joke. You look at Pastor Joel Osteen. And we compare each other ourselves. It's true. Like, you're like, damn, you will never have that. Because instead of people focusing on your ministry, people focusing on your books, they're always going to talk about your wife. The roles that she playing. Who's she kissing? How long is her slit? How extensive is her décolleté? Like, that's all people are going to talk about is the wife. So it's like your wife and what she wears, it overshadows your ministry. And as a man, I don't care what nobody says. Like, oh, he's a supportive husband. You need to get off this shit. Men like to support you as long as your shine does not outshine them. It's very hard. It is very, very hard for a man to be in the shadow of a woman. When it becomes easy for him is if nobody knows who he is. Right? If nobody knows who the man is, it's very easy for him to maybe be in the shadow. It's a lot easier for him to be in the shadows. But when a woman outshines the man, and it's done publicly, it's very hard to a man's ego. It's very, very hard. It's very hard. So it's like when her career and her roles and her outfits, et cetera, when it outshines you, it outshines the sale of your books, it outshines everything that you do, yeah, it's going to get to you because now you look like a sucker. And you become resentful. Not that you want to be resentful, but you will become resentful. And that's why before we do things, we got to sit down and really think about what we're doing and what we're getting ourselves into. Got to really think about that, right? Because can you truly say to a woman, even if she's like, oh, it's okay, Devin, I'll stop acting for you. I'll stop doing this for you. But to be quite honest, should she really stop these things for you? No, no. She should stop things because she truly wants to stop them. Can you truly tell a woman to stop her career? Even if her career involves sex scenes and shit like that, can you really tell her to stop? Because when you met her, she was doing this. And that's how she makes a living, being an actress and doing these scenes. It's America. You have to sell sex. You know, if you don't sell sex, they ain't gonna buy it. This is not like India or Korea where they don't really have sex scenes like that. This is America. They love sex. They love sex. They love to see sex. They want to see, you know what I'm saying? That's what she gonna do. And so, like, as a pastor, do you really want us to believe that when a mofo, when Michael Ealy, with them beautiful green eyes of his, when he taking your wife and he be pop, putting her ass on the kitchen counter and tonguing her down, even though it's acting, it don't affect you at all? Fam, you was a lying ass. You was a lying ass heifer. You was a lying ass heifer. Okay? And when you find yourself in the company of other men in the ministry, these are very accomplished men in ministry, and you see their wives have regular jobs, or their wives are in the ministry, or their wives are like non-for-profit, their wives are a bit more, they have a bit more demure careers, and you the joker with the wife that gets kissed by a bunch of random men on TV. You cannot tell me that you go over there and you're comfortable. It affects you. Because like, oh, are they judging me? Are they talking about me? Have they watched the movie? They're judging you. People judge people. I don't care what nobody says. You know, here comes this little simp. Yeah, he lets his wife do whatever. She just gets banged in the movies and shit. What? Have you seen the shit? You know what I mean? Oh, thank you, Cougar. She telling the truth. Just ask Prince Charles. That's why he was jealous of the late Princess Diana. Yes, he was. Yes, he was. Because it was fun when she was hitting and he was torturing her, and him and Camilla were torturing that little girl. It was funny to them, right? It's funny to bully people. It's nice to bully people, right? But once Diana found her own shit, she found her own lane, she found her own voice, she found her own confidence, she found her own purpose, and she wore that black dress with the black tights and the heels and the Manolo Blahnik, bitch. And the world was like, yes, bitch, we want Diana. He couldn't take it. Men are dangerous, huh? You gotta be very serious, huh? They're very dangerous. You ever see that guy? He went to the apartment, he killed the girlfriend, boom, boom in her head. He went to the wife's ex-wife, boom, boom in her head. As soon as you start to outshine these people, they might want to kill you. They're very fragile. Their egos are very fragile. They might do all this performative shit like, oh, he supports her. Nah, he full of shit. Just like Russell. Russell Wilson is full of shit too. Russell Wilson is full of shit. Russell Wilson is full of shit. Okay? Because no man, especially a man who makes $180 million, gonna be okay with something that's meant for him. All these bums out here, especially Future, gonna see that shit. He ain't okay with that. But because they know what social media wants, so he gonna be that performer. Oh, see you when I get home. See you. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Okay? Shut the fuck up. Okay? Because me, Marlene, I'm gonna tell you some real shit. Okay? You don't have to listen to me if you don't want to. That's fine. We're gonna talk some real shit. Don't, to me, my channel is very different, right? We're gonna talk some real shit. Right? If you was that dude, though, I ain't trying to be funny with y'all, but I'm talking y'all some real shit. If Russell really was that dude, and I don't know how good he is in bed, but sometimes I do wonder. But it's like if Russell really was that dude, though, he would have laid that pipe on her so hard before he went to practice. Bitch, you wouldn't even had the hips. You wouldn't even had the strength to stand on your knees to be doing this dumb shit. So sometimes I do wonder, like, is this pipe game really good though? Because I'm like, I don't know. That's just me. What do I know? But that's just me though. But I'm like, because Sierra got a lot of energy left throughout the day. I'm confused. Ain't you a football player? You can knock this shit out. Like, seriously. Like, you should, like, y'all, this is too early for me to be this nasty. So I'm going to spare some of y'all some shit, right? But I'm like, they talk about you a champion and shit. Why she got all this energy left in her body? Because I'm like, the way she freaking like this, Sierra has a very high sex drive. I can already tell. And sometimes I do wonder about him. Like, I don't know. Maybe he spends all his energy at the football field, so by the time he come home, there's nothing left to give, right? But hands are huge. But girl, but my thing is though, because I do wonder, like, shouldn't you break her off before you go to the football practice? So she'd be like, "Oh shit, my back hurts. Oh shit, bitch, I can barely pee. Like, why the fuck is you doing all this? Something ain't right." Now, oh, she's a dancer. I ain't got a problem with that. But she has enough time to make all these videos and post on the internet. Where is he? Oh, I see you home tonight. You should have seen her this morning. Pop, 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 ah! Kama Sutra shit. Like, okay, now go to sleep, bitch. And by the time I come home, you're like, oh, daddy, you're back. But sometimes I'm like, no, Sierra got too much energy left in her system. Russell, I'm concerned. I am very concerned. I don't know. That's just me. What the fuck do I know? Right? But it's like that's the thing though, right? It's like, I don't know. She said, what? I'm like, seriously, it's like do you like why you have all this energy? Why she have all this? I'm gonna see you when I get home. I was like, Russell, shut up. You ain't gonna see shit when you get home. Go sit down somewhere. Okay. But that's the thing, right? Because when you start to overshadow your husband, it affects them. I heard that, like, I heard Russell, whoever he's playing for, they're having a really bad season. I wonder why. It affects them. It affects them, right? Men like to be on top. They like to be on top. They like to be like, I'm the boss, but here you go, sis. Like, here you go, love. You know what I'm saying? But like when the wife truly has more fame, more money, more prestige, more thing, it truly, truly affects them, right? Like legit on some real conversation stuff, right? Don't come for me. I'm innocent. We're having a conversation. If you don't like it, you can just hang up the phone. But like, I could see why Future has a hard time staying in certain relationships, right? I can see why Future goes for a certain type of girls. I can see why Future doesn't let certain things last because Future has a huge ego. Future has a huge ego. So when a woman doesn't depend on him for attention, doesn't even like this whole child support thing, like honestly, to be honest, there's a part of me that truly believe, right, that Future likes to be chased for child support because it's a power thing. Right? Because as soon as you chase him, so like you look for him, you need his money, right? And in a very dysfunctional way, it allows Future to establish himself as a man. Like, I'm the man, I'm the provider. You see, you need me for my money, you need me for child support, you need me to take care of this kid, you need me to eat. Like it's a sick thing because he also grew up really poor, right? So it's like, he's really poor. She said Sierra has been promoting her rum company. She invested in co-owner. That's fine, my love. But a lot of people have invested, like Jay-Z invested in Ace. Jay-Z has, like, he's a co-owner of Ace of Spade. He gave 50% to Bernardo of LVMH, right? But even though Jay-Z has, there's Ace of Spade. There's another one. There's a liquor. Shoot. There's another liquor that he has, right? But you don't see Beyonce put that on her head and twerk, right? Like, you're not going to see Beyonce put a Ace of Spade on her head and twerk, right? What Jay-Z does, he does what Puffy does, right? Puffy has an agreement with Ciroc. It's not his company, but he helps to promote Ciroc, right? But you don't see Kim Fields or all the baby mamas put Ciroc on their head and start twerking, like, right? Like, these people are all investors, but they do product placement. Like Diddy will do an ad with Monica. He'll do an ad with Ashanti. He'll do like an ad with like commercial with a bunch of celebrities, and they're having a good time, and they're dressed, and they're enjoying the stuff, right? Showing that, oh, if you drink Ciroc, you're gonna have a good time, right? If you drink Ciroc, you rich, right? If you drink Ciroc, it's like if you come into a Diddy party, right? The same thing with Ace of Spade. When you watch the podcast with Noriega, it's not Douce, c'est Armand de Brignac. Armand de Brignac. That's the cognac. It's a cognac, right? Right. But like the Drinks Champ, the podcast with Noriega, they drink Ciroc. There's Ciroc on the table, and then there's Ace of Spade in the champagne thingy. But they always drink Ace of Spade. I don't know if you paid attention, right? So they do product placement. So just because you invested in a company, you don't have to put that on your head like you're some African chick, you know what I mean, going to fetch water. You know what I mean? Like, this is crazy. Like, you don't have to do that. You know what I mean? Just because you're an investor, you don't have to put something on your head. I know she's of African descent, but you don't have to be like, oh, yes, oh, guys, here you go. Here's my ballot. Please buy it, right? And you see me, I have, I guess it's a genetics. I am African, so I guess it's staying on top of my head. But just because you've invested in something, you don't have to like do this to yourself. You don't have to do that. She wanted to do it. Okay. But a lot of people have liquors. Nikki has her own liquor too. What is it called? Nix or something like that? Nikki has her own liquor too. You know what I'm saying? Nikki has her own liquor, right? Um, so I don't think it's necessary, But let me go back to my situation with my DeVon over here. So it's like, mm, mm, you know, go for people that you know, you know, go for people that you know. What the heck? I'm about to block this person. Go for people. Can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me? Can you hear me well? Somebody keeps forcing on my phone. I'm like, what the heck? You call once, I hang up. You call twice, I hang up. You gonna call a third time? Obviously, I'm busy. I can't talk to you. Um, yeah, exactly. But that's Ivy Park, right? But she's fully clothed though. Like she's not like, you know what I'm saying? That's Ivy Park. But she's not like sitting here putting something on her head, like, she's going to the lake, to the thing, to like river to like fetch water. Like, what the heck? What is this? You know? Can you hear me? Is my son? Because people keep calling me. So let me know if you can hear me. I don't know. I need to put my phone like do not disturb. Um, but so you can't do that. So I'm like, so for Devin, what's his name again? Devin Franklin, is that his name? For him, honestly, right? He wants to be a minister. He wants to be a minister. He wants to be like Bishop Jakes. You cannot tell me he doesn't want to. Pastor Keon, that whole clique, like these people, they all want to be. Right. They all want to be like Bishop Jakes. They all want to be like Joe, what's his name? Joel Osteen. Like when you put out a book, 2 million people go buy the book, 3, 4, 5 million go buy the book. You know what I mean? Like Joel Osteen ain't nothing to be played with. Hey Fat, I miss you, bro. Like Joel Osteen ain't nothing to be played with. Bishop Jakes is nothing to be played with. Like these people, when they drop books, it's probably like 1 million people. It's probably like 2 million people. If 2 million people, you guys think about this. Think well. Okay? Everything out here is about money. Think well. If you have 2 million people buy a book at $10, and not $20 million. You know what I'm saying? Now, of course, your publisher might take some of the money. Fine. Let's say publisher takes half. You still end up with 10 million. Hey, that's a lot of money. But if people don't really believe in you because the way your wife moves is like, if you were really a pastor, if you were really about that Bible life, why does your wife look like this, right? It's going to affect your sales. So maybe you could have sold 100,000 copies. Maybe you could have sold 200,000 copies. But because the church people are not happy with you, they're like, maybe you only sell 5,000 copies. I only made 50,000. But had your wife played the role she was supposed to play and she helped to bamboozle the people, because church is all about manipulation, right? If your wife had played the role, you see, like the way what's your girl's name, Sarah. You see, if Devin was married to a Sarah Jakes, oh baby, they would have made a killing. And that's the thing, like, not trying to be mean towards Megan, right? Because Megan didn't do nothing to me, and she seemed like she's a sweet person. She didn't do nothing to me. But the thing is, sometimes I'm not trying to be funny and I'm not trying to be disrespectful. Because like I said, Megan didn't do nothing to me. But sometimes here comes the goofy stuff, right? There's a delay. Hold on. Let me get out of here. Okay. Is this better? If people call the phone, it acts weird. Okay. Is it better now? I have to find a way to put my phone do not disturb. Does the sound match my lips? Does the sound match my lips? It does? Okay. Cool. So listen to what I'm saying, right? If the sound matches my lips, please tell me yes, okay? Listen to what I'm saying, right? If Devin, because the way he looks, the way he talks, it's very convincing. If Devin was married to someone like Sarah Jakes, do you know how much money these people will be making? Even in their sleep. Do you know the kind of Christian scamming ass power couple black love fuckery shit these people could be out here selling to the population? Do you have any idea the way the brand would be set up? If he was 1111, yeah, I said that too, Danny. If he was married to someone like Sarah, how do you think? You guys, let's be serious, right? Let's be serious. All the money that Tyler Perry has, the majority of Tyler Perry's wealth, 600 million, a billion, I don't even know, girl. It's over 600 million. All that money Tyler Perry has, all the money Tyler Perry makes is from church people. It's from church people. And you see how low budget them things be. You see how poorly written those things are. Yeah, let's talk business. That's what I keep telling y'all. Marriage is about legacy. Y'all ain't trying to hear me? The majority of Tyler Perry's wealth comes from black church folks. The boon for Tyler is the black church. Why you think Tyler don't come out about certain things about his personal life? Because he ain't trying to hurt his audience. And that's what made Trump successful. Because Trump appealed to his core audience. You cannot, y'all listen to me. If you are a private citizen, you can do whatever you want because you are self-sufficient. Okay? Because you are self-sufficient. If you take care of yourself, you find cool, do whatever you want. But when you depend on an audience, when you depend on your core, when you depend on a certain demographic to make money, to eat, to take care of yourself, you cannot offend those people. You cannot offend these. I know, even me sometimes, right? Sometimes I know I say things that might offend you. I ain't gonna lie. I know it. I know sometimes I say things that might shock you, like, Marnie, what the fuck? But because I make you laugh, right? Because I make you laugh with saying it, it's not as bad. You know what I'm trying to say? Because I'm gonna tell you something harsh, but I'm gonna make you laugh about it though. But the real Tito, I still hurt your feelings though. But you laugh about it. So it's like, oh, Bonnie, she be crazy. You know, it's just money, man. Fuck her. She ain't shit, right? But you still gonna come back though. You don't take it personally. Because I made you laugh while saying it. You know what I'm trying to say? But it's like you cannot annihilate your audience. You cannot offend your core audience. You see, DeVon, his core audience is not secular people. You see what I'm trying to say? He's not like a Brandon Bouchard. He's not like Tony Robbins, right? You know what I mean? He's not like a Tony Robbins. He's not like Brandon Bouchard. He's not like these other motivational speakers out here they got famous from motivating secular people. DeVon, he's got famous because of church people. So his core audience is church people. You see what I'm saying? So when you marry somebody, you cannot marry somebody that is going to offend your church audience. She's bad for business. Exactly. Not that she's a bad person. No. Like that's why I said Meagan, for a rapper, for an entertainer, for a basketball player, for a baseball player, for a football player, for a celebrity, Meagan Good has the perfect profile for that. Because she makes money look good. Like, yeah, that's a bad bitch, right? But in the church setting, they want a Sarah Jakes. And Sarah has made her mistakes, though. But Sarah grew up in the church. She's daughter of Bishop Jakes. She knows how to finesse. She understands church politics. She understands church people. She knows how to get money from church folks. She Bishop's daughter. She's not new to this. She's true to this. You understand what I'm trying to say? So it's like, if you have the right kind of, y'all listen to me, because first ladies are very important. If a pastor, a bishop, right? No, I'm not judgmental. I just say it like it is, Rukia, because what you have to understand, Rukia, right? Life is judgmental. That's why they put price on things, so that some people don't have things. Life is not easy. Life is not fair. They put requirements on things. They put price on things. They put color. They put so much stuff because they don't want everybody to have access to everything. You know what I'm saying? So it's like we got to put ourselves in a position, right? Like we got to put ourselves in a position where we understand the game. And black people, we play shit without asking, like, yo, what the rules be first. We just play for the sake of playing. No, you cannot do this. You need to ask, what the rules of this game? How do you win these games? What are the odds? You always, before you, even gambling, even playing at a casino, you need to understand your odds. Because certain machines, you will never win. Because all the odds are completely against you. Some other machines are not that bad. You might win. The odds are a bit nicer. But we as black people, like, we just jump into things and we don't say, okay, what are the rules of this games? How many people have won before? How many people won? How many folks have lost? Like, oh shit, do I really want to play this game? You need to know this. You need to know this because the world is not a nice place at all. Oh, but I think, but you think what? You think nothing. You need to ask these people, like, what game is this again? What are the odds of me winning? How many folks won before? How much they won? How many people lost before? How much they lost? And if I lose, what's the consequence? They'll be like, oh, if you lose, we might cut your two legs. My two legs? You know what? Never mind. This isn't the game for me. This ain't the game for me. There are certain machines, even in the casino, there are certain machines that are nicer. And usually if the odds are more in your favor, the payout is smaller. If the odds are truly, truly against your favor, they make it super big. That's why most lotteries like $300 million, $500 million, because you ain't gonna win that shit. So they have to make the prize super, super ignorant to get you to go over your common sense. Right? Because common sense says 340 million. Huh? How many tickets do I have to buy? But you're like, but damn, that's 340 million though. Shit, I could win that shit though, right? But like, because it's greed. So you'll notice that. You are like lottery, it's like there's scratch off games. That's why you're more likely to win a scratch off game. Like scratch off game, you might get a little $5, whatever, because the payout is not that big. So when the payout is not that big, the odds are usually in your favor, right? If the odds are stupid at your favor, and they still want you to play, they're going to put like a number so big that you cannot resist. That's usually how it goes. That's how life is. Life ain't fair, y'all. Life is not fair. And it's like, and we have a tendency of not asking what the rules be. And if I lose, what are the consequences? Like, oh shit, I can't afford this game because it's above my pay grade. And it's okay. Right? So it's like you have to understand this stuff, right? So it's like for Devin, if he had married somebody that church people liked or loved, as a matter of fact, do you know how many books he'd be out here selling? Do you know the kind of like the platforms he would be getting invited to? Do you know the kind of money he will be making? But he chose to go for his penis as opposed to thinking about his business, as opposed to thinking about his brand. And he put this innocent girl, like I said, once again, in the crossfire of all these arrows and stuff. I'm like, that's not okay. When you church, if you're a church person and you're a part of church business and your core audience is church folks, you better get you a church girl. So that way, when you put out your books, you're going to sell 100,000 copies. You're going to sell 2 million copies. Because the way you preach, the way you carry yourself, the woman you married, like when people look at it, it's very convincing. It's like, okay, this is a man who lives what he says, and look at his wife, the children. It's a very, very convincing. But when it came to Devin, he's always trying to defend Meagan. He's trying to defend her outfit choices. He's trying to defend why she's sanctified. He's trying to defend like, oh, she was celibate, so it's not like she was different. And always try. It's like, boy, you're doing everything but your ministry. Because who she is, what she does, was she celibate, which is honestly nobody's business. Like it became more of a topic than the ministry. And it's like, you see, she bad for business. And that's why he went and he filed for divorce. Because he got to a point where he understood, like, yo, she is who she is. I am what I want. I am who I am. I want what I want. She wants what she wants. And if I keep staying married to her, it's bad for my business. She gonna keep getting roles because she's an actress. Whatever she does, right? Even if she stops smoking, it's to the benefit of her acting. Because I mean, the earlier she stops smoking, she gonna stay beautiful. Right? Well, everything she does, whether she becomes a better girl, a better wife, whatever, it helps her more than it helps you. Because she don't have to sacrifice nothing. She's still gonna be an actress when the roles come. If she has to do a naked scene, right? Oh, you can send it to my Zelle. Send it to my Zelle. I'll take it. You like if she has to do a sex scene, she gonna do it. If she has to do a naked scene, she gonna do it. She ain't compromising shit. Right? If she has to do a sister movie, she'll do it too. Like her bread is not impacted. And to be honest, Devin being her husband, he helps her brand. He helps her brand more than she helps his brand. That is a fact. Because he's not going to embarrass her out here cheating. He a pastor. Why he cheating for? They're not going to catch him drunk doing 200 miles per hour. No, he a pastor. They're not going to catch him in weird position. No, he's praying on Instagram with his eyes closed. I hate that shit. Why do people pray with their eyes closed? The enemies are out here. The ops are out here. Keep your eyes open. Okay? So he makes her look good. He makes her brand look good. He makes it seem like she's a changed woman. She's not the girl she used to be. She learned from her mistake. She has evolved. He makes her look good. But she makes him look bad. Because they don't have the same audience. I hate when people pray with their eyes closed. It's so dangerous to me. Like, the ops is out here. Like, what if Lucifer is right in front of you and your eyes is closed? He's going to beat your ass. I don't like that kind of stuff. Like, even during, like, Black Lives Matter and stuff, like, there was this one picture. It just annoyed me so much. So these black people, here they go again, them church folk. Hey, Elsa. Here they go again, them black people. They went to pray for white people who used to be racist. And so they're praying for these white people. They get on their knees. Listen, she's like, Marlene. I think you probably saw the picture, right? They get on their knees and they close their eyes. What? You're going to pray for white people that used to be racist. You close your eyes? How you know it's not a trap? I'm like, the stuff black people do sometimes, I'm so confused. Like, let's imagine these people are just pretending to want to give their life to Jesus. It could be a trap. Why are you praying with your eyes closed in the enemy's camp? During Black Lives Matter, there was a group of white people who wanted to give their life to Jesus because they used to be racist. So they're like, oh, can you pray the racist out of me kind of thing, right? So this other group of black people from a black church, they went to pray for these white people. And when they go and pray for white folks who used to be racist, they pray for them. They get on their knees. The black people get on their knees. Imagine if you're on your knees, right? And there's a situation, you gotta get up off your knees. And these are some old black people. Them knees, them joints ain't working right. Okay? You on your knees. The white people, some are on their knees, some are standing up. Why are you on your knees? With people who tell you, I used to not like black people. And then on top of that, you close your eyes. Nope. Fuck that shit. You get on your knees. You the sinner. You the one who used to not like black people. You get on your knees. I will stand above you. And I'm keeping my eyes open. So just in case this is a trap, bitch, we can get it on. I ain't got no problem with you. But you close your eyes. What if this person is a trap? What if they come behind you and your eyes are closed? By the time you recognize you're in danger, it's too late. And then if you're on your knees and you have to run, can you imagine the way you're going to have to shuffle? You're going to have to shuffle against the ground. You're going to have to shuffle on the grass just to get your bearings. They're going to shoot you in the back of the head. Why are you doing this for? No, don't close your eyes. If you pray in your house, I guess you want to close your eyes. I guess I don't know, but I don't know. I put my eyes open. You go to church and you pray, keep your eyes open. You never know. The ops might be here. Okay? You go to somebody else's church, you ain't never been there before. Woo, crap. I did. Oh, my goodness. Oh, wow. I forgot my nail appointment. I thought, who's calling me like this? Oh, crap. Yo, what time is it? I forgot my nail appointment. What is it called? Oh, Jesus. My nail appointment, y'all. Talking to y'all. And I woke up at like 6 o'clock, right? We've been here since like 6, right? But it's like, why would you keep your eyes closed? Right? Why would you keep your eyes closed? You don't keep your eyes closed. So I don't like stuff like that. You should pray with your eyes open. And know what's going on. Like, you always need to be aware of your surroundings because you don't know what could happen. You know what I'm saying? Don't trust people like that. I don't trust people like that. I got trust issues. You know what I mean? So it's like, she don't make you look good. So she's actually bad for your business. And I think he thought because he's young, because he's exuberant, because he's good looking, etc., 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 right? That he could finesse her. Like he could finesse her, he could finesse the church people, and he could finesse the world. And I think he's gotten to a point where he's recognized, like, no, it's not going to work. It's not going to work. She is who she is. I'm who I am. She wants what she wants. I want what I want. Right? And to be very honest, like I said earlier, Meagan probably was an assignment. He's probably supposed to pray for her. He was probably supposed to show her the word of God. He was probably supposed to help her stop smoking and things like that. Yeah, I do believe she was an assignment. I do believe that God had them meet so he could be a positive influence over her life. But I don't think he was meant to be her husband. And I think he knows that. She might not have known it, but I think him being the pastor, he knows that. Because he knows what he wants. He knows who he wants to be. He knows who his role models are. He knows who he idolizes. He knows who he wants to be like. And when he look at them people, did they marry somebody? Did they marry somebody like Meagan Good? Yes, I didn't realize it because I didn't save their names. I'm like, who's calling me 504, 504? Right? I'm sorry. I completely, like, it escaped my mind. Messing with y'all gotta go get me in trouble. Right? He knew that. And now he's like, oh, shit. I'm getting to an age where if I don't secure my brand, right? If I don't secure my brand, and that's why he's saying like, oh, like look at this bullshit, right? Look at this bullshit. Talk about, oh, we're getting a divorce, but nobody's at fault. Then why the fuck are you getting a divorce? Have you read their statement? Oh, when we've decided after prayer and consideration, God hates divorce. So when you prayed, God said, oh no, go back. Go back and make it work. So you didn't pray. You didn't pray. Because had you prayed, Pastor Devin, you know that God is against divorce. So if nobody is at fault, then why are you divorcing? It makes no sense. It makes no sense. If nobody is at fault and you prayed, then I'm sure God told you, cool, forgive each other, keep working on this. So it doesn't make sense. So either you didn't pray, cool. But you cannot tell me that you prayed, nobody's at fault, and you're going to file for divorce. That does not make any sense. And that's lack of integrity. He lacks integrity. He lacks honesty. He is no different than the other pastor, the big one, the fat one. What's the obese one? Him, the way he's so damn fat, I knew he wasn't spiritual. I said, this motherfucker fast. He's so huge. He is huge. He like this man does not have self-control. He doesn't have self-control. So when they say, oh, he's cheating, I'm like, I'm not surprised. John Gray? Yeah. That Lord. Because I'm like, being a pastor, you need to have discipline. You need to have discipline. You need to fast. He's huge. And he would just eat all the time. I'm like, this dude does not have control. That's why he's using food like that to suppress something else. There's something else going on in his life. I don't know what it was, but the way he would just eat. He just kept eating. I know something's wrong. Because this man does not practice self-control. And when you're a pastor, you should fast once a week. You should fast a couple days out the month. You know what I'm trying to say? There's no discipline here. Because being a pastor, I'm telling you guys, it might not seem like it to y'all. But being a Christian is very hard. Being a pastor, being a spiritual leader, it's no different than being a high-performance athlete. You have to be very strict on yourself. And most people can't do it. A pastor should be like an athlete, where they have very strict regimen. They eat a certain way, they sleep a certain way, they train a certain way. Because it's a high calling. It's a serious responsibility to be a spiritual leader to people. So you got to be even harder on yourself. And I'm like, the way this man eats, I don't trust him. He eats too much. He eats too much. He eats too much. Leadership is serious. It's no different than being a high-performance athlete. You got to train for this kind of stuff. So you got to be very strict on yourself. You see this stuff? It's crazy. Then they don't have the fitness. They don't have the mental fitness required to be pastors. They're not mentally fit. They're not mentally fit. You hear me? So it's like it doesn't make sense. You prayed and you had thoughtful consideration. So you prayed and you thought about it carefully. And God told you, okay, yes, I'm okay with divorce. What kind of God y'all pray to? Yourselves? Because it sounds like your God is you. You are your own God. Because what kind of God says, okay, get married. Okay, fine, get a divorce. What kind of God is this? So one day, depending on the weather, he says yes. And then it's like, okay, fine, you can change your mind. So God is you. You are God. Oh, shit. Let me find out. Because that makes no sense. And it's like, and it's like, it's a no fault. Exactly. Then why are you getting a divorce if there's no fault? And the other thing also where I'm like, you see, he's dishonest too. This dude, he lacks integrity. You conveniently filed for divorce in California before year number 10. Nigga, you ain't shit. This nigga ain't shit. Because he don't want to have to give her he don't want to have to give her alimony. The motherfucker ain't shit. He ain't shit. You conveniently divorced this woman right before y'all get to 10 years. How convenient is that? How convenient is that? This nigga ain't shit. This motherfucker ain't shit. He ain't shit. This man ain't shit. When I said, 9 years, I said, here we go. Here we go. He conveniently files 5 days before Christmas, right under the 9 year, at the 9 year mark. So this bitch don't have to pay this girl spousal support. But you see, if he was, and it's like, and because there are no children, what's it called? Like kind of like child support is not going to be a concern. When you get married for 10 years, if you're married for 10 years in California and you get a divorce, you have to give spousal support. Automatically, the person gets spousal support. That's why Kobe didn't want the lady to leave him. Because having been married to Vanessa for more than 10 years, she'd taken half that shit. But lo and behold, not trying to be disrespectful, but, she took everything anyways. So, you know what I'm trying to say? So whatever he was trying to avoid, it happened anyways under, awful circumstances. But you know what I mean? But that's why a lot of them, like, they keep them, they buy them these rings, they do all the shopping sprees, because in California, it's very crazy out there like that. So after 10 years, he would have had to give her spousal support. So meaning like all the book sales, everything he does in the future like that, like he gonna have to pay that lady. He don't want to. That's how you know this man don't have no integrity in his ass. He's not a good person. He ain't got no integrity. He ain't shit. He truly ain't shit. How convenient. You realize all this shit at the 9 year mark. How fucking convenient. This is not random, my people. He has no integrity. DeVon is a greedy ass bastard. He's a low down, greedy ass bastard. He wants what he wants when he wants it. And he thinks he can, because he's so eloquent, he can use words in a way that always benefit him. This man none but a wolf in sheep's clothing. I told y'all. I'm not even that mad at Meagan because she's from the secular world. She don't know nothing about this stuff. But me, I know people like him. He ain't shit. Because if you were a real man also, on some real man shit, on some real Christian shit, on some real Bible shit, you'd be like, yo, woman, I've been with you for 9 years. I used your body up. I had sex with you. I did all kinds of things to you, blah, 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 blah. You fulfilled a need for me, blah, blah, blah. You'd be like, oh, yo, here you go, sis. Here's a check for that. Here's a check for that. How can you say nobody's at fault? You're at fault, DeVon. You're at fault for taking this girl on a roller coaster. She had on a spiritual roller coaster. She had no business being on. You cannot sit here and disrespect me like that and talk about, oh, no one is at fault. You are at fault, DeVon. You are at fault. Don't insult our intelligence. Don't disrespect me like that. And Meagan, don't even go along with this shit because he's trying to he's by doing this peaceful divorce. Oh, it's peaceful. Oh, nobody's at fault bullshit. He's doing that so it doesn't hurt his brand. He's doing that so he can keep selling his books. He can close his eyes with that big old shiny head of his and do his weird ass praying rituals on Instagram. He's doing that, trying to do that fake peaceful shit because he has an image to protect. He has more innocent black women he's going to scam. I said what I said. Because that doesn't make sense to anybody out here. You just woke up one day, right? You woke up one day, the girl didn't do, there's no one is at fault. Why are you filing for divorce? You take us for idiots. You woke up one day, you've been married for 9 years. There ain't no smoke. There's no problem. There's no issues. You've been married for 9 years. For 9 years, there's no problem. There's no smoke. There's no issues. And then you prayed about, why are you praying about something if nobody's at fault? If you go and you pray, y'all, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, right? But I just don't like people insulting my intelligence, right? If you go into prayer about something because it's bothering you, right? Because you're unsure, there you have doubts. So you say, "Oh, I took this up in prayer," because you have doubts. If no one is at fault, then you had a great marriage. So why you just wake up, you just went into prayer about the marriage for nothing? No, something was going on. What is that thing? Exactly. What is that thing? Because you didn't just wake up and just, oh, let me just pray. Let's just pray about if we should stay married or not stay married. That don't make no sense. Nobody prays about things that are going good. Nobody prays about things that are going well. Nobody prays about, if you're happy with your spouse, she's happy with you. Why are you praying like, oh, we prayed and we have to give it all this consideration? Why? Nobody's at fault, right? But he puts it in a language that doesn't make her look bad, doesn't make him look bad. Like, oh, we just grew apart, blah, 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 blah. Because he does not want his reputation ruined. He got books to sell. He got a bunch of black women he got to bamboozle. Shit, he probably has a black woman on the side right now. What do we know? What do I know? Right? He still wants to be invited by Bishop Jakes. He wants to be invited by all these other pastors. He's probably hoping Oprah calls him too. So it's like when he thinks about all of the relationship and he thinks about the business, the people, his brand, he's like, oh, let's act like we're happy. Let's act like we're okay. Let's act like, you're not wrong and I'm not wrong. No, you're dead ass wrong. You're dead ass wrong. And somebody needs to tell you that. You are dead ass wrong, the wrong, you wrong some more. Okay? You're full of shit. He is full of shit. And this is why, ladies, I keep telling y'all, be very careful getting in the relationship instead of getting in a relationship with a person, you are actually in a relationship with a brand. That's the thing. She was not married to a person. She was married to a brand. That's what it is. PR stunt after PR stunt. People not even being their true selves. This is what happens when you marry a brand and you don't marry a person. Because they're going to find a way to force you to go along with their narrative. They're gonna find a way to force you to go along with their lies because they have to protect their brand. It's all about the brand, their image. That's all he cares about. This man is not a sincere person. He's full of deceit. He's a very deceiving ass human being. And I hope God deals with him. He's a very deceitful person. He uses people. He uses people. He used that girl. Because maybe that was a fantasy. Just like Nick Cannon and Mariah Carey. Maybe when he was younger and stuff like that, he used to watch my cousin Streeter. What's his name? Cousin Skeeter's cousin Street, whatever cousin's name is, right? Like many young guys, he probably grew up looking up to Meagan Good. He probably had dreams about her. He's like, damn, that's a bad bitch. That's a bad bitch. So now that he's older and he had a chance to make a move on her and to get her, he took advantage. Same thing with Nick Cannon. Oh, I love Mariah Carey. When he had the chance, he made moves on her. But we now see that Nick was none but a hoe. He was none but a hoe. Because if this man really loved marriage, if he was a really solid dude like that, after Mariah, he would have married one person and he would have had the kids with the other one person. But this is who he truly is. None but little hoe. Nick Cannon, none but little hoe. Manipulative asshole. Yeah, he's generous, but he's a hot ass mess. Now he got that one lady, her baby passed away. Put her through some trauma like this. She didn't have to go through that. You know you don't have good genes. You know you have lupus. Why are you out here procreating like that? Because the more kids you have, the more likely a child is going to have your bad genetics. You don't have good genetics. Now that one girl, her only baby she got, her first baby she got, the baby dead. Can you imagine how traumatized she is? But yeah, you got 20 more kids. So of course you're crying, but are you really crying that bad? Not really. You got 20 more kids. But that's her only child. That's her first pregnancy. Now her baby's dead. And you're like, oh, I didn't want the child to have chemo because I know the pain of the chemo. So if you know that you had chemo, and not to be disrespectful, but if you had chemo Because of all the nuclear shit they use in chemotherapy, you should not have children after that. You should not, because the chemo that you get, it affects your stuff. Your stuff is compromised. So if you had intense chemotherapy, you should not have children after that. That's why Dr. Jackie decided not to have children, because of the chemo. It was so severe. So she, most likely, if you bring a child, they'll have mental retardation. They'll have formative issues because of the chemo. It stays in your body. It doesn't, you can't pee it out. It stays. It's nuclear. It's radiation. It's radiation. They put chemo on your testicles. Why are you trying to have kids? Chemo is very, very brutal. It's savage. He's a goofy ass dude, man. He's so damn goofy. So after you had chemotherapy, if you have had intense chemo, you should not use your, unless you froze your eggs or you froze your sperm before the chemo, you can't do it. Because that poor baby is going to have real issues. And it's not fair. Oh, I didn't want the baby to have chemo because I've been through it. Then why are you reproducing? Goofy shit. That's why Dr. Jackie married to, where's it called? Married to Medicine, Atlanta. That's why she don't want to have kids, because of her chemo. It was too severe. And she's a doctor. She knows what it did to her eggs. She knows. She knows. Why put a woman in such a situation like that? Why do that? You have enough kids. Stop being stupid. You know what I'm trying to say? But it's like, this is what they do. Like, they use people. They truly, truly use people. And that's not okay. That is not okay. It's not okay to do that. It really does. But chemo is radiation. It's nuclear energy going through your body. You should not be reproducing after that. Either you like, I don't know, maybe if you have cancer, I don't know if it's still bad though. But if you froze your eggs or you froze your sperm before going to chemo, you should use what you froze to create the kids with. But if you didn't and they gave you that chemo back to back to back, and it was super aggressive chemo, yeah. No, 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 no. You don't want to do that. You don't want to do that. Because the odds of you having a healthy baby are very slim. And it's not fair. It's not fair to the mother to carry a child for 9 months so that he can only live like a whole week. That's not fair. And it's not fair to have a baby come in. So like the first thing he experiences in his life is so much, it's pain like this. It's not fair. It's not fair. So either you freeze your eggs, you freeze your sperm, and then you use the good things like the healthy sperm, the healthy eggs. You use that to procreate. But if you didn't do it and you went through chemo, you cannot do this. You're going to put an innocent child in harm's way. That's not okay to do. That's very wicked. But that's what they do. They're very manipulative, these men. Very manipulative. He is manipulative. He is, like DeVon is seriously manipulative. And they expect people to eat this crap and to keep it pushing. No, we're not. Absolutely not. We're not doing that. You recognize that this girl wasn't good for your brand no more. You recognize that you were tired of defending her slits and her cleavage more so than you were asked to talk about your books, than you were talk about your ministry. Her sexuality, her sensuality, her career, it overshadowed your ministry. It overshadowed your manhood. When you were around other male preachers and pastors and in the black church, they didn't have respect for you. She was not willing to conform. She was not willing to get along with them other first ladies. She was not willing to invest in the ministry. She wasn't. Right? And this is where I will also say, right? This is also what I will say too. For as much as like I understand wanting career and wanting fame and things like that, right? He's a man of his brand. Okay? He's a man of his brand. God is a business, y'all. Y'all understand? These people, they out here scamming. But meanwhile, I can tell you this. I don't know how much money Meagan makes as an actress. I don't think she makes a lot. I can tell you this, though. This is where that goofy shit comes from Meagan also. I'm going to tell you where Meagan is goofy. Where she's on some goofy shit. She could make more money as a first lady. She could make way more money as a preacher woman. She could make more money selling the celibacy shit. Oh, I was celibate and God brought me a husband. Okay. She could make, I'm telling you, when it comes to money, Sarah Jakes runs circles around Meagan Good. So this is where Meagan is goofy. Because not only is it good to be celibate for the husband, I guess, that goofy shit, right? But if you're going to do that shit, then go all the way. Play the role, play the game. Because she could make, Sarah Jakes bought a house in Calabasas off of this peddling Jesus to black women shit. Oh, look at me. I was divorced once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, and God still loves me bullshit, right? Sarah Jakes. You see her views on you. Sarah Jakes bought a whole house in Calabasas, peddling Jesus to these desperate, goofy ass black women. You see what I'm trying to say? So it's like for Meagan, it's like you've been in this Hollywood thing. Honestly, you never made it. You know, she's like, not trying to be offensive, but she's like, she's a black movie actress. She never make it. She's not gonna make it. She will never be where these white girls are. Because if it would have happened, it would have happened by now. She makes like straight to DVD movies, Amazon Prime movies. Like, you know what I mean? Like she's not gonna be in the league of Taraji P. Henson, right? She's not going to be in the league of Viola Davis. She's not gonna be in the league of like, what's Pretty Girl from Africa? Lupita. It just ain't gonna happen. Right? She gonna make black movies, right? She gonna make the black girl vixen movies, like, you know, not trying to be offensive, but it's like she's like a Lauren London type of situation, right? She matters to black people, but she don't matter that much to white folks. So whatever was supposed to happen, if it didn't happen by now, it is what it is, right? So for me, honestly, I would have told her, girl, if you do it right, if you play your cards right, yeah, she's not gonna be a Kerry Washington. She's not, because she's too attached to hip hop. She's too attached to hip hop. She's too attached to being a video vixen. She's too attached to, and I think that's where her also, she wanted to marry somebody like DeVon because he was going to help her detach herself from being too hip hop. You know what I'm trying to say? So she used them too also. She used them too also, right? Whose net worth is $10 million? Whose net worth is $10 million? Right? But it's like, for me, I feel like going the church route, playing the first lady. I'm not saying like dress completely like First Lady Sarita, but I'm saying like, you know what I'm saying? But I'm saying like if you play it more like a Sarah Jakes, right? Like you can still be sexy, but a bit more elegant. Don't do too much like that, right? I think for me, she could have finessed this church business. She could have finessed this church business. She would have made money in the church in the way this to like a way that she never had seen money before. And she wouldn't have had to get naked. She wouldn't have had to take off her clothes. She wouldn't have had to do sex scenes. She wouldn't have had to do, no, she wouldn't have had to do none of that stuff. I'm talking like this church stuff can get you to the White House. I'm talking like this church business can get you book deals. And the thing with the book deals, like you get royalties back to back to back to back. Right? So this is where also I feel like she fumbled the bigger bag. Because them little stupid movies on Amazon, you're not gonna be nominated for an Emmy. You're not gonna be nominated for an Oscar. You're not gonna do nobody's gonna give her roles. I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but it's the truth. Right? Well, that's the thing. Sometimes you gotta get it where you fit in, right? The reality is like you're not gonna get roles that you can get an Emmy. She auditioned. She talked about it on the Wendy show. She went to read for Scandal. They didn't call her back. She went to read for another show. They gave it to. She went to, what was that show that Gabby was doing on? Gabby had a show like Scandal on BET. I forgot what it was, and then she ended up fighting them people because that's Gabby. She fights everybody. So Gabby had a show on BET that went left. Right? Mary Jane, exactly. So Gabby also went and read. Gabby went and read for they all read for Scandal. Kerry Washington read for Scandal. Gabby read for Scandal. Meagan read for Scandal. They chose Kerry Washington because Kerry was new. She was fresh. She's not attached to hip hop. She's not attached to Blockbuster. She's not attached to them straight to DVD shit. So they picked Kerry Washington, right? Gabby was able to get Mary Jane. Meagan did, she read for Scandal? No. She read for Mary Jane? No. Then she had a pilot, right? She had a pilot with NBC. It was like a detective movie. She was like a police officer or something like that. I know she had a gun. Um, it was on for like 3 or 4 episodes. They killed that shit. They didn't want it. So it's like there comes a time, there sometimes there is what you want, but you also gotta be real. You know what I'm saying? And dust yourself and go where people really will fuck with you. Right? But it's like Hollywood don't really want to fuck with her. You know what I'm saying? Doing a show on Amazon Prime. I mean, yeah, sure, whatever, right? You see what I'm saying? Like, okay. So it's like what Devin is offering you, then I'm gonna be real with you, right? When you've done hip hop, you've done the urban scene, you've done the rapper scene, you've done the music video scene, you've done the Nickelodeon scene. You tried to, revive your career and get more mature, right? You like to get like, you try to do this thing, it didn't work. Where Devin is a good option is the fact that Devin brings something new. He brings you a new audience, the church audience, right? You know what I mean? He brings you a church audience. So it's like, it would have been nice to do Game of Thrones, I'm sure. It would have been nice to do all these like famous movies and shows that these white girls are in there, right? It'd be nice. But them ain't gonna give it to you. It's Hollywood. It's for white people, right? They're gonna put a white girl there first before they take your ass. And the fact that sometimes when you've been around the block too much, it's hard for people to see you in a different role. Like even if she had gotten the role for Scandal, people would have seen her as Meagan Good, the hip hop vixen. It would have been hard for you to see Carrie, like it would have been hard for you to see Olivia Pope. The whole time you would have seen Meagan Good. You would have seen the thing. So that's why sometimes certain producers, they don't like you, but you've been around too much. Like people have seen you way too much. You are too accessible. So they won't even be able to actually see the character. They won't even see how the character is growing, developing, and changing. They not. Kerry Washington, she ain't been around like that. So when people see her, because they haven't seen her so much growing up, they actually see Olivia Pope. So instead of seeing Kerry Washington, when you see right? When you see Kerry Washington, because you didn't really see her like that. When you see Carrie, you think, oh, that's Olivia Pope. That's Olivia Pope. She becomes a character because she played that character so well. You're like, oh, that's Olivia Pope right there, right? But Meagan Good, because you've seen her so much, no matter what she does, you're like, oh, that's Meagan Good. That's Meagan Good. Oh, yeah, and remember Meagan? But the character's name is Olivia Pope and then Meagan. You see what I mean? And that's the truth. And it's the same thing for Gabby, right? That's why even like, look at your girl. Look at Regina King, right? Regina King, she does not take every role. She does not take every role. And even though she has been on some very iconic black movies, right? She did Poetic Justice. She did Friday, the first one. She was also the voice for Boondocks. But she didn't really attach herself to Black Hollywood like that. She did a few black roles that were really cute, right? But you don't see her you don't see her in like Soul Food. You didn't see her in Soul Food. You didn't see how to think like a man. You didn't see her in what's that movie? The marriage movie with Taye Diggs. What's the one where they got My Best Friend's Wedding? What is it called, right? You didn't see Regina. You don't see Regina King in every single black movie. She is very selective of them Negro roles, child, because she don't want to be seen as like, oh, she just do black movies. Right? She was not in Best Man. She was not in Best Man. She was not in Soul Food. She was not in. She don't even do nothing with Tyler Perry. She don't. No, thank you. Because she wants to be seen as an actress, not a black actress, not a black woman movie couple of stuff. She don't be doing that kind of stuff. So she did Poetic Justice. She did Friday. She did the voice for Boondocks. Cool, but you didn't see her face there. You heard her voice, and then it wasn't even like her real voice. But then she went for Independence Day. She said no to a lot of roles so when Independence Day came, she was perfect for Independence Day. You see, if she had done what's your girl's name? What's your girl's name that y'all love so much? From Best Man, the Love and Basketball. What's her name? Love and Basketball, Best Man. What is her name, y'all? What is her name? Oh my gosh. Y'all, what's her name? Sanaya Lathan. Uh-huh. Sanaya Lathan is all about them black movies. She's in every black movie. It's like, Sanaya, sis, sit down a little bit. You know what I mean? But like, it's really hard for Sanaya to get breakout roles, right? Vivica too. All the black movies, right? But her, she was lucky too. She played Will Smith's wife. But I'm like, think of like how selective Regina King was with the movies, right? Independence Day. After Independence Day, she had never looked back. She was out here living like a white woman. And you see the kind of roles that Regina King gets. Go on her Instagram. Look how she dresses. Louis Vuitton, baby. Then people fly from Paris. Baby, de Paris. Oui, oui. Those people fly from Paris to dress Regina King, sorry. What's the guy? Nicolas Guesquier, right? Is that his name? Guesquier, Nicolas Guesquier, the white boy. He flies all the way from Paris to dress her. Look how she dresses. Look at the elegance. Regina King, her elegance shot with them green eyes of hers, child. That lady fine as fuck. Like the elegance of it. She's so elegant. But you see, that's the thing with Regina. She had a plan. She had a vision. Like a couple weeks ago, I was watching her on the thing because Issa has a show now. Like it's not really a podcast, but she'll sit down with celebrity and there's like an audience, and then like they'll talk about Hollywood, they'll talk about their career, blah, 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 blah. Right? So she had Regina, but it's like when you listen to Regina King though, she always had a vision, who she wanted to be. Even the management that she has. She said no. She hired management that sees her as an actress, not a black actress. So they fight for her to get the roles that are usually meant for white women. You see what I mean? She's sexy, but she's not like city girl type of sexy. She does not have a hood urban look about herself. She's not urban. She black, but she ain't urban. She black and she expensive. She black and she bougie. She does not have an urban look. I was even, the way she talks, I was even surprised. I'm like, oh my gosh, that's how she talks. She's crazy, right? Does that make sense? But it's like ladies like Sanaya Lathan, they only took the black role. Even Regina Hall, another one too, right? They were not really selected. Maybe they couldn't afford to be selective. But Regina, she had her vision. And she even said, like, she grew up in a school. She went to a certain school growing up because she black. So she went to a school. Then she was like, nah, she wanted to go to a school with white people. So she intentionally had her mom put her in a school where it was nothing but white people because the school was next to a beach. And she was like, when I went to that white school by the beach, I was exposed to so much more. I saw life so much different. Like, having to go to a predominantly white school in a very affluent neighborhood right by the beach. Yeah. She's like, yeah, I don't want to be black. I want to be a person. And that affects how she makes her business moves, right? But she's not typecast. I don't think she will ever do a Tyler Perry movie because it's not good for her brand. You know what I'm trying to say? So when you look at somebody like Meagan Good, she only does black movies, right? She has her sex appeal is very black and urban. Not trying to be offensive, but you know what I mean, right? It's very black, it's very urban, right? She's really attached to hip hop. Even Vivica. Vivica had a certain kind of prestige because she did what? What movie she do with because Regina did Independence Day, right? Vivica did one movie with your boy, with Will Smith. But by Vivica attaching herself to 50 Cent, right? When she attached herself to 50 Cent, she started getting this like pin up, like this blow up doll sexualized identity. Like she looked like she got her boobs done. She changed her face. She was dressing super sexy. She was dressing like a video vixen. That's when her stock went down the shits. But before, Vivica also had a certain prestige about her. There was a certain prestige about Vivica Fox. You know what I'm saying? And attaching herself to 50, it really harmed her image. Because 50 is a rapper talking about, I got shot 7 times. Huh? The freak? Why are you hanging with these kinds of people? It's the same reason why I also think, for as much as Monica might have a beautiful voice, and Monica might be an amazing song person, right? But there's certain opportunities that were not given to Monica because she liked to associate herself with people that were up to no good. Yeah, Vivica worked with Quentin Tarantino. Like Vivica Fox was like, she had prestige attached to her name. And she threw it all away to look like a bimbo sitting next to this gangster rapper who talk about he got shot 7 times. You see what I'm saying? So there comes a time where I feel like as a woman too, you might want something, yeah, you might aspire to something, yeah, sure, whatever. But you gotta you gotta count the stuff. Like, okay, like you gotta do a realistic assessment. Like, you know what? I've been in this industry for how long, right? And if them things haven't come yet, they're probably not gonna come. So take what's given to you now and make the best out of it. But for me, Marlene, I could definitely tell you this. I grew up watching Paula White. Paula White was dirt ass poor, living in a trailer. Okay. I grew up, what's the other white woman? She preaches. She got short hair like this. She's very strict. She got like short hair. There's some white woman too, you know? Sorry, y'all. I grew up watching a whole lot of white women come up really poor. I saw a lot of black women come up really poor. But that church money, it's long money. You can make millions of dollars. Joyce Meyer, yes. Thank you, babe. Joyce Meyer grew up super poor. Daddy was an alcoholic. I mean, all kinds, like, damn, girl. The white ghetto. The white ghetto. Joyce Meyer, right? You know how rich she is? That lady got a private jet. Do you know how rich that lady is? You guys, there's money in the church. There's money bamboozling people. There's money selling dreams. There's money selling dreams to people. So for me, it's like, and the good thing about the church, I'm not saying it's okay to scam people, but you don't have to take your clothes off. You don't have to take your clothes off. You don't have to do sex scenes. You don't have to rehearse your lines. You don't have to. And sometimes people are so obsessed with being famous, but a lot of famous people are broke. Okay? A lot of famous people are broke. They're broke. They're tired. They don't have connections like that. They're not respected like that. So sometimes I do feel like fame is cheap, right? Just because you're famous does not mean that you're financially stable. Just because you're famous does not mean you're respected. Just because you're famous does not mean you're well connected. A lot of time, fame is overrated. And I think Meagan, she's addicted to fame. But in all honesty, it's overrated. Because there's another kind of fame you could get in the church that's way more classy, way more elegant, way more prestigious, and way more respected. She could have made more money. She could have made more money as a church person, as the wife of a... If they had finessed this thing good, ooh, child, she would have been making good for real, for real. Because fame is overrated. All these little movies you do, they go straight to DVD. So why even do a sex scene that's not even gonna bring you an Oscar? You see, when Halle Berry agreed to do the sex scene, not only did she ask for more money, she's like, bitch, add $500,000 if you want to see my titties. So they had to add like $500,000 to $1 million, right, to see her titties. Because she was like, oh, y'all want to see my titties? Y'all want me to hump on this old white man and act like a mammy, act like a house Negro? Okay? So she made them people pay her more money for her to have sex with a white man. She asked for more money. And not just that, it got her an Oscar. So is it okay to be naked in the movie? I mean, if you're going to do it, make sure you get something worth out of it. Meagan does a sex scene. Okay, but it's like, okay, just like Lala. Lala is married to Carmelo Anthony, right? She does a sex scene in Power. And not to be disrespectful, but she's not even a main character. Okay? You're not even a main character. So why are you doing a sex scene for? Your husband out here, Mello, worth like $300 million. Mello is an Air Jordan baby. Like, he's part of the Air Jordan family. He over there signed with Nike. Like, whatever you make on Power, Mello can give you that for the rest of your natural life. You ain't got to show your titties. That man can pay you. He can put that money in the bathtub. He can put that money in the toilet. He can put that money in the car. I mean, what's this? Like, whatever money you're about to make doing that stupid shit, Mello can pay you that shit up. I don't know, 1,000 times, 1,000,000 times. Mello rich as fuck. Mello is rich. This is like, y'all, like the way I work so hard, I'm trying to be rich. You think if me, Marlene, if James had Carmelo Anthony money, I wouldn't even be on YouTube. I'm not trying to be funny, but it's like, what? Like some of us, we work so hard so we can know what it feels like to have that kind of money. Your man got that. You don't even have to do nothing. He'll just give it to you. Here she is, because she want to be an actress. And I'm like, with no acting skills. She want to be actress just because, oh, because I'm famous, I think I should be an actress. Like, girl, you used to be a VJ. How you go from spinning records to not you want to be an actress? But because she hangs out with the Kardashians, they have this delusion of, oh, because we could just do whatever we want just because we famous. Okay, yeah, sure. So she goes, she does the sex scene. She's not even having sex with James St. Patrick, who is the main character. She did a sex scene with the driver. That big black goofy dude. I forgot his name. What was his name, y'all? Cocaine and his son. I forgot his name. She does a sex scene with the driver. Took her whole shirt out. Put her whole titties. I could not believe I couldn't. I said, yo, I cannot believe this. Like, I truly cannot believe this. This is Lala Anthony. This is the wife of Carmelo Anthony. Why am I seeing her titties? And then people started making fun of her titties because they didn't look that good. I'm not trying to be offensive, but it's like, if you're going to do a sex scene, I mean, at least, you know what I'm saying? They were like breastfeeding titties. Not trying to be offensive. But then, like, it was like, oh shit, those are your titties? Like, I'm so sorry. But me, I'm like, I was expecting like something like, oh shit, these are the titties of the wife of a millionaire. I was very disappointed. I'm like, oh shit. My titties look better than that shit. And James is a regular engineer. I could have had a better sex scene. You see what I'm saying? And I'm like, you didn't even have, when you looked at this, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, right? But I think in life, like I said, if you check yourself, ain't nobody gonna have to check you. When you get naked every day and you look in the mirror, you should know, yo, my titties are not sex scene worthy. And I ain't playing with y'all. Like, you should be like, nah, if I put them titties in a sex scene, they're gonna carry my black ass. You should know that your husband might be like, oh, I love your titties, girl. You're his wife. Of course he gonna say he loves your titties. But when you take a shower and they tell you, oh, girl, we want you to do a sex scene, you should have enough self-respect. You should have enough sense. And you should have enough temerity to be like, this bitch ain't made for Hollywood. Not yet. Okay? Like, can we do something else? Or can we use a body double? She did this whole sexing thing. Yo, when I saw her titties, I couldn't believe it. I said, the fuck? What in the flip-flop? I couldn't believe it. I was like, what the fuck is this shit? What the fuck is this shit? You had all summer to get ready for the sex scene. You can do what needed to be done. Your best friend is Kim Kardashian. So then people started dragging her for her titties because they did not look that good. I'm being serious. That's when she started doing all her, that's when she went and got her body done. And I'm like, so you couldn't do this before the sex scene? But my thing is like, you gonna do a sex scene for 50 cents. You gonna do a sex scene for power. That shit ain't never, that drug shit, these ratchet ass, low budget, drug story ass Dylan lines ain't gonna get you nowhere, bitch. That's the reason why he took you. You think if 50, no, I'm saying he's like, oh, that's my friend and he asked me to do it. No, 50 is a hater. 50 ain't shit. 50 ain't shit. And you know 50 bitter. He probably did this shit like, yeah, because 50, everything 50 Cent does is out of jealousy. He's a truly envious person. And he from New York. So he probably been hating. Because remember, Melo been rich since he was 19 years old. 19. He made it to the Knicks. He was 19 years old. He been in the league since he was 19. Like, do you have any idea how many black dudes used to hate on this boy? And now it's like, yo, I got a chance to take the wife of Melo and put her butt naked on TV. 50 ain't shit. And every time 50 gives you advice, do the opposite. Because he wants to see you fail. This motherfucker ain't shit. 50 Cent has love for nobody. He's such a hating asshole. Your husband is worth more than 50, so you know he got a problem. When he was friends with Floyd, he had no beef with him being illiterate. He had no problem with him not knowing how to read and write. But as soon as he could not control Floyd, and Floyd was making way more money than him, he started making fun of Floyd. Oh, he can't read, he can't write. It don't matter. What Floyd does is knock people out, bitch. That's what he does for a living. He ain't trying to be a professor. He ain't no college professor. He ain't trying to be a lawyer. What Floyd does, he knocks people out for a living. You don't need a PhD for that shit. You don't need to be literate for that shit. You need to knock a person out. And that's what he does. He knocks people out, bitch. That's what he does. And he went on a whole slandering campaign of Floyd Mayweather because he wanted to control Floyd. He's so jealous. This man has a disease, and it's worse than cancer. It's worse than cancer. 50 is not a good person. He's so jealous. And Lala and her goofy ass, them little googly eyes of hers, she fell right into it. You know, like, at least, if it's a show that could win an Emmy, I'm like, there's a chance. I'm just saying, like, I'm not saying I will never get naked. I'm not saying I will never do a sex scene. But like I said, you gotta know what the rules of the games are. What do you stand to gain? What do you stand to win? Right? But my thing is, like, this show, them drug dealing ass, tired ass story of black people doing drugs to make money, them shit is tired. Okay? And shit like that don't get Grammys. You're not gonna get an Emmy. You're not gonna get nominated for an Emmy. It's not happening because these shows reinforces toxic ass, lazy ass stereotypes about black people. The fuck I need to be naked for? We selling drugs anyways. What in the Nino Brown is going on here, bitch? What in the Nino Brown is going on here, bitch? The fuck? No. Go fuck yourself. And then on top of that, she has sex with the driver of James. He's the driver. He's a young kid. He's younger than her. He's in the movie, he's the son of Canaan. So he's a young dude. He's probably like 20-some years old. And she's friends with Tasha. So her and Tasha, the same age. And not just that, Tasha slept with the boy. So now you gonna go and have a sex scene with Tasha's second, the leftovers? Make it make sense. So you're not even having a sex scene with the main character, right? Not even having a sex scene in a beautiful hotel on some nice sheets and shit like that. No, because he's a broke college student. And he's a broke chauffeur. They had sex on a couch from Rent-A-Center. The fuck? I was like, shit, I recognize this furniture, bitch. The fuck is this shit? I recognize this furniture. I'm like, what is this? What is this? What is this? You see what I mean? When Halle Berry went to have a Monster Ball, when they wanted her to do a sex scene, okay? When they wanted Halle Berry to do a sex scene, she asked for like $500 to $1 million. You want to see my titties, bitch? Give me my money. That's number one. And on top of that, in most of her relationship, until now, most of her relationship, Halle Berry has been a single black woman. Most of her relationship, Halle Berry was the highest earner. She didn't have a multi-millionaire husband like Carmelo. So, she gonna get it how she can. She gonna get it how she can. But she, like, if you think if Halle Berry had married that rich white boy, that rich billionaire, when she started off, you think she would have done BAPS? Who wants to do that ghetto ass shit? Who wants to do that shit? But she didn't have that. She was by herself. She's a single black woman in Hollywood. She got bills to pay. But she had enough sense to be like, if y'all want to see me naked, you're going to pay me more money. You're not going to see my titties for free. So I think she put like a $500,000 or $1 million premium on her nudity, as she should. And then she knew that this movie had a chance of being nominated for an Oscar. So she asked for more money, and she knew that if I do well, I could have an Oscar. Cool, I get it. But Marlene, my husband gonna be worth $200, $300 million. My husband is part of the Knicks. Hello. My husband is a baby Jordan. He got Michael Jordan on the phone. And I'm gonna put my nipples, I'm gonna put my titties on the breast of a cab driver. If you don't respect me today, if you don't learn to put some, I can't even speak right. You better respect me. I ain't doing this shit. We can have a sex scene and he can lick my toes. How about that shit? Lick my toes, bitch. Lick my motherfucking toes. I ain't playing with y'all. You gonna lick my toes. That's the extent of the sex scene. Lick my elbows, okay? Lick my back. But you ain't finna come and see my titties for regular salary. And her character is Keisha. You play Keisha, girl. Humble yourself. So you want me to play Keisha, girl? Keisha girl, what? No, bitch. No, bitch. My husband is worth $300 million, bitch. The extent of our sex scene, the chauffeur gonna lick my toes, bitch, okay? And I'd be like, yes. Okay. What the fuck? What? No. You gonna have to give me some stupid ass money to see my titties. I ain't giving you, I'm the chauffeur. At least if it was James, because James is fine as fuck. I get that. But then you got the Latina. What was her name? What's the girl he was messing with? No, I'm being serious, Elsa. You got this Latina Puerto Rican girl that looks like J-Lo. She's the prosecutor, right? She has sex with James. Huh? Hmm? So you gonna let the Latina have sex with James St. Patrick, and I'm the wife of Carmelo. I'm gonna have sex with the chauffeur? Chauffeur? What the fuck? No, lick my toes, bitch. I'm not doing this fucking scene. What the fuck is wrong with you people? No. If it's James St. Patrick, I'm like, well, you know what? You know what? You know what? But no, it's not. No, it's not. Who is it? The chauffeur? Keisha girl. You better respect yourself. Girl, I was so pissed off. Lala, I was just so upset. I was so upset. I'm like, Lala, why would you do this? When she took off her, when she took off her shirt, the way Black Twitter went up in flames. I said, you see this? You see this? You see this? Me, Marlene, I know I breastfed 2 people. Okay? I know I breastfed 2 people. You think I'm going to think so highly of myself that I'm going to do a sex scene? No. No. If I go to a doctor first, yeah, a year from now, no problem. Because they probably be sitting up real nice, right? But actually, no. If my husband is that rich, I want a body double. I'm not doing it. But you see, and this is the disease. Like, this is the disease that plagues a lot of modern Black women today. Oh, I want to be famous. I want to have my own career. And when they go about having their own career, it's about getting their titties licked on national TV by a damn chauffeur. The fuck is this shit? You better be a stay-at-home mom then. What career is this? It's not even like, oh, I got to have my own career so they can change the world and do something truly phenomenal. No, 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 no. She going to have a cheap-ass love scene on furniture from Rent-A-Center, because I recognize that furniture. I tell you what, I recognize this furniture, right? With a fucking chauffeur who couldn't even make it in the NBA, so now he drives his Uncle James around. The fuck? The fuck? I could have stayed in my bed. Shit, I could have went shopping at Beard of Goodman. Hell, I could have gotten a private jet and went shopping in Paris. Who wants to get their titties licked by a freaking chauffeur? That even turned me on. Because I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but I'm like, if your husband makes $300 million, that turns me on. How do I even get turned on by the idea of you going to have a sex scene with a driver? A what? Bitch, no. No, I can't do this. You know what I'm saying? It don't make no sense to me. It truly doesn't make, why are you doing this? You don't need the money. You don't need the money. You don't need the fame. But a lot of girls, they're insecure and they want to compete with their mans. How do you compete with a basketball player? And that's the same goofy shit that Ayesha Curry is suffering from also. These people are some of the best basketball players in the world. How do you compete with something like that? And why do you want to compete with your husband? Why not just be happy for him? You know what, husband? You'll be the famous one. I'll be famous when it comes to shopping. I know that's right. Like Marjorie Harvey. Do you see Marjorie Harvey out here trying to compete with Steve Harvey, trying to be famous, trying to have a platform, trying to be a speaker? Hell no, she not. No, she not. Her ministry is shopping. She shops around the world. She gets on these private jets. You think Marjorie Harvey will allow herself to do a sex scene where a Dusty, who only makes $500 a day, gonna touch her nipples? Jesus. Jesus, so this is the same Marjorie Harvey who told Steve Harvey back in the day, you're too broke for me. Okay? You are too broke for me. You're too broke for me. She said that to him. Boop, 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 boop. Do what you want to do with it. She said, you're too broke for me. You're a dusty. Oh, yes, bitch. Steve did everything he had to do to be rich enough to marry Marjorie Harvey. He went above and beyond, did everything, stole jokes from people. He stole jokes from Cedric Entertainer. He stole jokes from the dead Bernie Mac. He was out here stealing jokes from everybody just so he could make it. So he could marry Marjorie Harvey. He did all he had to do. So that lady could be, okay, fine, you're rich enough. You think Marjorie Harvey gonna let somebody bamboozle her into a cheap-ass sex scene on furniture? Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. She'd be like, oh, gosh. Oh, gosh. Oh, gosh. My manicure costs more than this couch. Oh, Lord. Oh, my goodness. Oh, wow. Oh, I haven't been in an apartment like this since I was like 5. Oh, my gosh. My closet is bigger than this apartment. Oh, oh. What is he? A chauffeur? Oh! You know what I mean? Marjorie Harvey, can you afford her titty? Even to like go like this, can I say just one titty? So, oh, well, that might be about, I don't know, Marlene. I mean, we have to really think about the parameters of my nudity. So as you know, a woman of class and decorum like myself, as you know, my husband Steve is worth 150 million. A woman of my stature, I mean, I would consider such a role given the correct parameters. And of course, the check has to be right. So how much are you offering, Marlene? Like, oh, we're offering 500,000. Oh, 500,000? Ooh. Okay, let me see if Lori is available. Hold on. Hello, Lori. This is Mommy. How are you, darling? You're good? Awesome. How's Michael? Great. Well, listen, Lori, I have something here for you. So I'm sitting here with Marlene. Hi, Marlene. Hi, Lori. And so she has this really, really interesting role. It's only for one scene. Okay. Now, there is slight, nudity involved. However, after talking to Marlene, she told me that she could offer you $750,000. What do you think? You're interested? Okay. When is it, Marlene? On Wednesday. Okay. So the role is for next Wednesday. You think you can make it? Okay, cool. All right. So I'll let you know and they'll do the paperwork. Okay, cool. All right, Marlene. So unfortunately, that rate is, quite insulting for a woman of my stature. But I think my daughter would be great for the role. Okay. So Samantha, you keep talking to Marlene and you give her what she needs. I have lunch in Paris with Nicolas at 5. I have to jet. Literally. The jet is waiting for me. Toodles, Marlene. And whenever you can afford $50 million per titty, give me a buzz. Okay. Au revoir. Gotta go. Yes, bitch. You gonna call Lori. She ain't doing this. 500,000. You see, she's like, no, add 250,000 more because that's my DNA. My daughter's coming in. You can see her nipple for 750,000. What I look like? What I look like? You know, Keisha. What's Keisha girl's name? You know damn well. Lala got paid regular money for showing them breastfeeding titties on the HBO. I said, ooh, because I couldn't believe. I said, you know what? Who gives advice to these women sometimes, right? But I'm not surprised though. A married woman hanging around with Kim Kardashian. How much sense you think she got in her head? Right? So that's what that is, right? But I'm like, I don't, and that's the thing. A lot of these black women today, black modern women, career women, they always want to compete. And when they do their little competition, it's always for dusty ass roles. It's like, why were you doing that for? Why? You see? You got your girl Gabrielle Union too. Oh, I'm gonna have my own career. She went and did Mary Jane, did all the stupid ass love scene. The shit went left, right? Now she where she belong. Dwayne got stupid ass money. There's nothing wrong with being the wife of a rich man. You don't have to prove, oh, I gotta have my own. It don't matter. You can work an entire lifetime and he's still gonna have more money than you. What's the point? What's the point? Why are you doing them cheap ass love scenes that you don't have to do? And they're not even gonna get you anywhere. They're not gonna get you anywhere. When Lala put her titties on the HBO Max, did she get a Grammy? Did she get an Emmy? Did she get an Oscar? Did she get called for more roles? No. And as a thank you, Tommy put a bullet in her forehead. No, not Tommy. Tasha popped her all. Pop, pop. He killed her off. So once he got people to see the titties of the wife of Carmelo Anthony, he had a bullet in her head. Then Tasha rolled her in something and just tossed her body out. I said, you see this? This is the thank you get. This is the thank you get. No. There is nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong. But I'm like, and that's the thing too, it's like today, modern women, they feel like they have to compete. They want to compete with the man. I need limelight too. I need to be seen too. I need to be famous too. I need to have my own career. Why? Why? Me, if James was that rich, I'm like, oh, I work whenever I want to. Hell yeah. What am I going to, why would I stress myself for? For what? He's a man. He making all the money and I spend it. That's not a sin. That's the way it's supposed to go. What's wrong with that? What is wrong with that? What is wrong with that? There's nothing wrong with that at all. So I'm like, for me, I really do feel like if Meagan had played this thing right, she would have made so much money in this church stuff, this church business, them church people. She would have made so much money. And she could have sold them on some, oh, I was lost, now I'm found type of situation. And look at me. God forgives and God gives a chance and another chance. Never in my life did I think I could be like this. But woman, if you're a woman just like me, know that it's not over for you yet. God still has a plan for you. Just like I found DeVon, you gonna find yours. And y'all gonna live together. And I know you don't believe. I know you can't imagine, but trust and believe. Ears have not heard, nor eyes have seen what the Lord is getting ready to do for you. Like, oh, thank you. Oh, thank you, Meg. Oh, thank you, Meg. Oh my gosh, Meagan. They're gonna pay. Then you're gonna have Sarah invite you to a woman, you are empowered conference. You go there, you finesse a little bit, you get a big old check, you get more followers. Every 6 months, you drop a book. You put the book for $10. You're going to have 200, 500, a million women buy that book. Oh, Meagan inspires me so much. See, look at her. You're going to make all this money. You're going to make so much money. Way more money than you could ever make in Hollywood. It's true. It's truly true. It's very true. Church people give a lot of money. Church people give a lot of money. How do you think Bishop Jakes got all this money? How do you think Sarah Jakes has all this money? How do you think these people, they got pride, these pastors have Rolls Royces, private jets? I mean, it's insane. And on top of that, they don't pay taxes. They don't pay taxes. If you're an actress, you have to pay taxes on what they pay you. You become first lady, you get the love offerings, you don't pay taxes. So why would you want to be an actress? Shit, that's for broke people out there. Why would you want to do that? Why? Even Issa Rae, she's not even trying to act no more. She's trying to go as a producer. She wants to be like producer, director. She ain't trying to do all that stuff. Because she wants to get paid royalties for producing and directing. She's not trying to be an actress like that. What is that? That the deal that she signed to produce these shows for Warner Brothers, she's going to like write the shows and she's going to produce the shows. So she gets her credit and then she keeps making money off that over and over and over and over and over again. You know what I'm saying? But it's like she has a strategy. But I doubt that. I doubt that if Issa was married to somebody that had like $200, $300 million, I don't even think she would have played it Insecure. Like, what am I do that for? Right? You do those things when you need money. You do these things, like you play these roles when you need money. You are the wife of a multi-millionaire. You don't need these things. You don't need those things. Does that make sense? Am I making sense, you guys? You know what I'm saying? But there's a lot of money in the church, y'all. There's a lot of money in the church. And even sometimes also, there's a lot of money being a director and a producer. Right? Like you could produce movies about love and you could produce movies about X, Y, and Z, right? You don't have to You don't have to be involved. You don't have to be in front of the camera. I'm telling you, fame is overrated. You don't see how even Rihanna don't want to make music no more? Fame is overrated. There comes a time like you have to put yourself in a position where you can monetize your influence. Exactly. Adrian Ballon pivoted from Cheetah Girls to singing gospel with her husband. Exactly. There comes a time it's like, okay, yeah, I'm famous, but it's like, where's that getting me? Then there comes a time where it's like, you really have to pivot and you have to monetize your audience. Like, look at Rihanna. She's not worried about making music. Why? She makes more money like as a businesswoman than as an artist. You don't even see Rihanna as much as you used to, but I promise you that bank account's like every day. Deposits, deposit, money coming in so many different ways. That girl's probably overwhelmed with how much money she makes. You see what I mean? So it's like to some extent also, if you have a husband that can help you to pivot, right? Yeah, you might have to give certain things up. Yeah, you might not be to be, but I'm like, you've been these things all along. What did it get you? Right? You've been sexy. You've been a video vixen. You do all this shit. What did it get you? Do you have an Emmy? No. Got a Grammy? No. Got an Oscar? No. Okay. Any notable movies you've done? No. So it's like you've been doing this for you're 40 years old now. You're 40 years old. You look at all that you gave to Hollywood. Can you truly say that it was a rewarding experience? No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. There are girls who have done less in Hollywood that have way more than Meagan Good. Shit, even James Charles. James Charles is probably worth $10 million. James Charles is probably worth more than Meagan Good. And he's just on YouTube. You have YouTubers who only do pranks and stupid shit, and they make more money than Meagan Good. So the money's not even that great. For all the years that you've put into Hollywood, that's it. The money's not even that great. There are YouTubers. How much you think De'Ara makes a year? Right? How much you think De'Ara makes a year? How much you think Queen Naja makes a year? How much you think Jeffree Star was making out here a year? How much you think some of these big YouTube channels, them family channels, how much do you think they make a year? And they don't have to do that. They do pranks. They do all them stupid pranks. Even what's it called? Even what's her name? Bethany. What's it called? Lovely B, the lady who eats the food, who does the seafood mukbang all the time. She makes over $1 million a year just eating food, like overeating. She just overeats, like. Okay, James Charles is worth 22 million. Exactly. 22 million. Right? And it's like, you think about it, y'all. You like, Beth B, I forgot her name, right? Be Lovely. Be Lovely. All she does is sit here. She famous. She ain't naked. She make all kinds of money. What about our other auntie over there, Tabitha Brown? Because that's my business now. How much do you think Tabitha Brown makes a year? From Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, book deals, paid sponsorship. How much do you think Tabitha Brown makes a year? Selling and not to be disrespectful, but Tabitha Brown, she has that Southern Christian vibe to her. Y'all. It's my business, y'all. Yeah, God is good, y'all. God is good. She's not naked. She got the whole fro like she stepped out the 70s. Jungle Boogie. You think she going for a Soul Glow commercial? She had a whole fro and everything. Hey, Motola, what's up, boo? Look at Tabitha Brown. That lady could be sexy if she wanted to, but she don't have to use that. She makes vegan food. She got people like Jennifer Gardner following her. She got people like Jennifer Gardner in her DMs. You see what I'm trying to say? When I tell you all this, bisexual, then it's overrated. It's overrated. You can be saved, sanctified, and make a whole lot of money. You can have a very family-friendly look and make crazy amounts of money. Crazy amounts of money. I'm not playing with y'all. You have to be really smart. When it comes to branding, like, you have to be really, really smart. And I'm like, for people, for a woman, if you have the chance to come into a church like that at a very high position like that, you should, whatever you got to do, you better make it work. You better make it work. Because I'm like, Hollywood, them people ain't serious. Them people not, the men, they ain't serious. The people, everybody's just using everybody. It's not a good place. The movie, okay, you're gonna do movies, okay, but okay, and that's not enough. That's not enough. So you gotta think about this kind of stuff, right? Even motherhood. There's a lot of money in motherhood. Look at Tia and Tamara. How much money they make off their cooking books, their cookbooks. I don't want to eat like that. I'm trying to lose weight, But like Tia and Tamara, they make a lot of money off them cookbooks because they're always in the house cooking with the kids. They're in the kitchen baking with the children and things like that. Like Tia, she'll put her book on pre-order. People go crazy for this book. A woman should always have her own money, but at what cost? At what cost? Do you truly need to do a sex scene to get your own money? No. No. Especially those women, they have way more things they can do. They ain't got to do no damn sex scene. No. No. There are many things. At that level of fame, these ladies have things, they have opportunities. Like, for example, Sukiana, right? Sukiana, she does OnlyFans. She be out here sucking the penis and doing all kinds of nasty shit, right? She does not have those opportunities. She's not connected to a very successful man. She's not even connected to an attractive man, okay? Not trying to be offensive, though. So for Sukiana to do nasty stuff, slutty stuff like this, horror shit like that, yeah, it's right on par for her because who's checking for her, right? But people like Lala, people like Aisha Curry, people like Meagan Good, people like, these ladies, like, they are in a whole different league. They're in a whole different league. They can write books. They can do seminars. They can direct. They can write. They can be on a TV show. These girls they don't have to do none of this ratchet stuff. They don't need that to get their own bag. They don't need that at all. Absolutely not. Absolutely, they don't need that. They don't need that. People who do OnlyFans because they can. That's all they have available. And most of them don't have successful men to keep them from doing this kind of stuff. Right? She said, Mark, did you hear that the Currys are in an open relationship? I mean, yeah, I heard that, but I'm not surprised. I told you on many occasions, like, if it came out that Stefan was having an affair, I wouldn't be surprised. And y'all were like, oh my gosh, Marlene, why would you say that? Marlene, why would you say that? Marlene, why would you say that? I'm like, okay, why? Because he's nice. He's a nice dude, but I wouldn't put it past him. I don't put nothing past anybody. It could also be that Aisha is seeing people. I don't put nothing past nobody. Aisha sat on national TV and she said that she wants more attention from men. She was almost naked out here taking pictures. Cool. I don't put nothing past nobody. All this Christian mumbo jumbo shit. People use that to give themselves good conscience. And people use their Christianity to make it seem like, oh, I'm better than you. I'm better than you. But in the whole time, we all number some dirty ass heathens. So, you know what I mean? So I told y'all, I said, if it comes out that Stefan has an affair, I wouldn't be surprised. Because he's a person. If it comes out that she has an affair, I wouldn't be surprised also. She could be, and she could not be. And a lot of time, if they're going to be exposed for something like infidelity, they run to the media and say, oh, it's an open relationship. So that way, if a side piece, a side chick or a side dude comes out, it's like, oh, well, it's not bad because they're in an open relationship. Then shit wasn't open. Motherfuckers just found out. And now the public is about to find out. So they're going to call that shit open relationship. That shit wasn't open from nowhere. Okay? Somebody chose to open the circle, but initially the circle was closed, okay? So every time they're about to get exposed, they say, oh, we're in an open relationship because they don't want to mess up their brand. Because it's not a good look for Stefan to be a cheater because he didn't want to have mercy on his daddy for cheating on his mama, right? Hey, Doris, right? And then it's not a good look for Aisha, the Christian one, the chef, the mother Aisha, the girl that takes issues with the Thoughtlandia of the Instagram, right? So they're going to finesse this shit so that people think of them as good people. Exactly. But what open relationship? Since when? Since where? Where did that happen? No. Somebody opened the circle, okay? Now, oh, shit, the circle been open? Yeah, bitch, okay? And now the rest of us are about to find out. So they're going to run to the media and be like, oh, this is an open marriage. Yeah, right, sure, whatever. Whatever. Like, this is crazy. I don't idolize anybody. I don't trust anybody. I think a lot of people, they sell a fantasy, right? Okay, yeah. Very like, oh, she had issues with everything. Oh, women just don't do this. Women don't do that. It depends. Some women have to. Like, yes, like 2 days ago, I was talking to my mom. I said, oh, mom, this girl, I want you to check out this girl because she has a great perspective. My mom said, oh, I don't like her, Marlene, because she's a side chick. I said, well, big news, mommy. There are more women than there are men. So some ladies, unfortunately, will have to be side chick. Okay. So put that aside and listen to her point of view because she's making a great point. Great point. You know what I mean? I can't be mad at her for being a side chick. I mean, it's not okay to be a side chick, but it's like, listen, you have more females than you got dudes. So unfortunately, some people got the short end of the stick and they will have to be side chicks. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Some women, if they didn't have to sell the vagina and sell the booty, they probably wouldn't, but they have to. They don't have any man that's married. They're not married. They don't have patriarchy like that to look out for them. So, it is what it is. You know, you know what I'm trying to say? So that's the thing. But I'm like, I do feel like, she should have played more into the church thing because it would have worked out for her. But this is the age of I'm a badass bitch. I'm a boss bitch. I get my own bag. And it's like, you don't really have to. You don't see Melania Trump out here trying to get her own bag. No, Trump's bag is big enough. And the way white women get to the bag, divorce settlement. Yes, bitch. Divorce settlement. Black people are like, oh, it's okay. I don't want his money. No. He used your coochie. Okay. He used your body. Okay. He had you do things in the bedroom. So yeah. Wear and tear, bitch. Okay. Wear and tear. Be a good accountant and charge that motherfucker. Okay, I'm gonna charge you for wear and tear on my vagina. I sure will charge you for wear and tear on my boobs. I sure will charge you wear and tear. Okay, the wear and tear, boo. Okay, yes, he needs to be charged for that. So it's not a matter of like, oh, I got my own money. That's fine. But he wasn't having sex by himself, though, was he? You put mileage on my coochie. Okay. And even when you do your taxes, if you have your own business, you get to write off mileage. Bitch, I'm charging you for my fucking mileage. Because not my vagina got some miles on it. So 9 years of marriage, in my situation, 12 years of marriage, yeah. I will charge you for every hump. Huh? That's one hump, two humps. How many humps you think you've done in this whole marriage? 12 years multiplied by about maybe like 600-700 humps. Okay. And maybe I might charge like $1.50 per hump. Well, my vagina is premium, so I might charge like $5.75 per hump. How much we got? Yes, bitch. Plus the tax. I live in Louisiana. The tax is 6%, bitch. Add that shit to it. Okay, I'm just being the yes, bitch. Okay, independent, my black ass. I'm independent, but this coochie wasn't. Okay, so yeah, wear and tear. Oh, the kids. Oh yeah, that's right. I had 2 boys. Oh shit. Plus, it's the male gender, so they carry your last name. So, oh yeah, that's legacy. Oh yeah, yeah. That costs more. The stretch marks, bitch. I need to start counting them stretch marks. Can somebody bring out a ruler? I need to measure the length of my screws. I'm charging by the inch. So for every stretch mark I find on my body, you get charged by the inch. I could do about 30 cents per inch. Is that cheap? $1? You think $1? $1.20? Yeah, I could do $1.20 per inch. How many miles does that come out to? How many yards of stretch marks do I have? And the interest rate, the tax rate out here is 6%. Oh, yeah. Independent, my black ass. You about to pay me, bitch. Okay, so, no, get your own bag. Yes, it's called divorce settlement. In the meantime, enjoy being the wife of a rich motherfucker and spend all his money and look good doing it. And raise his kids, okay, and look good doing it. Yeah. Oh, by the centimeter, you think that's better? Okay, by the centimeter, let's go. So how many meters do I have? Let's go with the whole European system. And maybe charge like 120, 150 per centimeter to James. Yeah, that sounds about right. Your Honor, this body's been destroyed by this man. Okay? All right. Yes, let's go with the metric system from the good old London town. Okay? But it's like, what the heck is this? What is this, y'all? What is this? So now, my people, we've been here for 6 hours. Okay. So it's probably 12 o'clock. I gotta let y'all go. I love y'all. Y'all made me miss my nail appointment. Y'all ain't shit. I love y'all. Make sure you buy your B palette, okay? Order the B palette, y'all. Put some money in my pocket so I can be rich like Rihanna. Okay? So I can talk, come over here and talk more. Okay, she said music is too much. It's been 6 hours. It's 362 minutes. That's 6 hours and 2 minutes and 12 seconds. How can somebody talk for 6 hours? This is ridiculous. This is truly ridiculous. And y'all stay tuned for this shit. Like, what is wrong with y'all? Y'all just crazy. Oh. Yeah, I know y'all made me miss my. I'm like, I never miss my appointments. This is crazy. I completely slipped my mind. Am I hungry? And I want some water. You know what I mean? Oh, you're welcome, boo boo. I'm happy to be your pastor. I'm happy to be your pastor. I'm happy to be your pastor. It's 1 p.m. in Houston. Oh, it's probably 1 p.m. here too. That hell. Oh, I gotta go. I'm happy to be your pastor. But no, but it's the truth though. It's the truth, ladies. It is the truth. So always put everything in the scales, right? And it's of course, oh, my career. But honestly, if your career ain't adding much to the situation, I'll let that bitch go. Let it go. Do what's good. Like, do what's actually good for your family. Do what's good for the pocketbook. Do what's good for the brand. I think your boy, what's his name, Devin Franklin. I think he got to a place where he recognized, like, yo, she's just not good for the brand. So now he's trying to protect the brand. He's trying to protect his money. He don't want to have to pay this woman. So he's like, let's do this at 10 years. So like, you a dishonest son of a bitch. Because you should still give her a parting gift, bitch. You should still give her a parting gift. You should still give her some money. You should slide her a check. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? I don't know if he has more money than her, but I'm just saying, even as a man, if you're going to leave a woman, you should leave her with something so that she can remember you by. And I think everybody likes the smell of money. Like, oh, Devin, I would always cry tears. Thank you for the $1 million. Okay? Give her something. You took 9 years of her life. Give her something. $1 million. I don't know. $500,000. A brand new Lamborghini. I don't know. A Wraith from Bentley, from Rolls Royce. A Bentley GT Continental Coupe. I wish I could have been all the man that you wanted. Because me, Marlene, if I was making good, I ain't posting shit. After prayer and careful consideration, bitch, is the Bentley here yet? Oh, it ain't here. I ain't posting. But Marlene, this is not good for my brand. Bitch, me walking barefoot out here ain't good for my brand also. Okay? I know that's right. But if you bring the rate though, oh, Devin was such an awesome man. And I wish I could have been the woman he needed me to be. They'd be like, Marlene, I'm like, girl, he is such an awesome catch. I wish I would have been more of a godly woman. But the car ain't here. I ain't posting shit. Bitch. I like, nope, you squirm, motherfucker. Watch me. Oh, they gonna think you a fake ass pastor. They gonna think you's a fake ass pastor out here sleeping with the bad ass bitches and you ain't shit. But Marlene, this is not good for the brand. And then my motherfucking brand, bitch. I'm on Amazon, bitch. Marlene, you know I have a book coming out. Baby, you know I have auditions to go to. Bitch, I am posting shit because you need me to look good, right? I want a Bentley. I want a Rolls Royce. I want a Wraith. I want a Wraith. Yeah, 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 yeah. But like, fine, Marlene. I thought you really loved me. I do. I just don't like walking. Bring me the Wraith, boo. You bring the Wraith, I'll post. I promise you. Bring the Wraith. You bring the Wraith out this bitch, I sure will post. And I sure will tell everybody. Devin was such a great man. I'll even cry too. That's free. I'll throw the tears in there for free. Always got to throw in a little extra. You know me. I throw. Devin was Devin was such. She said Devin was such a good man. I remember our first date just like it was yesterday. Yes, Oprah. I think when I'm older, this divorce will probably be the thing I regret the most. I should have been a better wife. He tried to pray for me. I just couldn't let go of the slits. I'm ashamed of myself, Oprah. He tried to pray for me, but I couldn't help but show my titties. Ah, oh. He tried, Oprah, but I just couldn't be saved, you know? I just couldn't be saved, Oprah. So, Marlene, yes. If you had to do this all over again, Marlene, what would you do? Oprah. You know, I've asked myself the same question. You did? Yes. I asked myself that question every morning when I wake up and I look at my bed and Devin is just not there. I miss him. I know it sounds crazy, but I do miss him. But I know he needs a better woman than me. But I do miss him. I miss him. I do. And if I could do this all over again, Oprah, I would have fought for my marriage even more. I would have fought. I would have fought for what truly matters because, you know, family is everything. Wow, Marlene. I can truly see that this divorce from DeVon has affected you so much. Yes, it has. Wow. And I will always love him. I don't think that any man could ever. This is how we do. Oh, today she hears 50 cents. I'm Meagan good, right? All of a sudden, she hears 50 cents. This is how we do. This is how. Oprah's like, are you okay, Marlene? Uh, yes. Oprah, I have to go. Why? The interview's not over yet, Marlene. I'm sorry. This is how we do. Hey, Curtis. Bitch, where the party at? Bitch, I'm calling all my exes. It's time to get back to the club. This is how we do. All right, people. She back in the streets. She back in the streets. She back in the streets. Probably people sitting like, Marlene, what the fuck is wrong with you? Meagan, if you watch this, please don't be offended, girl. I love you, girl. I love you, girl. Okay. I got This is how we do. Like, ooh. Oprah, I gotta go. But Marlene, I'm sorry. Curtis, hey. You remember me? Of course I remember you, girl. So I see you ditched that little pastor dude. Well, you know. I tried to be anointed. It's the Curtis on the line. It's Mr. Curtis. Curtis Jackson, if you're nasty. It's Curtis Jackson, if you're nasty. This is how we do. We call all of our exes and say, hello, remember me? Yeah, baby, I remember you. What's happening? Well, I don't know. What's happening with you? Same old, same old. You know how we do with a pimp out here. I know that's right. City Girls up by 5,000. See you next time, y'all. See you next time, y'all. All right, my peeps. Love y'all very much. I hope you enjoyed this comedy show. Don't be mad at me, y'all. This is all laugh and giggles. This shit ain't real. It's just a conversation. Don't be mad at me. This is all shits and giggles. Okay? This is for fun. We're just kikiing out here. We don't know these people. They don't know us. Everything is alleged. Everything ain't real. Megan, I love you, sis. You my big sis. I don't mean no disrespect. I'm 36. You 40. You my elder. Devin, I don't mean no disrespect. Well, I do think you're fake as fuck, but that's cool. You a man. You can take it. But Meg, I love you though. If you love Meg, if you're a fan of Meg, I love her too. Don't be mad at me. Okay? Don't be mad. I'm just silly. I'm silly as hell. That's just me. I'm an Aquarius. Don't take me seriously. Don't take me seriously. All right, best friends. I love y'all family. I love y'all very, very much. Your girl got to go. I missed my nail appointment. I'm embarrassed. Bisou. Bisou, 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 bisou. Bisou. Just say, Kimberly said, I know to connect my charger next time. Yo, Kim, these phone calls be long as hells out here in these streets. Bisou, bisou, my people. Happy Halloween. Happy holidays. I'll probably come back tomorrow. If I could call y'all early in the morning, I'll call y'all. Because 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock in the morning, it works a lot better for me. Because once my day starts, it don't stop. So if you can wake up early, we can talk about the people. And then we'll put the video on private. Probably you talk all this shit and you hide the videos. I sure do. I want to smoke. I'm tired. Okay, I'm tired, y'all. So I love y'all. Mwah, 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 mwah. Bisou. Don't tell James the stuff I say. Oh, do not tell James. Oh, don't go telling James now. He don't know what I be saying on the internet. He sure don't know. So let me go play wife to my husband. Daddy, hi, Daddy. How was your night? Let me go finesse my husband for my nail appointment. Okay, Daddy, hi, Daddy. Let me go call him Daddy real quick. Oh, James. Oh, every time I call him Daddy, I get what I want. Let me go call Daddy real quick. Daddy, my nail appointment. The nail appointment. Wee wee, wee wee. I wish y'all could see me through my day. I'm such a scammer. It's not even funny. Y'all, I love y'all. Elida, everybody, have a good day. Let me go call Daddy real quick. Daddy, I missed my nail appointment. Boo, 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 tears. All right, y'all. Love y'all. Bisou. I love y'all. I love y'all. Gotta go.